During one gloomy day, inside what looked like an abandoned hospital deep in the woods, a boy named Ryzen Tosaka was seen going through a stack of old medical records. The moment he understood what he was reading, his face twisted in shock. Unable to accept it, he threw the file against the wall. Overwhelmed by the weight of his emotions, Ryzen slowly began to break down. Suddenly, he froze. Footsteps echoed through the hallway, growing closer with every second. A deep sense of fear crawled up his spine. Unnatural events had been surrounding him for a long time now, and at this very moment, he knew he was being hunted by the monster he had been running from. As the door creaked open, Ryzen had already accepted his fate. He didn't even try to fight back. A dark, floating entity drifted toward him. Its face was blurred, but it clearly had the shape of a long-haired girl. With a defeated expression, Ryzen weakly asked the creature to take it easy on him, believing it would make him happy if she did. But the creature showed no mercy. Without hesitation, she tore into his flesh using her long, sharp fangs. In an instant, her form twisted and morphed into something far worse, a horrifying, spider-like creature. At that point, Ryzen knew there was no escape. This monster, however, was not unfamiliar to him. In fact, he clearly remembered the first time he encountered it. If his memory served him right, it all began during the summer of his first year in the village, after he left his hometown. One sunny morning in his dorm, Ryzen was suddenly awakened by the loud noise of his air conditioner. He tried to fix it, only to realize it was clogged by a massive spider living inside. Since it was still early, he decided to freshen up and prepare for school first. While getting ready, his thoughts drifted back to the spider. Given its size, he knew it couldn't have come from the air conditioner. Still, with school on his mind and no time to deal with it, he pushed the thought aside. As he turned on the news to catch updates about the recent disappearance of Professor Seigo Kusuninoi from Uio University, he noticed something strange. The side of his bed was now completely covered in spider webs. That didn't make any sense. He was sure they weren't there the night before. The idea that such a massive spider could create all of this in just a few hours while he slept was both fascinating and terrifying. With no time left, Ryzen rushed out to school, even jokingly saying goodbye to his new spider pet. At first, he believed the spider would eventually leave on its own, but it didn't. The spider webs kept appearing every single day. Slowly, worry and curiosity began to grow inside him. What kind of spider was this anyway? Determined to find answers, he searched through books and articles in the university library, but found nothing. In the end, Ryzen gave up. After all, humans tend to adapt to things they experience repeatedly. Still, he wondered how long that would last. Days passed, and Ryzen gradually got used to the spider sharing his apartment. One evening, after returning from work, he checked the news again. Another disappearance had occurred in Tokyo. According to the headline, the missing schoolgirl lived dangerously close to his dorm. His thoughts were suddenly interrupted when his alarm rang. He had plans today, a date with his girlfriend. Ryzen had been dating Kyoko for a month now, and he felt it was finally time to deepen their relationship. As he packed his bag, something stopped him. Spiderwebs clung to the doorway. Thinking it was just an accident, he ignored it and left. He didn't realize that something in the shadows was watching him, angry. After a short drive, Ryzen and Kyoko arrived at the aquarium. Seeing her smile made him genuinely happy. Kyoko, with her innocent charm, was amazed by everything around her. She even said it felt like they were at the bottom of the ocean, since this place had always been one of her dreams to visit. The joy in her sparkling eyes was impossible to miss. Watching her, Ryzen couldn't help but wonder why someone like her was even dating him. To be honest, he still couldn't believe it himself. Lost in thought, he barely noticed Kyoko speaking to him. She told him she was worried about him and reminded him that he once mentioned wanting to talk about something important. Still, knowing how rare their dates were due to their busy schedules, she encouraged him to forget his worries for now and just enjoy the day. And he did. By nightfall, after dropping Kyoko off at the station, Ryzen headed back home. His heart felt light, replaying the moments they had shared. But the moment he reached his apartment, his happiness vanished. The front door was completely covered in spiderwebs. He nearly tripped over them. And just like that, his good mood disappeared in an instant. However, it seemed that the worst was still yet to come. At first, Ryzen thought the spiderwebs were only covering his front door. But as soon as he stepped inside his apartment, he froze. The entire place was completely covered in webs. It had never been this bad before. What made it even more disturbing was the fact that this amount of webbing should have been impossible to create in just a few hours. As he looked closer, he noticed something else. These webs were different. They felt wrong. It was almost as if someone had lashed out in anger, leaving chaos behind. The webs gave off that exact feeling. Then, something even more terrifying caught his eye. Human hair. Ryzen stared at it in disbelief. This was no small matter, and his thoughts began to spiral. He tried to convince himself that everything was fine, that he was just overthinking things. But no matter how much he tried to lie to himself, he knew the truth. He was scared. None of this made sense. He hadn't seen any signs of an intruder. And since the windows were still tightly closed, he was certain of one thing. The spider was still inside the apartment. What troubled him the most was the hair. Still, being alone in such a large space, he tried one last time to calm himself. Maybe the webs were just dirty. Maybe it only looked like hair. After finally settling his nerves, Ryzen decided to go to sleep, hoping that everything would be normal the next day. But that hope didn't last long. Just as he was about to close his eyes, a cold breeze passed through his bedroom. Suddenly, a black silhouette shaped like a girl appeared right in front of him. Terrified, Ryzen shouted, "Who's there?" A girl with long, silky black hair stepped forward. Her beauty was undeniable, and Ryzen found himself staring in shock. Her red, shining eyes captivated him in a way he had never felt before. Before he even realized it, the girl bent over him, her movements slow and deliberate. Without warning, she kissed his neck and licked it with her wet tongue. Ryzen was completely stunned, struggling to understand what was happening. Seeing that she was wearing a school uniform, he tried to stay calm, thinking she might be troubled or lost. That was his mistake. Suddenly, she bit him with her fangs. The pain was sharp, and he realized she was sucking his blood. He tried to scream, but no sound came out. Then he felt something else, something entering his body. As he tried to push her away, she suddenly kissed him on the lips. His mind screamed to move, but his body refused to listen. It was as if he no longer had control over himself. His body began to move on its own. The girl seemed to enjoy it. Ryzen tried to fight back. He didn't want this. If he gave in, it felt like he was betraying Kyoko and everything they shared. For what felt like an endless minute, the two remained entangled. Then, suddenly, control returned to him. He immediately tried to escape, but before he could even reach the door, the girl stopped him with her webs. Once again, his body froze. She refused to let him go. The web tightened, and she pulled him back. They began kissing again, and this time, he had no strength left to resist. What hurt the most was realizing that part of him was starting to enjoy it. He found her beautiful, charismatic. But deep down, he knew the truth. This was not a human. This was a monster. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the body of a second-year student named Mayara Nash Yuko from Ashinosaka City, who had been missing for some time, was finally discovered. According to the news, something was horribly wrong with the corpse. All of her organs, including her brain, had been removed. The police immediately launched an investigation into this brutal murder. But the question remained, would they ever uncover the truth behind her death? For Ryzen, however, that night marked the moment when the charming monster trapped him completely, unable to move, unable to fight, and unable to save himself. The next day at the police department, Officer Daisuke Ono met with Yoshiaki Matsui, the department's lead forensic specialist, to review the autopsy results. To his disappointment, even Matsui couldn't reach a conclusion. It was the first time he had ever seen a body in such an unexplainable condition. No matter how much effort the investigators put in, they still couldn't determine the original appearance of the missing girl. Most of her internal organs were gone. Parts of her bones had been cut away. Only one arm and one leg remained, with just a thin strip of skin still connecting them to the body. Even imagining it was enough to send chills down anyone's spine. Mayara Yuko's corpse looked like the leftovers of a wild animal's meal. According to Daisuke Ono's theory, the murderer may have devoured most of the body to prevent the murder weapon from being identified. By destroying the evidence, the killer could erase any clear clues. While this theory sounded reasonable, there was no way to prove it. At this stage, nothing could be confirmed. Neither the crime scene nor the corpse showed any traces that matched an animal. Even if something had eaten her and erased its tracks, there was no solid evidence to support that claim. Yoshiaki Matsui believed the cause of death was most likely extreme blood loss. A large blood stain had been found in the alley where the crime occurred. Because of this, there were still many unanswered questions surrounding Mayara's death. To be certain, Matsui wanted to continue investigating. To be honest, he personally believed this case might involve something far beyond human understanding, possibly a ghost, or even a monster. However, Officer Ono couldn't bring himself to believe in such ideas. Refusing to entertain superstition, he collected the autopsy report and prepared to leave. Before doing so, he reminded Matsui to contact him immediately if he discovered anything new. Once Ono left, Matsui was alone. He was convinced that what happened to Mayara was not the work of a human being. As he stared up at the ceiling of his office, something caught his eye, a spider crawling above him. He suddenly realized that he had been seeing spiders everywhere that day. Feeling exhausted, Matsui decided to call it a night. He packed up his things and walked toward the door, ready to go home and rest. But something horrifying awaited him. The moment he opened the door, he he was met with thousands of spiders swarming on the other side. In a split second, Matsui was overwhelmed and killed, without even getting the chance to fight back. Meanwhile, back at Ryzen's apartment, the sun was already shining, yet Ryzen was still trapped with the girl who had been using his body all night. No matter how hard he tried to move, his body remained pinned down. His blood was being drained, and once again he felt something entering his body. This routine had been repeating for several days. At this point, Ryzen had almost accepted his fate. When the girl finally stopped, he tried to talk to her. He asked why she was doing this to him, hoping to understand her intentions. But no matter what he said, she showed no sign of understanding his words. Failing to communicate was bad enough, but Ryzen had a bigger problem. While the girl clung tightly to his side, he turned on the TV to watch the news. He already knew what was coming. On the second morning after meeting her, he had seen the report. His heart nearly stopped in fear. The girl holding him had the exact same face as Mayara Yuko, the victim shown on the screen. But that was impossible. According to the news, Mayara was already dead. So how could she be here with him? That question consumed his mind. He tried to think of explanations. Maybe she was Mayara's sister. Maybe a classmate who looked exactly like her. But none of it made sense. If that were true, she wouldn't be standing here so casually. The uniform was the same. The face was identical. At that moment, Ryzen finally understood. Something was terribly wrong. Before he could think any further, it started again. His body stopped obeying him as the girl climbed on top of him once more. This time, however, he noticed something new. For just a brief moment, he saw the image of a giant spider. Ryzen's body no longer belonged to him. No matter how hard he tried to resist, he couldn't move. He was pinned to the bed, frozen, unable to fight back even a little. The girl began her nightly ritual once again. Meanwhile, on the news, the newscaster announced that Yoshiaki Matsui, a 38-year-old man who worked in the police prefecture, had been missing for 20 days. Of course, the truth behind his disappearance was already known. Back at the apartment, Ryzen showed no signs of resistance anymore. No matter what he tried, he couldn't escape the woman. Every attempt failed. His body would be controlled by an unknown force and dragged back to the room. He even tried locking her out. But no matter what he did, she always reappeared in the same place the very next moment. Calling for help was useless. Whenever the police arrived, she vanished without a trace. Because of this, Ryzen found himself living every day with the monster, who smiled as she held him close. At this point, the only thing on Ryzen's mind was the truth. Why was she doing this to him? Was she drawing energy from his blood? Was that the reason she kissed him so deeply, paralyzing his body every time? Her kisses only grew more intense with each passing day. Then, during one of those moments, Ryzen's phone rang. It was Kyoko. He immediately answered the call. From her voice alone, it was clear that she was angry and worried. She scolded him for not going to school for weeks and for ignoring her messages. Ryzen tried to calm her down, but she wouldn't stop. His friends were worried too, and Kyoko's voice trembled as she spoke. He told her he was fine. He made excuses, saying he hadn't been feeling well and didn't want to worry anyone. But Kyoko snapped back, telling him that ignoring her only made things worse. Hearing her upset because of him hurt Ryzen deeply. Still, he had no choice. There was no way he could explain what was really happening. Then came the worst possible news. Kyoko said she was nearby and wanted to visit him. She even offered to stay the night and take care of him. Her kindness only made things more dangerous. In the back of his mind, Ryzen knew one thing clearly. If Kyoko came inside that apartment, their relationship would be over. As he desperately tried to think of another excuse, the monster girl smiled quietly. It was as if she believed this was the perfect chance to tear them apart. Before he could stop it, it was already too late. Kyoko was standing right in front of his door. She entered the apartment without hesitation and offered to make him lunch. Since she planned to stay the night, she said she needed to change in his room. Ryzen immediately tried to stop her. This only made Kyoko suspicious. She asked him if there was something inside the room that she wasn't supposed to see. After a moment of silence, she teased him with a flustered smile, joking that maybe he had been looking at something inappropriate. She reassured him, saying she understood these things as a woman, but as his girlfriend, she still wanted to know how he was feeling. Before he could react, Kyoko opened the door and rushed inside. Ryzen panicked, warning her that it was dangerous. But there was nothing there. Later, while Kyoko was taking a bath, Ryzen stood frozen, wondering where the girl had gone. No silhouette, no presence. He realized something then. The monster hid herself whenever someone else was around. Trying not to worry Kyoko, he forced himself to calm down. After a while, Kyoko finished bathing. When she returned, she found Ryzen sitting quietly, reading a journal about the recent serial murder cases in their area. Kyoko then shared some information she had heard about the case. According to rumors, the person who was captured was actually innocent. Because of that, fear had spread through the town once again. People believed it was no longer safe to walk alone at night. Kyoko also mentioned something else that disturbed her. Based on what she knew, one of the victims was a high school student. In that case, all of the victim's internal organs had been removed. This shocked Ryzen. He couldn't understand how that was even possible. According to the reports, the body had already been eaten. Nothing about it made sense. Trying to lighten the mood, Kyoko suggested that they should go to bed. However, what happened next was something Ryzen never expected. As they lay together, the warmth of Kyoko's body filled the bed. Despite her innocent appearance, she was clearly excited to be lying beside him. She slowly pressed closer, while Ryzen grew more and more nervous. For normal couples, this would have been natural. But because of the monster, Ryzen had to stay alert. When Kyoko tried to take the first step and move things further, Ryzen stopped her. Not because he didn't want to, but because he knew what would happen if he let it continue. Just then, he sensed it. The monster was about to appear. Fearing for Kyoko's life, Ryzen suddenly hugged her tightly and shouted, begging the monster to stop. Kyoko, not understanding what was happening, believed his reaction was meant for her. Because of his desperate action, the monster disappeared. But the damage had already been done. Kyoko was deeply hurt and embarrassed. She quietly packed her things and prepared to leave. Ryzen tried to explain, but she couldn't even bring herself to look at him. She told him she needed time to clear her thoughts. Then she admitted that maybe he was right, that it was too early for them to go that far. She said she had simply rushed things. Ryzen tried again to explain himself, but Kyoko was too embarrassed to continue the conversation. Still, before leaving, she reassured him. She told him not to feel guilty and said she hoped he wouldn't start hating her. She confessed that she loved him. Ryzen returned her feelings, hugging her tightly as she stepped out the door. Even though the day didn't end the way either of them wanted, Kyoko forced a smile and walked away. As soon as she left, Ryzen was alone again in his dark apartment, filled with guilt. Before he could even process what had happened, the monster girl appeared once more. As expected, she did to him what he had refused to do with Kyoko. On her way home, Kyoko felt relieved knowing that Ryzen didn't hate her. Still, after what happened, she decided to be more careful with her actions from now on. Late at night, as she walked through the quiet streets, she suddenly felt something wrap around her wrist, a spider web. She quickly brushed it away, thinking it must have caught onto her when she left Ryzen's apartment, but for some reason she felt uneasy. It felt like someone, or something, was watching her from the shadows. Remembering all the recent disappearances, she hurried home, unaware that something terrible awaited her. As for Ryzen, he was always alone, and it seemed that would never change. Long ago, back when he was still in high school, something dark and traumatic had happened to him. Something that shaped everything he had become. Back then, a man named Akutsu Jr. tried to befriend Ryzen. Looking back, Akutsu had helped him far more than he ever expected. Just remembering those days made Ryzen realize how harsh life had been on him for a long time. He once believed that everything would eventually change. But now, with this monster girl suddenly appearing and ruining his life once again, Ryzen began to wonder just how cruel the world could really be. Weeks had passed since the girl appeared, and Ryzen was starting to grow irritated by how clingy she had become. For the first time in a long while, he told her to stay away from him, if only for a minute. All she ever did was hug him every morning, and no matter what he said, she was never satisfied. When he finally had a moment to breathe, Ryzen checked his phone to see if Kyoko had sent him a message. To his relief, she had replied. It seemed she was no longer dwelling on what happened then. Still, Ryzen wanted to apologize properly and do something for her, but even that felt impossible. The monster girl couldn't stay away from him for more than a minute. In the end, Ryzen still had no idea what this woman was thinking. Even after being together for weeks, he knew nothing about her, why she was in his room or what she was injecting into him whenever she sucked his blood. That was also why her face looked identical to the girl who had been murdered weeks earlier. Ryzen was overwhelmed with questions. Waiting for her to speak was pointless. If he wanted answers, he would have to investigate her identity himself. On top of that, his refrigerator was nearly empty. He decided it was finally time to go out and buy groceries. Fortunately, he noticed something important. The girl didn't seem to hate him at all. So he tried begging her to let him leave just for a short while, but she didn't understand his words. He even showed her a map and tried to explain where he was going, but nothing worked. Then Ryzen thought of something. Every time he tried to chase her out, she always returned to his room. That gave him an idea. If survival was the goal, then perhaps he should do the opposite. He decided to invite her to go outside with him. After observing her behavior, Ryzen realized something strange. Whenever someone else entered his room, like when Kyoko visited, the girl disappeared like smoke. She never showed herself to anyone but him. If his theory was correct, then from a human perspective, only Ryzen could see her. With that in mind, he was finally able to leave the apartment and go grocery shopping. While browsing the aisles, Ryzen suddenly bumped into an old friend, Akutsu Jr. Since it had been a long time since they last met, Akutsu invited him over to his apartment for a drink to catch up. He also admitted that he had been worried about Ryzen, since he hadn't seen him around campus lately. Ryzen also looked pale, almost sick. Akutsu had no idea his friend was being haunted by a monster disguised as a young girl. As they talked, Akutsu casually asked about Ryzen's relationship with Kyoko. Like any curious guy, he joked about whether Ryzen had kissed her during their aquarium date. Hearing that made Ryzen feel guilty again. His relationship with Kyoko had already been damaged because of what happened that night. Thinking it was just a small lover's quarrel, Akutsu tried to cheer him up. He even started bragging about how experienced he was with romance, promising to give Ryzen tips so his next date wouldn't fail. Akutsu could be a bit much at times, but Ryzen was grateful to have him as a friend. They talked for hours. Eventually, Akutsu noticed they were out of cigarettes and offered to buy more. If you enjoy my videos, please subscribe to the channel. It really helps more than you think. And if you'd like to support me further, consider joining my Patreon. I'm not making much from the channel at the moment, so every bit of support truly means a lot. You'll get ad-free videos and shoutouts as a thank you for helping me keep this going. Now, back to the video. While he was gone, Ryzen stepped out onto the balcony to get some fresh air. The cold night breeze wrapped around his skin. Nearby, Akutsu's neighbor was playing the guitar, soft music filling the background. As he listened, Ryzen suddenly thought about the monster girl again. He realized that maybe she wouldn't reveal herself in crowded places. Still, the idea that she could transform into a spider and follow him anywhere sent a chill through his body. What if he could never escape her? For now, he clung to one hope. Maybe, as long as he stayed with other people, the monster wouldn't appear. At least that's what he wanted to believe. Just as his heart began to calm down, something unexpected happened. A spider suddenly appeared out of nowhere. This time, the spider moved toward Akutsu Jr., Ryzen's friend next door. Before Ryzen could react, Akutsu Jr. arrived, bringing fresh packs of cigarettes for them. But then Ryzen noticed something that made his stomach drop, a spider web clinging to Akutsu Jr.'s shoulder. He knew immediately that no matter what he did, the monster wouldn't go away. Worried that his friend might be pulled into this nightmare, Ryzen asked where the web had come from. Akutsu explained that he had taken a shortcut on the way over and got caught in a web. Ryzen tried to calm himself. Spiders didn't scare him, except for that one girl. As long as it wasn't her, he told himself, everything would be fine. But deep down, his body betrayed him. Soon things began to spiral out of control. Ryzen found himself outside his apartment, confronted with a horrifying scene. Dead bodies were scattered everywhere. Some were missing legs, others crushed. The worst sight of all was a body wrapped entirely in spiderweb, his own. Ryzen's nightmare reached its peak and he woke up suddenly. It had been just a dream. After drinking heavily the night before, both Akutsu Jr. and Ryzen had been knocked out. Yet the monster girl had carried out her usual nightly routine with Ryzen. Now, as she sucked his blood on the balcony, Akutsu Jr. woke up. Confused, he asked Ryzen what was going on. But Ryzen had already lost himself in despair, desperate to escape the monster. Unable to explain what was happening, Akutsu didn't understand the situation and tried to calm him. Panic gripped Ryzen. To make matters worse, the monster girl had started trying to speak. Knowing the danger, Ryzen decided he had to leave immediately. When Akutsu asked what was happening, Ryzen simply said something urgent had come up and ran. He realized that staying with others wouldn't solve anything. As he rushed home, he thought about staying away from Kyoko too. He didn't want to put his friends or loved ones in danger. This monster was no ordinary threat. It was deadly. Passing by the playground, Ryzen's fears were confirmed. The neighbor who had been singing earlier lay dead, tied and hanging from the playground grills. Part of his internal organs had been removed, just like in the other murder. Everything was starting to make sense. Ryzen's stomach churned. He remembered a case involving a high school girl whose internal organs had been removed. At that moment, he finally understood who the real culprit behind the mysterious murders was. Knowing things were spiraling out of control, Ryzen decided to speak with his uncle, Dasaki, who was a police officer. During dinner, Dasaki prepared hot pot for them, trying to make the conversation lighter. As soon as Ryzen asked about recent incidents in town, Dasaki's face fell. He looked defeated. The chances of catching this serial killer are getting slimmer, Dasaki admitted. And to make things worse, the chief is criticizing me for risking my life in the field. The forensics team, they aren't much help either. For a moment, even the hot pot lost its appeal, weighed down by the horrors of the murders. Dasaki then glanced at Ryzen and wondered why his nephew was so interested in these cases. But seeing how determined Ryzen was, he decided to tell him everything he knew. In total, there were 6 victims that Ryzen had learned about so far. The first victim was an honorary member of the Okada Shingo 37 construction company. The cause of death appeared to involve an industrial machine, so it wasn't widely discussed at first. The second victim was Mayara Yuko, age 17. A few days before her body was found, the police had received a missing person report. The report noted that all her internal organs had been removed, but the description barely captured the horror. Her body looked as if it had been preyed upon by some monstrous creature. Dasaki found the case just as strange. Forensics suggested that the injuries were so unusual that they could almost be the work of a ghost or monster. The third victim had their hands and feet cut off, which were then placed in a university atrium. The fourth victim's limbs were arranged as if for some kind of ritual, and the torso was holding its severed head. The fifth victim's body had been dissected evenly and scattered across a road with no care whatsoever. And then there was the sixth victim. Hearing these horrific accounts, Ryzen asked his uncle if it was possible that all the murders were done by the same person. Dasaki paused, then noted a disturbing connection. Starting from Mayara, all the victims shared a similar pattern. Internal organs were removed. Some organs, including the brain, had been taken from 4 of the victims. The third victim's stomach was missing. The fourth victim's liver was removed. The fifth victim was missing a lung and kidneys. Despite all of this, no one could determine the killer's motive. Was it a madman, a pervert with an organ fetish, or something else? Dasaki was certain that, despite what others in the office believed, these crimes were impossible to attribute to a ghost or monster. But Raisin already knew the truth. These murders were not the work of a human. The entity was something else entirely, something pretending to look human. Raisin realized that as soon as Dasaki arrived, the monster would vanish and hide somewhere. Or perhaps there was more to the story than he could yet understand. Not wanting to reveal too much, Raisin kept his knowledge to himself. He knew his uncle wouldn't believe him so easily. As they began eating, Dasaki received a call. Another victim had been discovered. The seventh. Watching his uncle leave, Raisin felt a pang of guilt. He felt sorry for him. Though he couldn't say anything about the murders, he was certain the monster was behind them. As soon as Dasaki left, Raisin went to his bedroom. Just as he expected, the monster girl was waiting for him. She hugged him, and he wondered where she had been before arriving. When the neighbor was killed, the news had already reported the seventh victim, yet Raisin couldn't find a trace of the monster. Was it all a coincidence? Or was he overthinking things? There was no evidence to answer that question. Raisin didn't know what to do about her, but one thing was certain: if she ever hurt someone he loved, he wouldn't hesitate to stop her, by any means necessary. And yet every day she returned to him. This time her movements were more intense, and Raisin felt increasingly uncomfortable. He felt hopeless. The way she manipulated him, mimicking the actions of lovers, was unbearable. And the worst part, he hadn't done any of this with Kyoko, his real girlfriend. That made the experience feel even more unbearable. However, no matter what he does, he can't seem to fight it at all. While he trembles in fear and anger, this girl is literally trembling with joy. Meanwhile, somewhere in the university, Kyoko and Junior were able to bump into each other in the same class. Since this was the only time they could talk, Junior immediately grabbed the opportunity to ask Kyoko about Raisin. While she worked on one of her paintings, Junior informed her that he had happened to meet Raisin the other day and invited him to his apartment for a drink. But the next series of events shocked Junior to the core. He tried to summarize everything to Kyoko, stating that Raisin had been acting strangely that day. On top of that, their discovery of the murdered victim made the situation even worse. Seeing worry in Kyoko's eyes, Junior immediately assured her that Raisin was fine and that the police had already questioned him. Although witnessing the dismembered body had already traumatized Junior, seeing how distressed Raisin had been that night made him wonder what was actually happening. No matter how they thought about it, Raisin's behavior was definitely strange, and Kyoko could not deny it either. The day she had visited his apartment, she had felt the same eerie vibe. Usually entering someone's room doesn't create such a feeling, but when Kyoko stepped into Raisin's room, that exact sensation hit her. Raisin, known by everyone as a happy-go-lucky guy who always smiles, was suddenly just afraid. For some reason, both Kyoko and Junior noticed that Raisin had become strange and seemed utterly terrified. This behavior had apparently started 2 weeks ago, the same day authorities found the third victim in the bizarre murder case. Since Raisin's situation was getting out of hand, Kyoko decided to pay him a visit after class to check on him. Junior agreed it was a good idea, fearing that if they didn't regularly see him, he might be the next person to disappear suddenly. All in all, they knew they could only do what they could for now, and there was no other way to help. For the moment, since they were still working on their art class project, Junior went on to observe Kyoko's work. Kyoko explained that this painting was not just a forest bath, but an expression of air. For her, it wasn't only the air itself that made up the world, it was the composition of its components. Expressing those components through color was her favorite way of painting. The gray part represented oxygen, while the yellow represented carbon dioxide. She also planned to include many tiny particles scattered throughout, drawing them in as much detail as possible. As they continued to chat, Junior suddenly noticed a bunch of eerie paintings hidden behind the curtains. Taking a closer look, he was shocked to see they were more gory than creative. Kyoko explained that this was the work of Fukutang, one of the students. Based on what she knew, he often painted this kind of disturbing work. For him, death and destruction symbolized life and creation. While these subjects were somewhat common in artistic minds, the detail in one of the paintings looked exactly like the image of Junior's neighbor's dead body. This shocked Junior to the core. He immediately asked Kyoko how to contact Fukutang, wanting to ask him something important. During one sunny day, Ryzen and his older brother went fishing. As they were about to head home, something beyond Ryzen's wildest imagination happened. His older brother was stabbed mercilessly by an unknown man while trying to save him. Ryzen looked at his dying brother's body, wishing that he could have taken his place. His brother weakly asked why Ryzen was the one alive. Why not both of them? As Ryzen felt increasingly distressed, he suddenly woke up from the dream. Realizing it had been just a nightmare, he felt immediate relief. He knew well that his older brother would never say such a thing. As he starts to feel down, the monster girl reaches out and touches him, as if trying to comfort him. At first, Ryzen tries to stop her. However, she uses her power to force his body to stay still. Surprisingly, instead of making him uncomfortable, her actions actually help him calm down. For the first time in a long while, Ryzen finally opens up to someone about what he truly feels regarding the incident from years ago. He realizes that he has been suffering from survivor's guilt ever since his brother died. His older brother was a great person, someone loved by everyone in the community. Because of that, Ryzen always felt that he was the one to blame for his brother's tragic death. When he was rescued back then, instead of being comforted, his parents asked him why he was the one who survived. At that moment, Ryzen realized that because of his brother, he would never receive the same love from others. After that, people looked at him with silent, judging eyes. Because of this, he stopped bonding with others altogether. The only person who truly cared for him was his uncle, Dasaki, who lived in Tokyo. For a long time, Ryzen felt completely alone. He was lonely most of the time, and pretending to be strong only made things harder. Hearing all of this makes the monster sympathize with him. Surprisingly, she tries to comfort him, assuring him that she will always stay by his side from now on. After moving to this new city, Ryzen finally gained a girlfriend and a friend. To him, they feel too good to deserve someone like him. That is why, for the first time, Ryzen gently asks the girl to give him his normal life back. However, it seems that this will never truly happen. Over the next few days, Ryzen slowly gets used to living with her. Ever since Uncle Dasaki visited, Ryzen begins carefully watching the monster's movements at night. What unsettles him the most is that she never leaves his side while he sleeps, yet from time to time she disappears for hours. Not long after, the bodies of new victims from the strange murder cases are discovered. The third case happened right after Kyoko visited his apartment. The others occurred while Ryzen was away as well. Although his theory is still forming, the pattern is becoming clear. Since it has only been 5 days since he started observing her, Ryzen remains cautious and discreet. No matter how closely he watches her, there are no clear signs to follow. In fact, it seems like she simply enjoys teasing him throughout the night. Looking at her beautiful face, Ryzen reminds himself that she is not the real Mayara. If this monster truly killed her and consumed her organs, then human blood alone may not be her only source of food. Her behavior toward him is strange and confusing. Deep inside, Ryzen wonders why she has not killed him yet, if she truly needs humans to survive. After confirming his suspicions, he becomes even more careful. If another victim appears soon, her guilt will be undeniable. Even if Ryzen wants to turn her into the police, he knows she would vanish instantly. That is why he decides to play along with her for now. Once he has undeniable proof, he plans to get rid of her himself. One night, he pins her down on the bed. For the first time, Ryzen is on top of her. However, his intention is not what it seems. He plans to strangle her. But the moment he realizes that killing her would feel no different from killing a human, he hesitates and pulls back. That hesitation disappears instantly when he hears the news. A new victim has been found. And this time, it is not just anyone. Akutsu Jr., Ryzen's best friend, has been discovered dead, his organs removed. At that moment, everything inside Ryzen goes numb. For the first time, he does not hesitate. He decides that this monster must be killed, no matter what. At this moment, Ryzen begins to reminisce about his memories with Junior. He remembers a time when he asked Junior why he even bothered getting involved with someone like him. Since Ryzen was used to people hating him because of what happened to his brother, he assumed Junior would eventually feel the same way. Ryzen was fully aware of his own flaws. He knew he was gloomy, distant, and afraid of people. Because of that, he believed he had no real merits as a person. Hearing Ryzen talk this way made Junior visibly annoyed. To Junior, friendship was not about someone's strengths or weaknesses. Spending time with someone based on merit alone was not friendship at all. To reassure him, Junior explained his reason in the most creative and honest way he could. Hearing how genuine and down-to-earth Junior was, Ryzen couldn't help but feel happy. He felt truly thankful for the friendship Junior had given him. That is why, after learning that Junior was dead, Ryzen could no longer hold back his anger toward the girl. Without hesitation, he demands to know if she was the one who killed Junior, and the neighbors as well. Instead of answering, the girl simply reaches out, trying to hug him. However, Ryzen is not in the mood for comfort. He feels like he has been played. Just the other day, he had opened up to her about how important Junior and Kyoko were to him. Knowing that she may have committed such a horrifying act after hearing that makes him feel deeply betrayed. Thinking about how painful, terrifying, and lonely Junior's final moments must have been makes Ryzen feel sick. Junior only got involved with him, and that connection to this monster ended up costing him his life. It feels as though Ryzen himself pulled the trigger. The guilt crushes him. What makes it worse is that, without realizing it, he almost allowed his emotions toward this monster to sway him. If he had realized the truth earlier, he would have already gone all in. For the first time, Ryzen strikes the girl and tells her to get away from him. He no longer wants her touching him, especially knowing those hands are the same ones that killed Junior. Even as he hits her again and again, the woman refuses to let go. Trembling, she continues to hug him, but fueled by rage, Ryzen hits her harder this time. He reminds himself that no matter how innocent her eyes look, she is still a monster, the one who drinks his blood every night, feeds on human organs, and took Junior's life. However, despite the anger Ryzen feels right now, seeing the girl cry as he hits her makes him feel guilty about what he is doing. At that moment, Ryzen remembers what Junior once told him, that he can be cold and tyrannical. Even though he beat her badly, the girl still managed to smile at him. Instead of fighting back, she suddenly kissed him on the lips, reminding him that the love she has for him is endless. And just like that, the girl disappeared. By carrying this heavy guilt and sacrifice in his heart, Ryzen was able to return to his normal daily life. After such an intense experience, he eventually fell asleep from exhaustion and stress. However, every time he woke up, he still could not accept the fact that his friend was dead. To him, it still did not feel real. After that incident, the girl did not appear for a long time. During this period, Ryzen began to question why the monster never used her powers on him. He also wondered why his emotions felt so confused and unstable. Then suddenly, he received a call from Kyoko. Without hesitation, he answered it right away. On the other end, Kyoko sounded shaken and distressed. She told Ryzen that she needed to see him immediately and talk to him in person. However, it was not for the reason he expected. While crying on the phone, Kyoko said something that completely confused Ryzen. She told him that she believes she might be the one who actually killed Junior. As soon as the call ended, Ryzen immediately went to Kyoko to find out what was really going on. When he arrived, Kyoko rushed forward and hugged him tightly, clearly feeling relieved. After everything that had happened, the two of them took a moment to calm down and talk. During this time, Kyoko finally told Ryzen everything she knew about Junior's death. She explained that she wanted to tell him about Fugiting, since he was the last person Junior tried to meet. According to Kyoko, Fugiting is a strange man who paints disturbing images of dead bodies. About 1 week ago, Junior had come to the art building to talk about Ryzen's situation. Kyoko explained how worried they both were about Ryzen, and how they had been discussing ways to help him feel better. And while they were talking, Junior suddenly turned pale after seeing one of the paintings made by Fugiting. Without hesitation, Junior asked Kyoko for Fugiting's contact information. She gave it to him, but to her surprise, Junior actually went to see Fugiting. Based on the last messages Junior sent her, it seemed like he already had a bad feeling about the meeting. In fact, he told Kyoko beforehand that if he did not come back, she should call the police right away. After Junior was murdered, Kyoko tried to contact Fugiting, but he had locked himself inside his apartment. The police searched his place for evidence, but they found nothing, and he did not seem strongly connected to the previous cases either. Because of this, Kyoko blamed herself. She believed that if she had not given Junior Fugiting's contact information, he might still be alive. Meanwhile, Ryzen struggled to understand what was happening. Why did Junior react so strongly after seeing the painting? To find out, Ryzen asked if he could see the painting Kyoko was talking about. After hearing everything, he also asked for Fugiting's contact information. Kyoko broke down in tears and begged Ryzen not to go any further, but Ryzen pleaded with her. saying that Junior must have seen some kind of evidence in the painting that was connected to the murders. Since the police were getting nowhere, he felt that he had to find the truth himself. For him, uncovering Junior's killer was the only way he could mourn his friend. However, that plan seemed impossible, because after Junior's death, the paintings had already been taken away. That only made things even more suspicious. Taking the paintings at a time like this did not feel right at all. With no other choice, Ryzen asked Kyoko if she could still remember what the paintings looked like. Although she did not want to remember them, Kyoko tried her best. Based on her memory, she described several images. One painting showed a corpse being crushed by a digger. Another showed a high school girl cut open, with her arms and legs removed like a Russian doll. There was also a painting of a body covered in strange symbols or magic-like patterns. From her descriptions alone, Ryzen realized that these paintings matched the exact condition of the victims when they were found by the authorities. But what truly shocked him was the last image Kyoko described, a man with his right abdomen cut open, tied to a pole as part of some form of torture. Now, understanding why Junior went to see Fugiting, Ryzen decided to do the same to learn more about the incident. Without wasting any time, he went straight to Fugiting's apartment. As soon as they met, Ryzen told him that he was interested in his artwork, especially the pieces that had been displayed at the art exhibition. Ryzen believed that Junior must have discovered something through Fugiting's art. If that discovery was the reason Junior was killed, then Ryzen could not simply ignore it. Even though it was dangerous, this was the only way he could get closer to the truth. After hearing that Ryzen was interested in his work, Fugiting immediately brought him to his private studio. The apartment itself already felt eerie, but the studio was even worse. Once inside, Ryzen was shocked by the unsettling atmosphere. The two of them sat down to talk. Fugiting began explaining that life and death are like two sides of the same coin, two parallel lines that can never cross. He claimed that neither could ever replace the other. Ryzen slowly grew impatient. Fugiting had been repeating the same speech again and again. From the beginning, he avoided answering direct questions and kept rambling excitedly about art like a madman. Fugiting then told Ryzen to drink the tea he had prepared. At first, Ryzen hesitated, unsure of what Fugiting might have added to it. But after noticing that Fugiting had been drinking from the same pot for a while, he decided to try it to gain his trust. To his surprise, the tea tasted good. Now that the atmosphere had calmed, Ryzen began asking the questions that mattered. He first asked about the paintings that were displayed in the art building and where they were now. Fugiting calmly replied that he considered them failures and had thrown them away. Realizing that subtlety would not work, Ryzen chose to be direct. Without hesitation, he asked Fugiting about the serial murder case. The moment he mentioned it, Fugiting's expression changed. Ryzen continued, explaining that the paintings were extremely similar to the crime scenes, and asked if Fugiting knew anything about the murders. Fugiting then asked if Ryzen had truly looked at his paintings. It seemed clear that Ryzen never had real interest in his work. Understanding this, Ryzen honestly admitted that he had never really studied the paintings. He then confessed that his interest in Fugiting's art was a lie. The real reason Ryzen came here was to find out whether Fugiting had any connection to the murder cases. He also wanted to ask about the man who came to see him, and ended up as a corpse the very next day. Junior. Fugiting found Ryzen interesting, since not many people are willing to admit that they are lying. What surprised him even more was that Ryzen was openly accusing him of murder. Although Ryzen never saw the paintings himself, everything Kyoko described matched the victims exactly. What truly caught Fugiting's attention was the fact that Ryzen somehow knew these details. When Fugiting asked how he knew so much, Ryzen admitted that he was the one who discovered the fifth case. As for the other cases, he learned about them by asking someone close to him, his uncle, Dasiki. That was why he knew more about the murders than most people in town. Hearing this made Fugiting uneasy, since the paintings matched exactly what Ryzen saw at the crime scene. In reality, the case Ryzen witnessed was the sixth one. He only said fifth to see how Fugiting would react and whether he would slip up. According to Fugiting, the paintings were simply his way of expressing the art of death. He claimed there was nothing special about them and that he painted them purely out of artistic impulse. That, he said, was why they resembled the murder cases. However, Ryzen was not convinced. He then asked, "What about the third case?" Fugiting explained that it represented the feeling of hopelessness after losing all four limbs. At that point, the desire to live would actually grow stronger. Fugiting continued. For the fourth case, he said he was inspired by the works of Leonardo da Vinci. By using the structure of the human body, he felt he could express emotions beautifully. According to him, all the similarities were unconscious and completely unrelated to the murders. Still, Risen found it impossible to believe. He pointed out that the fifth case he witnessed was exactly the same as one of Fugiting's paintings. Hearing this shocked Fugiting. Risen then added that, based on Kyoko's descriptions, all the other paintings matched the crime scenes as well. How could Fugiting guess the details so perfectly? If he had nothing to do with the crimes, then he should not know such specific information. Fugiting insisted it was all just coincidence, but Risen refused to accept that answer. Not only were the images accurate, even the number of cases matched perfectly. With rage building inside him, Risen finally shouted and demanded to know what Fugiting did to Junior. Fugiting stayed silent for a long moment. Then he stood up and began saying strange things. He claimed that if certain methods were used incorrectly, it was possible to summon a monster by accident. He also said that the speed of his paintings depended on how fast his talent could move. What Fugiting showed next sent chills down Risen's spine. He revealed a newly finished painting. Rai was stunned. It was Junior. Fugiting then said that curiosity kills the cat. If neither he nor Junior had noticed these strange things, they would never have encountered a monster like her. In the end, Fugiting admitted that he was behind the series of murders, together with what he called the goddess in black clothes. And the next sacrifice was going to be Risen, just as he feared. It turned out Fugiting had poisoned the tea. The paralysis was supposed to work immediately, but it acted slower than expected, which even made Fugiting nervous. But now that Risen could no longer move, the pleasure of art could begin once again. Fugiting mocked him, saying Junior's body was perfect. It had not been overused. He was a professional athlete with strong muscles and a well-built body. At that moment, Fugiting decided that stripping Junior of his skin would be best. He captured Junior, gagged him, and tied him up. Normally, Fugiting would never have been able to overpower him, but these were not normal circumstances. He had to think differently. Using the small milk carton Risen noticed earlier, Fugiting carried out his plan. The carton was designed to be easily opened and resealed. Inside was milk mixed with anesthetics. Neither Risen nor Junior ever imagined they had poisoned themselves. Fugiting clearly remembered Junior telling him to turn himself in, but he never once considered it. Before choosing the path of art, Fugiting had wanted to become a doctor. He had attended science lectures and learned a great deal about the human body. With that knowledge, he turned anatomy into art. Junior became one of his greatest masterpieces. Every time he peeled his skin, the look of pain on Junior's face filled Fugiting with joy. The sight of blood spraying everywhere was beautiful to him. Fugiting's mood shifted constantly. Since birth, he had questioned life itself. Why do organisms move? Where does the human soul go? These thoughts led him to his first victims: animals, insects, frogs, snakes, fish. He loved trapping them, dissecting them, and studying their insides. His parents opposed this behavior. When they discovered he had been dissecting pets, they tried to correct him through violence and abuse. Ironically, this only taught him more. Those brutal feelings never left him. Without realizing it, he became someone capable of performing surgery under the law. If things had gone differently, he might have become a doctor. Instead, he chose art. That was why he preferred to be called a monster, an artist who expresses humanity and death with elegance and simplicity. He claimed this was his destiny. But instead of respect, Fugiting was met with ridicule. Risen laughed at him, mocking his words, treating them as nothing more than a joke. To make things even worse for Fugiting, Risen suddenly stood up, now completely free from the paralysis. This shocked Fugiting, since the anesthetic should not have worn off yet. Although Fugiting claimed that he was a monster, Risen personally thought otherwise. For him, this man was not something of that level. He was simply trapped inside his own fantasy. Instead of calling him a monster or an artist, the most fitting word for him was a murderer. Even though things were no longer going his way, Fugiting was still confident that he could take Risen down. But before he could do anything, the sound of the doorbell rang. Fugiting froze, wondering who it could be. To his horror, it was the police. Risen had contacted Kyoko before coming here, and everything Fugiting said had already been recorded and heard by the authorities. At that moment, Fugiting began screaming, desperately asking for help and shouting about the entity he was seeing. Now completely broken, he could do nothing as the police stood at his door. As he was being handcuffed, Fugiting wondered why the goddess in black clothes had abandoned him. He kept offering sacrifices, yet she never once came to his side. 3 days passed since the arrest of Schwacker Tattoo, also known as Fugiting. Under Kyoko's invitation, Risen visited her room. After hearing about what happened, his uncle had beaten him, and he went home shaking. On the morning of the second day, Risen received many calls and messages from Kyoko. Even though she had helped him so much, he had not met her until now. Feeling guilty for worrying her, Ryzen comforted her and assured her that everything was finally over. Junior could now rest in peace. Still, even with Fugiting locked away, Ryzen could not stop thinking about the goddess in black clothes. In the back of his mind, he wondered if she was the same woman he had seen before. Maybe there was a connection between Fugiting and that monster. But for now, Ryzen chose not to think about it. He wanted to enjoy the moment and simply be with Kyoko. Since it had been a long time since they talked like this, Kyoko decided to cook lunch for him. They teased each other and talked for hours. Eventually, Kyoko asked if he wanted to turn on the TV. To their surprise, a breaking news report appeared. The newscaster announced that Schwaker Tattoo, also known as Fugiting, the recently captured suspect in the serial murder cases, was found dead in custody. Both Ryzen and Kyoko were stunned. According to the news, the police were investigating the case as possible self-harm. In the end, it seemed Fugiting had offered himself to art, even in death. Still, Ryzen could not understand why things had ended this way. Kyoko spoke with a sad expression, saying that some artists live in worlds others can agree with, while some live in places ordinary people can never understand. Ryzen still could not make sense of it. Even though Fugiting showed no regret, Ryzen could not believe that dying would bring him any happiness. Since everything had already passed, it no longer felt important to dwell on it. Ryzen did not want to understand Fugiting's thoughts, but he was sure they had something to do with that woman. Even though he wanted answers about the goddess in black clothes, he believed she had no direct connection to this case. After the criminal was caught, Fugiting's body was returned to his family for burial. As a final farewell, Ryzen planned to attend Junior's funeral. Although Junior lost his life, Ryzen was glad to return to a normal life. No monsters, no murders, just peace. Still, he could not ignore the fact that things would never be the same again. Seeing how shaken he was, Kyoko tried to comfort him and reassure him that everything would be fine. Just when Ryzen thought things were finally settling down, something unexpected happened. Kyoko began saying strange things. She told him that she would not attend Junior's funeral. Ryzen assumed she was still troubled by Fugiting's case, so he reassured her that none of it was her fault. But what she said next sent chills through his body. According to her, that case had little to do with Fugiting. The truth was that Junior would have hated seeing her at his funeral, because she was the one who removed his organs. At that moment, Ryzen realized it was not over yet. All this time, he believed Kyoko was someone he could trust, but she was nothing like what he thought. After being struck by something, Ryzen lost consciousness for a moment. When he woke up, he found himself inside one of Kyoko's rooms in her apartment. As she began to speak, her words sounded strangely familiar to Ryzen. In that moment, he finally realized the truth. The goddess in black clothes that Fugiting talked about was actually Kyoko all along. According to Kyoko, she and Fugiting were not partners at first. She only approached him out of curiosity and personal interest. However, Fugiting did an excellent job. When she talked to him, he listened to everything she said. Even when it damaged his own art, he still offered her what she wanted. Ryzen immediately became angry and demanded to know what she meant by that. Kyoko explained that to complete her art, something important must never be missing. She then showed Ryzen the artwork she had been working on for a long time. This was the same piece Junior saw the last time he was alive. It was the work Kyoko had devoted her entire life to finishing. It was a painting of a lake drawn only in red and purple. The reason for this was simple. The theme of the painting was humanity. Since Ryzen could not understand what she meant, Kyoko decided to explain. According to her, a boat drifting on a lake is the perfect symbol of a human life. The boat and the lake surface exist together in harmony. Unlike a river, a lake has no current. The boat may try to reach the shore, drift aimlessly, or slowly sink into the depths. Meanwhile, the forest, sky, and sun silently watch as the boat follows its path. In short, the painting represents a human life. But if that were all, Kyoko said it would be boring. That is why she chose a more creative material to paint humanity. Kyoko then revealed the truth. She used the internal organs she and Fugiting collected from their victims. To provoke Ryzen, she casually opened a drawer and showed him intestines as if they were nothing special. She went even further, describing in detail how impressive Fugiting was at peeling Junior's skin. According to her, even for a medical school graduate, that level of skill was rare. What made her happiest was the moment Junior finally saw her artwork. His shocked expression amused her so much that she wished she could relive it again. But what she enjoyed the most were his screams as she worked. Hearing all of this made Ryzen feel sick. He could barely look at Kyoko anymore. Kyoko then stepped closer and ordered him to look straight at her face. It seemed she desperately wanted him to witness her creative process. At that moment, the only question in Ryzen's mind was why. Why did everything turn out this way? For the first time in his life, he had been truly happy, but realizing that all the memories he shared with Kyoko were lies shattered him completely. All this time, he believed the Spider Woman was responsible for the murders. But learning that the woman he loved was the real culprit made everything far worse. Kyoko told Rai that he was wrong, because at least during the event of Junya, he was also a partner in crime, as she grabbed him from his neck. She then, coming closer to him, told him that she wanted to hear one more time him saying that you are lying. Scared, as he looked at the Junya's organs lying on the plate, he said as was told. She, with a big smile on her face, told him that it must be great to be at one with his friend in the stomach. After that, holding Junya, she walked towards the juicer jug and told him that it was time for him to say goodbye to Junya. He was shocked to hear that. She further added that, as she had told him before, that this painting, the meat pie, all used a special ingredient. He tried to stop her from doing it. However, she didn't pay him any attention and asked that did he say goodbye to Junya, then told him that she would start the juicer now while saying goodbye Junya. He cried for her to stop, but nothing in the world could make her do that as she pushed the juicer button. This was enough, he thought. Looking down at himself being tied to a chair, he thought that it didn't matter who, but he wanted someone to save him. At that moment, a girl was seen jumping from one roof to another. As Kyoko mixed different ingredients on a color palette, she looked back at Rai and asked him whether he was looking properly. She then told him that she had also talked with Junya before, as she believed in using organic material in her art. Then pointing towards the painting, she further added that so this portrayed the logic of humanity and life in the painting. At the same time, she represent them as she used them as a paint. Then pointing at different points, she told that at this point she used stomach. And then pointing towards others, she told him that she used liver in that part, and on the other, the pancreas. Beside, it was true that juice from crushed organs didn't have color on its own, so she also used painting to go over it again. So, it was only a normal painting if you look at it, but it actually consisted of humanity in it. And then asked him, that wasn't this incredible, and didn't it make him shiver? Rai thought about the organs taken from all the murders. So, basically, those were the offerings of Todo to Kyoko. Beside, did it have any relation to that person, or was the person who murdered her was Kyoko? He then heard Kyoko calling his name, seeing him lost in thought. He asked her that why did she kill Junya, as all the victims, except for Junya, didn't have any relation to them guys. So why was it that Junya was her target this time? Even if she said that it was because she nearly got discovered, but killing the person in question might got her exposed. She told him that it was because timing was perfect. And then, smiling at him, she in a conspiratorial tone told him that it was because she suddenly thought of something that was more exciting. Kyoko Yoshimuro then started telling him about herself, that her fellows used to praise her that she was such a good girl and that her parents raised her to have great values. Beside for them, she was always on her best behavior and acted so mature for her age. Moreover, she really gave off that honor student vibe, and she was so gentle and kind, but Kyoko herself found all these praises so annoying. She was so sick and tired of it all. She hated boring, ordinary people like them who had different personalities for everyone they talked to. She couldn't imagine being such a waste of space, as she would never want to live a life where she don't accomplish anything and just sit around and work. Her parents always called her a good girl and told her that they were so proud of her, making her think like that was what they only thought about her. Still, she failed to escape from those shackles, as after all that was what she was. Kyoko Yashimiro, the normal ordinary girl. She thought that if she went off to college and left town, she would definitely change. But no matter where she went, Kyoko the model citizen never left. She wondered how different things would be if she had a boyfriend. At that moment, she saw him as he collided with someone, and his things fell off on the ground. When she looked at him, his eyes were the darkest she had ever seen. She thought, what despair given his eyes such fairy-like bleakness, and wanted to know. As she handed him his papers from the ground, and asked him which grade he was in, and found out that they were in same grade. She then introduced herself and told him that she was from art department and requested him to take care of her, and that was how they became closer and eventually lovers. However, after they started going out, the darkness in his eyes disappeared. He started smiling and looking happy, and eventually became an ordinary boring guy, hence started to bore her. Moreover, she wanted to feel alive, which good girl like Kyoko could never feel so. At that time, she met a man she was destined to meet who was crushing the skull of someone. He told her that he was trying to portray the composition of a skull crushed by heavy machinery. Now, this wasn't art, and she should run away, but then while passing by, her eyes laid on a body in a coffin. It was completely different than her relative's body she saw at the funeral. It was like straight out of TV show or novel. Looking at a mutilated corpse up like that, she thought that she was also going to be silenced by this killer. She found it too bizarre. He asked him that could she be Kyoko Yashimiro? He then told her that he was hoping that no one from his university would see his work. She told him that she knew it was an art piece. He told her that it was supposed to be, but he failed at it. He wanted to make it more impactful. Moreover, he asked to relocate now. She told him that he didn't need to worry as she would keep his secret. She then, in a seductive voice, told him that she wanted to know more about his art. He told her that he was so happy to hear that, as she was the first person who took interest in his art. She was impressed at his delusions, but played along, and told him that, even though they just met, it seemed like a destiny. She has finally found a strange and unordinary person. He was what she has been looking for, someone who lived his own way, instead of following the norm. She hugged him and told him that she was looking for him everywhere. After finishing off her story, she turned towards Ray and told him that was all about it. And hasn't he found it romantic? Ray looked at him with fury. She then told him that she wanted people who would understand this art to see it, but she got curious about what he would think if he saw it. As meeting new people, getting to know them, open your heart to them was what Kyoko was like, but she thought about what happened if he discovered the real her and what a thrill it would be. And that was why, despite of being bored to death, she kept their relationship because she wanted to see his reactions with the unusual expression she knew he would give her. However, on the day she went to his house, she did a creative work with Shuichiro. Ray thought that it meant that she was already a monster, and that was also before the incident happened. She asked Ray whether he was jealous, as despite of his being dull, he was cute, and she would make him a prisoner like a Shuichiro, but unfortunately he and Junya saw Shuichiro's work, realizing him what they saw was a woman corpse on a cross. She told him that they choose victims randomly, but it was coincidence that she was from Junya's neighborhood. She thought that it would be all right if she talked to them. When she went to Junya and told him about it, he wanted to see Shuichiro in person. If she told him honestly, all of this was very confusing in the beginning, but she saw an opportunity in it. So if the police arrest and put Shuichiro to death after he finished his art, he would have accomplished his life dream, but that would be a horrible ending. Besides, she had finally experienced the unordinary, and if she wouldn't be careful, she had to return to reality, and she wouldn't let anyone to do that. So, by framing Shuichiro, she could eliminate Junya, who refused to see eye to eye with her. When Junya disagreed with her plans, she turned him into an object for her use. Shuichiro had already agreed that if one of them were caught, he would take his own life. If everything went as planned, he would die for her. Ray asked himself that why he hadn't realized Junya was killed at the same night as well. His several organs were removed, and it was day after Kyoko had contacted him and told him that there was something wrong about all this. She also told him that she contacted the police, but there was no evidence in Shuichiro's apartment. But how could that possible? Shuichiro's apartment was filled to the brim with his art. So it was all lie, and Kyoko setting a trap outsmarted the police, and they arrested Shuichiro. Shuichiro also realized that she had betrayed him, but he was going to do the dirty work and die alone. Kyoko told him that now, as he knew everything, and then holding a blade in her hand, told him that now things were getting back on the track, as he would be Shuichiro's replacement and become her slave who shared the unordinary life with her because he was a good for the role. She then casually mentioned something about killing his brother and becoming a lone star, when he couldn't understand it. She thought to herself that he would still not acknowledge it, so she reminded him that once he was attacked by a killer, so he sacrificed his brother to save himself. Beside, his brother was a good man and well known around here, so his parents were miserable. So it was like the lesser of two brothers got to live or something like that. Ray crushed his teeth. She asked him in an innocent voice that did she open an old wound. However, he didn't need such a superficial and empty way of thinking anymore. So how about becoming her slave and living an unordinary life? As sooner or later she would need someone who has to provide her with materials. She told him to let her teach him a lesson, and then started attacking him while telling him that he would hurt if she didn't miss. Ray screamed with pain. She laughed with satisfaction, telling him that this apartment has great soundproofing, so screaming wouldn't help, then started attacking him on each part of Biz's body. When he couldn't bear it anymore, holding his face in his hands, she asked him that it hurt, didn't I? So whether he wanted her to stop. She wouldn't make it stop until she would make him give in. She would work really hard towards it. Then, kissing him on cheek, told him that it wouldn't be only painful, as she would make him feel good too. Then looking at him, she called him cute and told him that looks were important, as Shuichiro was smart, but he looked like a monster. Ray told him that she was fucking crazy and told her that she found fun in this. Moreover, she tortured people for entertainment, and in enraged voice told her to give Junya back to him. She asked him what he was talking about. She couldn't give Junya back as he was already broken down. Then, holding up a glass in front of him, she told him that she could spare a little bit of Junya's smoothie. He could have a little bit of it. He looked at it miserably. Kyoko told him to stop looking like that because he was making her wet. Ray, though, that she was a real monster. Seeing a look on his face, she asked him that whether her words moved him and told him that once her current painting was finished, she would paint him. Then, holding a syringe in her hand, she told him that if she used his organs, he would die right away. So for now, he would use his blood. So every day she would draw a little bit blood of his so she would keep him happy. She told him that she would become a blood artist and asked him that, don't he think that his blood would make a great painting? She would draw a vampire, a self-portrait of a beautiful vampire sucking her servant's blood. Then seeing his expressions, she asked him what he was looking at. It seemed that he was looking at this room for the first time. So did taking few blows made him crazy? Then she forced him to look at her, telling him that he was unordinary. Ray told him in a mocking tone that she would never be a monster, no matter how hard she try. She would still be human. Moreover, she was some psychotic woman pretending to be someone else. This really came as a shock to her and inquired about it. He told him that the most real monster among them was closer than she thought, as it was right behind her. As at that moment, Spider-Girl appeared before Kyoko. Ray told Kyoko to look behind her. When she did, her expression froze. She stared in disbelief, unable to comprehend where the girl had come from or how she had entered the room. Before Kyoko could react, the girl moved. Threads shot out in an instant, wrapping around Kyoko's body, binding her tightly and hurling her into the corner like an object. The girl then turned calmly and walked toward Ray. Still tied to the chair, Ray stared at her in shock and asked why she had come to help him. She began to answer, but before finishing her sentence, she climbed onto him. He tried to stop her, but before he could say anything else, her lips pressed against his. She kissed him deeply. From the corner of the room, Kyoko screamed in fury, cursing the strange girl and calling her a bitch. Struggling against the sticky threads, Kyoko touched the webbing binding her and frowned. It felt sticky and strong. In a frustrated voice, she demanded that the girl remove it immediately. When that failed, she began shouting again, threatening her, asking who she thought she was. She accused Ray of cheating on her and demanded to know where the hell this girl had come from. Ignoring Kyoko entirely, Ray pleaded with the girl to untie the ropes around his body. They had to leave immediately, but before he could finish, Kyoko cut him off, shouting in disbelief. She asked what nonsense he was talking about. Did he really mean to say he would rather be with that slut than with her? He had to be joking. Ray tried again, telling the girl to stop as she began licking his face. This was not the time for this, but she seemed uninterested in listening, moving instead to his neck. His voice shook as he told her they needed to hurry. If this continued, things would only become worse. He begged her to cut the ropes, promising he would do anything she wanted. In a single fluid motion, she sliced through them. Freed at last, Ray staggered up and told her they needed to call the police immediately. But instead of moving away, she pulled him back toward her. Confused and disoriented, he asked what she was doing. This wasn't the time for that. The girl answered only with an ironic smirk directed at Kyoko before kissing him again. Kyoko snapped. She screamed in rage, hurling threats, swearing she would kill the girl, her voice echoing through the apartment. Ray shouted that she had lost her mind. What right did she have to be angry when she had never even treated him as her boyfriend? Yet even as he thought this, he realized something unsettling. The girl kissing him didn't seem to care about him either. It felt as though she had freed him only to satisfy herself. He asked her what she had even come here for. Before she could answer, Kyoko tore herself free from the webbing. With a sudden burst of movement, she shoved the girl aside and lunged at Ray, plunging the blade into his abdomen. Blood spilled instantly. With a twisted smile, Kyoko whispered for him to die. She wrapped her arms around him and demanded to know who that woman was. Who was she, the one who created those strange threads, who appeared out of nowhere, who licked his blood? No matter how one looked at it, it was unnatural. The pain from the blade burned intensely, like fire spreading through his body. Ray could no longer endure it. His legs gave way and he collapsed, but before he hit the floor, the girl caught him and gently lowered his head onto her lap. Kyoko trembled with rage at being ignored yet again. Her voice cracked as she declared that she no longer needed Ray. If he wanted to live in a world where it was only the two of them, then she would kill them both. She ordered them to remove their clothes, claiming she would turn their corpses into a sculpture, two lovers flirting together in a park. Ray weakly told the girl that if things continued like this, she should at least escape. She ignored him and instead pressed her mouth to his wound, beginning to suck his blood. Kyoko stared in shock, demanding to know what she was doing. She muttered that she should have known. This girl was no ordinary human. Ray, dizzy and fading, also asked her what she was trying to do. His vision blurred, and he struggled to keep his eyes open. Then a strange sound filled the room. Kyoko laughed nervously, calling everything a lie until she noticed them. Spiders. Dozens, then hundreds, crawling across the walls, the floor, surrounding her from every direction. Panic seized her as she realized she was trapped. With a flick of her hand, the girl commanded the spiders to finish Kyoko. Understanding too late that the situation had changed, Kyoko fell to her knees and began apologizing, begging for forgiveness, claiming she never meant to hurt Rei. The girl showed no reaction. The next moment, Kyoko's screams filled the apartment as the spiders swarmed over her body, devouring her alive. Rei felt the pain intensify and wondered if this was truly the end. The girl gently stroked his hair. He thanked her weakly for coming to save him, then apologized for having hit her before. He was relieved that it hadn't left a bruise. He thought that if she hadn't kissed him and had instead taken him away immediately, he might not be dying now. But even as that thought crossed his mind, he felt strangely content. In her presence, even at the end, he felt trapped, yet safe. His vision went dark. When he opened his eyes again, he was somewhere else. The place felt familiar. Slowly, he realized where he was. It was a cocoon, soaked in blood. The girl sat above him, eating from it. He remembered seeing her do this once before in his bedroom. He tried to stop her as she leaned closer. Whatever she was consuming tasted like iron. When he asked what it was, she smiled and told him it was human blood before kissing him. Ray wondered if this was a dream. Pain pulsed through the place where he had been stabbed, reminding him that Kyoko had truly stabbed him. How then was he still alive? At that moment, a man appeared nearby and shouted, demanding to know what the hell they were doing. Ray turned toward the sound and told the girl that someone was there. When Ray finally regained consciousness, he was still tangled in dreams of the Spider Girl. As his eyes fluttered open, the first thing he saw was his uncle's face looming above him. With a crooked smile and a deliberately light tone, his uncle said that he was sorry Ray had woken up to see him instead of a group of beautiful angels. Ray slowly pushed himself upright and immediately winced. A sharp pain pulsed through his head, grounding him in reality. Whatever had happened, it hadn't been a dream after all. His uncle seemed relieved. He told Ray it was good to see him awake and full of energy, though Ray noticed how carefully the man was watching him. Only then did Ray realize where he was. The beeping machines, the stiff bed beneath him, he was in a hospital. The strangest part wasn't that he was injured. It was that he was alive. His uncle explained that Ray had only sustained minor injuries and bruises. He joked that if Ray somehow died from them, he'd sue the hospital himself. Ray almost laughed until the memory of the stabbing surfaced again. Minor, he thought bitterly. His uncle went on to explain that a homeless man had found Ray in Takanosu Park, deep in a wooded area soaked in blood, and had brought him to the hospital. Ray froze. Takanosu Park was an entire town away from Kyoko's apartment. That meant the monster had carried him all that way. When Ray hesitantly began to speak about the perpetrator behind the murders, his uncle's expression darkened. He told Ray that Kyoko Yoshimuro had been identified as the culprit, but she was missing. Toto had been apprehended, but he'd taken his own life before a full interrogation. During the investigation, however, they found hair in his room that didn't belong to him or any known victim. Kyoko's phone had gone unanswered, and she hadn't been seen at college or at home. When they searched her apartment, they found a comb. The hair on it matched perfectly, so there was no denying her involvement. Yet nothing about the case made sense. His uncle admitted that Ray himself had been stabbed during the incident. There was a large amount of blood found in Kyoko's room, far more than should have come from his wound alone. And then there were the corpses of spiders. Dead spiders were scattered throughout the apartment. As if mutilating human organs hadn't been enough, the woman had apparently abducted people too. But why kill the spiders? Ray's thoughts spiraled, but before he could reach any conclusion, his uncle continued. They had found traces of other victims on Kyoko's paintings. Blood, DNA evidence layered beneath the art itself. However, each discovery only deepened the mystery. Then his uncle asked if Ray remembered the case of Yuko Maibara, the female student whose organs, including her brain, had been completely removed. Dodo had confessed to every crime except that one. Every other victim's body had been recovered, however, Yuko's never was found. Even more troubling, her DNA was nowhere on Kyoko's paintings, meaning Kyoko hadn't killed her either. The case remained open, tangled with the others by timing alone. To make matters worse, one of his uncle's closest friends from forensics had also disappeared. He admitted quietly that he felt helpless. Then came the harder questions. His uncle asked whether Ray had been using drugs. The circumstances under which he'd been found were disturbing. The doctor had said it looked as though Ray had been drinking his own blood. Was he even sane? Ray felt sick. From the outside, he must have looked like something grotesque, terrifying even. He apologized and said he couldn't remember anything after being stabbed. His uncle placed a hand on his shoulder. He said he only asked because he was a detective. Then, firmly, he told Ray to stay out of the case for his own safety. He advised him to rest and left soon after. Ray was alone, or so he thought. He noticed her at the window. The spider girl stood there, unusually quiet. Hospitals were crowded, noisy, the places she usually avoided. Yet she slipped inside and wrapped her arms around him, pressing a kiss to his lips. There would be no rest today, he thought. Later, he attended Junia's funeral. The weight in his chest felt unbearable. With the ceremony over, Ray thought he now had to return to the dull, unremarkable life he'd had before meeting any of them. But when he reached his apartment, his heart sank. Spiderwebs filled his room. She told him, without words, that she decided to stay. Ray sighed and told her he didn't mind her living with him, but she could at least try to be less messy. Then he noticed something darker woven into the webbing. His blood. It reminded him of a videotape replaying itself every night, except instead of food, there were blood bags. There were no human organs, just stored blood. And now she had brought them into his room, as if she were settling in. He turned on the television. The news replayed the horrifying murder case, emphasizing how the culprits had used real human organs. Ray wondered where Kyoko was, whether she was alive or already dead. A tap on his shoulder pulled him back. He asked what she wanted. The girl climbed into his lap and hugged him tightly. He told her he couldn't hear the news, but she didn't care. The broadcaster spoke of Akutsu Junya, the last victim. This really grabbed Ray's attention. A student from the same university like culprits was killed simply because of bad luck. The word luck echoed painfully. If Ray had never met Junya, if they'd never gone to the park, if any single moment had gone differently. But he knew Junya wouldn't want him thinking that way. They'd only been together briefly. But for someone as lonely as Ray, it had meant everything. And now those days were gone forever. The spider girl held him as he cried until exhaustion pulled him into sleep. When Ray woke again, it was night. A massive spider stood before his bed. He asked if it was her. He understood then this was her true form. He asked if she planned to eat him. He said he'd always known it would happen someday, that she'd never let him escape. Still, he thanked her. She had let him cry, let him express his emotions. No one else ever had done that before. She leaned close, and despite his fear, something about it felt strangely comforting. He realized she wasn't controlling him anymore because she didn't need to, as he wasn't going to run. When he finally spoke, his voice was quiet. He told her he didn't know what she was, but she had saved his life. Somehow, she had healed him. He wondered if they would ever truly understand one another. He remembered Junya's words about his loneliness, about how deeply it hurt, and how that pain made him kinder than others. Ray told her that until she grew tired of him, he would stay with her. Then he opened a notebook and asked her to come closer. If they were going to exist together, he would record it, everything. He had been caught at the beginning of summer. Summer was over now. He had been claimed by a monster, and understanding would come way far in the future. He then wrote a title on the first page. Sign, Monster Without a Name.
Hey guys, sorry for mid-editing, but I noticed a lot of you are watching my videos without subscribing. Our subscribe ratio is literally close to 0. I'd really appreciate it if you hit that subscribe button. It helps a lot. Thanks. Now, back to the recap.
Yuko Maibara began to narrate how she had become what she was today. By the time she realized it, it was already too late. She had been offered as a sacrifice in the lair of a monster, trapped by the false laws of luxury and status, where everything she had was slowly taken from her. Her existence felt incomplete, half-finished. She was neither exceptional nor worthless. Her athletic and academic abilities were average. She was shy, though not incapable of communication. She was simply mediocre. Yuko Maibara. She lived in a wealthy household, obsessed with titles, reputation, and the world's shallow gaze. It wasn't that she failed outright. She simply never excelled. Even when she won the English speech contest, her father did not praise her. Instead, he dismissed it, saying that anyone, even an ordinary person, could achieve such a thing. No matter how hard she tried, it was never enough. At first, enduring it again and again was easy, but eventually, exhaustion settled deep within her. Still, as long as she remained the daughter of that house, she could live a reasonably ordinary life. But she was done. There was nothing she could be proud of. After giving up everything, each day became meaningless and colorless until she met him. He had the same resigned eyes as hers, alone in a reckless world. He shook her to the core. She was a college student with no friends. She often saw him drinking coffee, noticing how genuinely happy he looked, when he held the cup in his hands. They lived in the same apartment building. Sometimes she followed him, though she knew it made her seem like a stalker. The truth was simpler. She just wanted to talk to him. She wondered if she should write him a letter. Maybe they could accidentally bump into each other on the train platform. She hoped he wouldn't hate her for it, but then she saw him with another woman. She went home that day, her heart heavy. Soon after, a man arrived to visit her father. Her father addressed him respectfully as Professor Kusunoki, apologizing for the delay before escorting him inside. When the man looked at her, there was something unmistakably sinister in his gaze. Yuko retreated to her room and cried. She felt utterly broken. If she couldn't even bring herself to speak to him, how could she survive? Her thoughts returned to the girl she had seen earlier, the one whom he could hold her, caress her, kiss her softly on the mouth. The frustration consumed her. Nothing else mattered. She didn't want anyone to take him away from her. She touched her tongue, imagining what it would feel like to kiss him. All she could feel was emptiness. She wished she could meet him in her dreams. Then she felt it. Someone was watching her. A dark presence lingered, like unseen eyes pressing into her back. That moment became the trigger for her downfall. She then began to dream. In her dreams, a giant spider large as a calf appeared before her. From that night onward, the dreams came every day. Whenever they did, her body froze, completely immobile. On the fourth day, the spider began moving around the room, observing her. On the seventh day, she realized it had been watching her sleep all along. She wondered what it meant. She wondered if she had always been this small. From then on, her dreams never stopped, until finally another dream came. Before she could understand where she was, she heard a voice. She couldn't believe it. It was his voice. She was happy to see him, even if it was only in a dream. She knew it was wrong. She didn't want it to happen like this, but her body refused to move. She told herself it was just a dream, just a nightmare. Spider webs covered everything. She left her room in the dream, unsure of what to do. No one would believe her. She thought of him again and convinced herself that everything would be all right. Then she saw the spider standing before her. In that moment, she desperately wished it were only a dream. Her life had been without color for so long, she never wanted it to end like this. As the spider attacked her, the only thing that filled her mind was his face. She wanted to talk to him just once. She wanted to touch him. She wanted him to touch her, but it was impossible. He had never noticed her. She couldn't believe that she had become the prey of a monster. No, she didn't think of it that way. She only believed that she could not be taken away by anyone else. She played with a monster, and the monster devoured her. That was all it took. The story was simple. Kyoko, before losing her conscience, starting to lose the comprehension of her surroundings. Looking around, she couldn't understand where she was. She had been meant to become something extraordinary, something creative. She remembered her life, the excitement, the pleasure, the sense that everything was within reach. Then she remembered how she was supposed to spend her life on Todo, and how afterwards she would ultimately become an outcast. She lifted her gaze, confusion tightening her chest. Why am I here? It felt like she was in a... She couldn't finish the thought. Whatever this place was, she hated it. She refused to end here. What had she done to deserve this? Her memories surged back violently. Ray, that girl. The way the girl kissed him so openly, as if she were deliberately humiliating her. Kyoko remembered herself begging him not to ignore her, but the girl only continued, making a spectacle of it in front of her. Then she remembered coughing the blood, the spiders crawling over her, the suffocating terror. She had truly believed she was going to die. I can't die like this? The thought was unacceptable. She remembered all three of them, remembered the taste of blood filling her mouth as she coughed, blood spilling from her lips. Then came the spiders crawling and suffocating. In that moment, death felt close enough to touch, clinging to her skin like a curse. No, she could not die like this. The thought itself was unbearable. Someone was trying to take everything from her, her body, her future, her right to exist. And then she remembered him, her boyfriend, that girl and the way she kissed him. If death was inevitable, then she would make sure to kill her first, she thought. She would bring her down before the end, slam her into the ground, hear bone give way beneath the force, feel ribs crack under impact. She imagined tearing everything out, leaving nothing behind. After forcing herself past the revulsion, after swallowing what remained of Reina Toshaka, she would empty her completely, casting the remnants aside without mercy. And if it was already too late, if the deed had already occurred, then she would take what remained of her womb, crush it beneath her feet, and throw it to the stray dogs. Those organs, the ones that had dared to love him, would be destroyed. As for the part of her that could not, perhaps she would let it live. Perhaps she would nurture the fruit of that love instead. This would be quite a disgrace. She would tell him that the size of the vessel mattered. She would even forgive Rai for having once been weak, pathetic, she thought, but forgivable. She would give him a gift, something unforgettable. She would take the intestines from that man and fashion them into a scarf, something truly one of a kind. Warm enough, she was sure, to wrap around him when he finally crawled out of that bag. And whatever remained, why not grind it down, smear it across the floor, and paint a spider from it? Calling out to Ray, she was certain of one thing. He would be pleased. Then pain exploded through her body. She screamed, her voice tearing through the air as the memory of the spider's bites burned through her nerves. Her whole body trembled. She was convinced that she had done this to her. The monster, the girl, the enemy. She would never forgive her. That was the last clear thought in her mind. Then someone in a white coat approached and muttered, "There might be a possibility that—" Kyoko finally opened her eyes. Seeing the intravenous line attached to her arm, she slowly realized where she was. Before she could fully gather her thoughts, a voice reached her ears. "Oh, sleeping beauty, you're finally awake." She turned her head toward the bedside and saw an old man sitting there, his lab coat stained with blood. Uneasy, she asked who he was. He replied that it didn't matter. That answer only deepened her suspicion, and she told him plainly that the situation felt fishy. The man calmly said he was a doctor, and that his patient had brought her here. Just then, there was a knock at the door and someone entered the room. The doctor informed the newcomer that Kyoko was awake. The girl expressed relief upon hearing this. The doctor asked Kyoko how her legs felt. She replied that they were numb, but she believed it was only temporary. The doctor said that in all his years of practice, he had never encountered symptoms like hers. He asked if she would allow him to examine her legs. She refused, saying this was a special case and that she needed to handle it herself. She then apologized for her unnecessary curiosity. The doctor told her he wouldn't interfere further as long as he was paid. The hospital room and the wheelchair, he added, were hers to use as she saw fit. The girl thanked him. The girl in the wheelchair greeted Kyoko and said it was nice to meet her, adding that she had been worried about what she would do if Kyoko hadn't woken up. Kyoko couldn't understand what this girl was really about. She mentioned that the doctor had said the girl was the one who brought her here. In a mysterious tone, the girl replied that, in the end, it was indeed her. Kyoko said that regardless of the reason or purpose, she wanted to thank her. The girl responded that hearing those words sent chills down her spine. Kyoko found her reaction unnatural. She bluntly told the girl that she was trespassing in someone else's room. Moreover, she had brought her to a shady ward run by a self-proclaimed black market doctor. It felt more like kidnapping. And how did she even know her name? The girl admitted that she couldn't deny the first two accusations. Then she handed Kyoko her phone. Kyoko discovered that she had been unconscious for 6 days. The girl told her she had been all over the news. She added that she had been nervous at first. Even though Kyoko had survived the monster on her own, the injuries she sustained were far more severe than she initially thought. Kyoko asked if she had witnessed everything. The girl replied that unfortunately by the time she arrived and pieced together a few clues, it was already over. She believed Kyoko wouldn't make it out alive. Kyoko said she didn't know whether that thing truly qualified as a monster, but something like that wouldn't break her spirit. The girl then asked how the monster had entered her room and what kind of monster it was. Kyoko ignored the question and instead asked what the girl wanted. The girl told her not to dodge the question. Kyoko replied that she hadn't meant for any of this to happen, but people now believed she was a serial killer. If the girl knew everything, why hadn't she turned her over to the police? The girl answered that she couldn't hand her to the police. When Kyoko demanded an explanation, the girl reminded her that Kyoko had seen the monster. She then asked whether Kyoko had seen a schoolgirl in a black sailor suit. The surprise on Kyoko's face confirmed it, making the girl realize she had struck the truth. The girl said she also wanted more information, how Kyoko had encountered the monster, and who the person was that she kept babbling about. Kyoko realized she was talking about Ray. Just thinking about him made her blood boil. The girl commented that it seemed Kyoko's luck had also run out. She thanked her for sharing everything and admitted that she now knew more than she ever had before. Because of that, she said, she wouldn't be able to hand Kyoko over to the police. Kyoko asked what she intended to do instead. Silence her? The girl replied that she wouldn't waste her time on that. Instead, she needed a favor. Would Kyoko be willing to help her? Seeing Kyoko's confusion, the girl explained that her goal was to rid the world of that monster. The only survivors who knew about it were Kyoko herself and Rei-kun. If Kyoko joined her, it would make killing the monster easier. She asked Kyoko what she thought. Kyoko wasn't sure she could trust this woman, but her hatred for the monster was genuine. After everything that had already happened, there was no turning back. She thought about Ray and the girl he had left her for, how they had abandoned her. She also thought about her unfinished art, which would be a disgrace to leave incomplete. Finally, she asked whether they could truly defeat the monster. The girl replied that although some things were secret, Kyoko's response made her willing to explain what needed to be done. Kyoko agreed, but suddenly grabbed the girl by the neck and told her that she would be the one to kill the monster. Reikun was her prey as well, and if the girl interfered, she would become just another one of her creations. The girl calmly replied that she would leave them to her. Kyoko's hatred and her information, she said, would be enough to defeat the monster. She then introduced herself. Her name was Shiori Karasawa, a former graduate of Washio University. She asked Kyoko to tell her more about herself, without forgetting to mention her being a serial killer. The word serial killer enraged Kyoko. She told Shiori to refrain from using it. She said she was a blood artist, an expressionist who painted life and the dark side of life. Imagining Rei-kun with the other girl, she whispered that she would let them enjoy themselves while they could. She was already thrilled by what she was about to do next. Ray thought about how summer vacation was coming to an end, and how he had already lost two irreplaceable people. Somehow, in the midst of all that, he had ended up growing warm to a monster. Now, as he stood under the shower, someone suddenly tried to barge in. Startled, he attempted to stop her. It was the monster. He asked her to please listen to him for a second, all the while thinking that his chastity was in serious danger. Even though he wanted to learn more about monsters, and he decided to compromise for a while, still, he really did not want to take a bath with her. Noticing the strange expression on her face, he asked whether she knew what people said about having good manners in relationships. Then he asked her how long she planned on wearing that uniform. She giggled, stepped into the bathroom, and began taking off her clothes. He tried to stop her, but soon she was down to her underclothes. Then she started tearing those off as well. Ray thought that if he kicked her out, she would only come back again. Instead, he picked her up, placed her into the bathtub, and told her to have it her way. He told himself to stay calm, thinking that he hadn't taken a bath since the monster had come to his house. Besides, she didn't seem to get dirty at all. Could it be that her biology worked differently from that of humans? He began scrubbing his body, but to his shock, she suddenly hugged him from behind. He tried to push her away, but she kept coming at him. He continuously protested about losing his chastity until she hurled him into the bathtub. Only then did he realize that she simply wanted to take a bath with him. In that moment, she was just an ordinary girl. She began splashing water at him, and it reminded him of a certain person who was always on his mind. She moved closer and started kissing him. He wondered what kind of devil had possessed her. At the same time, he thought about how he had been suppressing his feelings for so long. Could this be the moment when he released them all at once? Before he even realized what was happening, he found himself wrapping his arms around the monster. Rai thought to himself that somehow he had managed to protect his chastity. If he hadn't forced himself to confront himself back then as the memories of the bathtub flew to him, he didn't know what might have happened. Trying to change the subject, he asked the monster whether she had any clothes. He told her to wait for a minute while he searched for something suitable, but to his astonishment, she simply began spinning a dress out of spider silk, weaving it around herself with effortless precision. When she was fully dressed, Rai stared at her in disbelief. He asked if she had truly knitted her dress from spider webs. Instead of answering, she suddenly jumped toward him. Startled, he told her to wait. He still needed to dry his hair properly. At the sound of the hairdryer, she shrieked and darted away, hiding behind the door. He laughed softly while drying his hair and asked if she was afraid of hairdryers. Finding the situation strangely amusing, he teased that if she disliked them so much, she could simply avoid bathing altogether. Even as the thought crossed his mind, he realized how embarrassing it was to be having such a conversation in the bathroom. She slowly came closer again, this time ignoring all his protestations. They kissed. In that moment, Rai realized something. When he touched the monster, she seemed happier than ever before. Or perhaps it was he who was happy. He couldn't tell the difference anymore. College finally has begun. On the first day, during the lunch hour at college, Rai found himself thinking how good it felt to be back. His morning lectures were over. The campus was filled with loud chatter, complaints about assignments, and the familiar buzz of student life. Nothing had changed. The same cafeteria, the same Neapolitan flavors, the same peaceful routine. And yet something felt wrong. Even though everyone around him looked cheerful, a strange fear crept into his chest. It felt as if an unseen presence lingered nearby, watching. Was he afraid? The thought unsettled him. That was when he noticed a reporter approaching a group of students, asking if he could speak to them about the recent bizarre serial murder cases. He seemed to be searching for someone connected to the victims. Rai silently thanked God that the police had kept his information confidential. Otherwise, he would have been surrounded by officers by now. The reporter asked about Kyoko's boyfriend. Rai realized then just how large Kyoko's social circle had been compared to his own. He wasn't surprised that no one mentioned him. Most of them didn't even know he existed. Uncle Daisuke's words echoed in his mind. Sometimes, information disappeared because of just one person. Still, Rai couldn't shake the feeling that it was only a matter of time before someone discovered the truth. Suddenly, a ripple of whispers spread through the cafeteria. Someone had entered. Students murmured excitedly. He was handsome, they said, like an idol or an actor. Some speculated about what kind of celebrity would step into a place like this. When Rai finally looked at him, his breath caught. The boy had hair that shimmered between gold and silver, dyed like stardust itself. His red eyes resembled drops of blood, sending a chill down Rai's spine. He was beyond comprehension. Naturally, people stared and whispered, but to Rai, it felt like seeing a familiar kind of isolation, the beauty of someone buried in war. For some reason, the sight reminded him of the monster's words, how her body and soul were frozen in one place. The boy walked straight toward Rai. "I found you," he said quietly. Then, after a brief pause, he added, "But it couldn't be you." Without another word, he turned and walked away. Rai stood frozen. The boy looked human, yet the moment their eyes met, Rai had felt strangely vulnerable. A heavy sense of déjà vu washed over him. Then it struck him. The aura, the presence. It was unmistakable. A monster. The white-haired boy was definitely a monster. Rai couldn't stop thinking about him, especially the way his lips had moved when he spoke. It left him deeply uneasy. He told him before leaving that they would meet again. Rai ended up missing his afternoon lectures just to avoid the reporters. But more than that, all he could think about the entire afternoon was a single sentence, the one the strange boy had spoken without sound, moving only his lips. "I will see you again." The memory refused to leave him. The more Rai thought about it, the more certain he became that the boy had been searching for something. When their eyes met, it was as if he had found it. And yet he had immediately denied it, saying there was no way it could be Ray. That contradiction made no sense. If that were true, then why promise they would meet again? There were a few things Ray knew for certain. First, the boy was not a college student. Someone with such prominent appearance would never go unnoticed. Rumors would have spread instantly. Yet aside from the students in the cafeteria, no one else seemed to have seen him. Second, and most important, he was a monster. Lost in thought, Ray saw a woman sitting in a wheelchair. He stopped short and noticed that the woman seated in it was mumbling to herself, her lips moving endlessly, as if reciting something only she could hear. A strange thought crossed his mind. She waiting for me? He dismissed it immediately. That was impossible. He was being paranoid, too shaken by the handsome boy from earlier. When he passed by her, she was still mumbling. Ray told himself not to overthink it. He shouldn't judge a book by its cover. Then she called his name. "Ray-kun." He froze. When he turned around, she was looking straight at him and asked, "Are you Ray-kun?" Panic surged through him. Only 3 people ever called him by that name. His dead friend Junya Akutsu, Uncle Daisuke, and Kyoko Yashimiro, who was missing. Without thinking, Rai turned and ran. He didn't stop until he reached the train station. Gasping for breath, he glanced at the timetable. The next train would arrive in 10 minutes. He clenched his fists. He had to get away from all of this. He had experienced enough strange encounters to last a lifetime, and something about that woman filled him with an unshakable sense of dread. Finally, the train arrived. After boarding, Rai collapsed into a seat and let out a long sigh of relief. He had escaped. When the woman's face surfaced in his thoughts again, he forcibly pushed it aside. He decided he would go shopping on the way back. He needed a change of pace, but then he reconsidered. Too much had happened that day. Going straight home felt safer. There was a monster waiting in his room after all, so relaxing was another problem, but still it was better than the people he had encountered today. At least with her, he felt secure. The realization startled him. He still couldn't believe that he felt safer with a monster. Maybe it was simply the result of living together for months. However, he thought, he still needed food and stepped off the train. Rai pulled a small memo from his bag and started reading the list. Coffee, bread. That was when he felt it. A presence. Slowly, he looked up and his blood ran cold. The same woman. She was there, having stepped off the very train he had just left. Rai couldn't believe his eyes. She smiled faintly as she looked at him. "I found you," she said softly. Then, tilting her head, she added, "Is now a good time for a chat, Ray-kun?" They met at Mimochi no Ki Cafe. The strange woman glanced around, clearly pleased, and complimented the atmosphere. Still, she remarked casually that she would have preferred inviting Ray to her room instead. Ray smiled stiffly and declined. He explained that the last time he had visited someone's room, things hadn't ended well, so he had to decline that offer politely. "Is that so?" she replied, a mysterious smile curling her lips. Ray took a breath. "Then let me ask again," he said. "Who are you, and why are you chasing me?" She laughed softly and called him an aggressive young man. Then, as if indulging him, she introduced herself as Yuri Saiga, an ex-convict. Ray's expression hardened. If that's true, he said, then I should call the police. That would be troublesome, she replied calmly. Ray pointed out that if he contacted the police, she would have to prove her identity. She shrugged and said she would simply run away as fast as she could. He glanced pointedly at her wheelchair. I could still stop you. She tilted her head. And what if I start screaming? She asked lightly. What if I accuse you of molesting me? Ray stood up abruptly. Don't, he said, realizing something then. This woman had never intended to give him a real name. The conversation was going nowhere. Just then, a waitress arrived and served their drinks, thanking them for waiting. Ray returned the courtesy. Watching his polite exchange, Yuri smiled. Is that kind woman your type? She asked teasingly. Ray sighed. He told her he was a regular there and asked her not to tease him. Oh, it's not fascination, she replied. It's the opposite. She's not my type at all. Ray leaned forward. I agreed to meet you because I had no choice, he said. You wouldn't stop chasing me. So if you won't tell me your name, then at least tell me why you wanted to meet me. She stirred her drink slowly. You just look like someone I was searching for, she said. That's all. Nothing more. Then why act like a madwoman? Ray asked. She smiled. I behave like that when I'm excited. Sometimes it leads to misunderstandings. As she spoke, Ray studied her more closely. Her appearance was horrible, yet it contrasted sharply with something else. Looking at her felt like staring into a bottomless pit. Then tell me this, Ray said quietly. How did you know my name? More precisely, he added. My nickname? Her eyes sharpened. Does that mean you're the Ray Kun I was looking for? He hesitated. It's possible, he said. Others might share the same name. She shook her head. Ray is the nickname, she said. Beside, it's the soul attached to your body. Ray froze. She continued calmly, explaining that when she compared the conditions before her with the information she possessed, everything aligned. What, Ray interrupted, is clinging to me. She smiled. You talk too much. She reached into her wallet, placed money on the table, and told him that she was glad that she had achieved her goal so easily. Then she glanced down at her legs. I want to return to my room as soon as possible, she murmured. But they're still like this. You didn't answer my questions, Ray said. I only asked for his time, she replied. I never have said that I had to answer all the questions he would ask. She looked at him again, her gaze sharp and knowing. I'm certain we'll meet again, sooner or later. Until then, take care of yourself. Then her tone darkened. It's a pity, she said softly, that nothing will remain for you until then. Ray stiffened. If you want your life back, she continued, kill the monster woman who has possessed you. You've been intimate with her, so killing her with your own hands should be easy. Her smile widened. If you don't, she said, you will regret it. She told Ray to think carefully about who was a friend and who was an enemy. Then she handed him a paper with a phone number scribbled across it. It's my number, she said. Contact me if you change your mind. Ray glanced at it briefly. If possible, he replied coldly, I'd rather never see you again. Just as he was about to return it, he noticed a photograph printed on the back. His hand paused. What's this? He asked, as he realized that it was the same guy who had appeared at his college earlier. Her smile widened. Your reaction is interesting, she said, so I'll reward you with a piece of advice. She told him the man in the photograph was extremely dangerous, a genius, someone who knew exactly how to slip into people's minds and manipulate them from within. Don't let him inside your head, she warned, and with that, she left. By the time Ray reached his apartment building, his body felt unbearably heavy, as though his limbs were made of lead. As he climbed the stairs, a thought kept repeating in his mind. The strange woman and the man from earlier felt disturbingly similar. He couldn't understand either of them, nor what they truly wanted. When he opened the door to his apartment, he found the monster girl sitting on the floor, waiting for him. He gently tapped her head. I'm home. Her face lit up instantly. She leapt onto him and wrapped her arms around his neck. A sharp sting followed the brief pain, but pleasure flooded through his body just as quickly. She pushed him down and sank her fangs into him, drinking his blood as if it were the most natural thing in the world. It had become part of their daily lives. Yet, as she fed, Ray remembered the strange woman's warning. He knew the woman wasn't ordinary. She knew quite a bit about monsters, too, and still, a part of him hesitated to trust that woman. Has she really done anything that deserves death? He wondered. He was indebted to her. More than that, there was a bond between them. The thought of killing her made him feel guilty. Then someone barged into the room and said politely, Excuse me for the interruption. Ray's blood ran cold. He looked up in shock. The man smiled warmly. Good evening, he said. It's nice to meet you both. He then introduced himself. My name is Louis Myojo. Ray could only stare at him, disbelief written across his face.
Hey guys, sorry for mid-editing, but I noticed a lot of you are watching my videos without subscribing. Our subscribe ratio is literally close to 0. I'd really appreciate it if you hit that subscribe button. It helps a lot. Thanks. Now, back to the recap.
Ray demanded to know why Louis was there. Louis glanced around calmly and suggested they move to the living room. "This isn't the best place for a conversation," he said. Ray followed him, irritation boiling over. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" he snapped. Louis opened the door and stopped short. Spiderwebs covered the room, stretching from wall to wall. His eyes lit up with interest. "What an avant-garde space," he said thoughtfully. "Is this your hobby?" Ray was trembling with anger. "It's not," he replied sharply. "It's something else." At that moment, the monster came up behind Ray and gently took hold of his arm. Ray stiffened. She usually disappeared whenever someone else appeared. Why now? He wondered. Was she all right with this? Was she scared? He wanted to ask, but he knew she wouldn't answer. Meanwhile, Louis wandered through the room as if it were his own. He picked up a book titled A Country Without a Globe, Environmental Mermaid and Flower Folding Screen, and examined it with interest. "You're quite a reader," Louis remarked. "Don't touch my things," Ray warned. Louis glanced back at him. "What's your name?" Ray ignored the question. "Who are you exactly?" Louis smiled faintly. "If you don't answer my questions," he said, "I won't answer yours." After a moment, Ray gave in. "Rema Tosaka." Louis repeated it slowly, as if tasting the syllables, and found the name quite complicated, he decided. After playing with the few nicknames in his head, he smiled. "I'll call you Ray-kun." Ray frowned. "Then let's settle this now, Myojo," he said. "There's no need to be so distant," Louis replied lightly. "Just call me Louis." Before Ray could react, Louis took his hands. "It's nice to meet you," he said warmly. Flustered, Ray returned the greeting. But inside, his thoughts were racing. He couldn't keep up with Louis's pace. It felt intentional, as if he were being pulled along. Then Monster turned Ray's face towards her. He reassured her. "I didn't mean to ignore you," he said softly, apologizing. "We're talking about something important." He faced Louis again. "How did you get into my apartment?" Louis answered casually. "I snuck in." Ray clenched his fists. "Are you even listening to me?" "I'm serious," Louis replied. "I came in through the door while you two were flirting." "That's not what it looked like," Ray snapped. Louis chuckled. "You should lock your door properly next time, especially before you get carried away kissing." The monster glared at him, her eyes dark with anger. "That was enough." "I'm calling the police," Ray said. Louis tilted his head. "Are you sure you can?" he asked, then glanced at the monster. "I don't know what that thing is, but she looks exactly like a high school girl. If you brought someone like that home and did that with her," he let the implication hang, "you'd end up in jail before I do." Ray swallowed hard. "Why are you really here?" he asked. "Is it because you know something about Monster?" Louis nodded slowly. "I want to know her true identity." "That's impossible," Ray replied. "Not until you answer my questions first." Louis sighed, almost embarrassed. "I couldn't ignore the soul attached to your body," he admitted. "It was too obvious." Ray's breath caught. "So, you know about my soul too?" "Yes," Louis said calmly. "And I know about that girl as well. The secrets she carries, the mysteries surrounding her. I know almost everything." "Almost," Ray echoed. "I have many goals," Louis continued. "I've already achieved one of them." He looked at the monster again, his gaze sharp and calculating. "I came here," he said, "to confirm her existence with my own eyes." The monster gently turned him toward her. Ray stared at her in shock. "Do you want to kiss again?" he blurted out, completely flustered. Of all moments, was this really the time for something like that? Still unsettled, he turned to Louis and asked whether he knew the girl. Louis, instead of answering directly, asked him if he truly wanted to know everything about her. Ray replied that it was only natural. He had been dealing with this for a long time now, this being possessed power beyond anything a human could imagine or match. Holding the monster close, he said that she had abilities that made ignorance dangerous. That was precisely why he had chosen to compromise with her. The monster gazed up at him with innocent, doe-like eyes. Louis, now seated on the table, asked quietly whether Ray meant he intended to coexist with this child. Ray answered that, for now, it seemed possible. Louis thanked him, then apologized, saying he could not speak openly about everything at the moment. Ray was taken aback. Why not? Louis himself had said the monster was in danger. He had also explained that she would not harm humans unless certain circumstances pushed her to become a man-eating creature. Ray wondered about those factors, remembering Junia's intestines and how he himself had been kidnapped and nearly cut down by Kyoko. As the monster clung to Ray's hand, Louis asked if he had not realized the factor from the beginning. When Ray pressed him, Louis admitted that the factor he meant was Ray himself. Calling her monster child, he explained that everything depended on how Ray treated her. If he treated her badly, she could truly become a monster. Ray reflected on Kyoko's attack and how the child had rushed to his rescue. It made sense. Still, he asked whether this meant she could also attack others depending on how they treated her. Louis warned him not to leave the child unattended. Learning the truth carried greater risks. He confessed that he himself did not know whether Ray was someone who might use the child for evil. He simply could not tell. Ray replied that since Louis did not trust him enough to reveal the full truth, he had no reason to trust Louis either. He recalled that even the woman in the wheelchair had warned him about Louis. As if reading his thoughts, Louis suddenly asked whether he had met the woman in the wheelchair. Ray was startled. Louis observed his expression and concluded that they had indeed made contact. He casually inquired about her hair color, commenting on her habit of frequently changing her hairstyle and shade. Ray asked whether he knew her. Instead of answering directly, Louis revealed that the woman knew about the child's existence. In fact, the two of them were the only ones aware of the child's secret and how she had survived. He added that she would soon be ready to contact Ray again. Despite being confined to a wheelchair and unable to move her legs, she remained deeply involved. Louis then gave a final warning. Ray did not need to trust him, but he must never allow that woman to meet the child. She was pursuing the girl only to erase her from existence. He then told him that the woman's name was Shiori Karasawa, and for the monster child, she was undoubtedly a sworn enemy. It had been 2 weeks since Louis started living with them. As usual, they were having toast and coffee for breakfast. The monster came toward Ray and wrapped him in a side hug. Seeing this, Louis asked whether he was having coffee and toast again for the day. While sipping his own coffee, he remarked that he was surprised Ray did not get bored of eating the same thing every day. Ray replied calmly that if Louis had any complaints, then he did not have to eat it. Louis quickly said he was only joking. Besides, he liked toast. He then pointed out that he had been living there for 2 weeks, yet the only things they ever ate were buckwheat noodles for dinner and toast for lunch. Did that mean Ray was a vegan? Ray took another sip of his coffee and told him it was not like that. He admitted that he had not had much appetite lately, partly because he still could not properly taste food. Moreover, one of the reasons for this was that he still did not want to talk about anything out of the ordinary. Ray recalled their conversation from 2 weeks earlier. He had told Louis that he understood he could not reveal the secrets about the monster, as he seemed hesitant to do so. Louis had said he was glad Ray understood. Ray had then asked whether Louis would eventually tell him the truth about the monster. Louis assured him that he would, as he believed Ray to be a trustworthy person. Then Louis had proposed a deal, asking whether Ray would allow him to stay there for a while. That suggestion had truly startled Ray. What was he talking about? It sounded absurd, but Louis insisted it was not a bad deal. Before Ray could protest further, Louis explained that since Ray wanted to know about the monster, so he intended to stay and observe him to determine whether he was truly trustworthy. He apologized, saying he did not have much time and needed to get to know him as quickly as possible. Ray had responded that perhaps he should just call the police instead, holding his phone in his hand. Louis had calmly asked whether Ray wanted them both to be caught. He added that despite everything, Ray surely wanted to know about her. At that moment, Ray had pulled out the paper with the number of the woman in the wheelchair written on it. He remembered her warning that not to let Louis get into his head. Yet Louis had also described her as dangerous. They both knew about the monster, but Ray could not understand whom he should believe. Just then, the monster girl had placed a finger gently against his cheek. Looking at her, Ray realized this was what he feared the most. Still, he had always been surrounded by extraordinary things. In the end, he agreed to Louis' proposal. When Louis did not understand what he meant, Ray clarified that he could stay there, as he wanted to know him better. Even so, the woman's warning, that the man in the photograph was dangerous, remained in his thoughts. Ray told Louis that he would accept him, but only if he promised to tell him everything truthfully. Louis had promised that he would tell him everything he knew. Now, after 2 weeks of living together, Ray had learned that Louis was a former college student who now worked part-time. However, noticing the growing piles of books, Ray asked whether he had bought another one. Louis apologized, explaining that he needed to read at least 1 book a week to keep himself occupied. Ray reminded him that his room was not a bookshelf or a bookstore. He then noticed that there were all kinds of books scattered around: novels, philosophy texts, and even cookbooks. Ray glanced at the title of the book he was holding. It read, Female Vampire Carmilla by Joseph Sherry Dan LaFanu. At that very moment, the monster girl hugged Ray from behind, startling him completely. Looking at her, he gently told her that now was not the time. Ray wondered if she was going to bite him again, as the book fell out of his hands. Then he realized that she only wanted to hug him. He had asked that question because he thought she might try to suck his blood. It struck him that he hadn't given it much thought before, but the monster's behavior was exactly like the vampire Louis had been reading about, as the same vampire portrayed in the book, lying on the floor. Picking up the book, Louis told him that he looked pale and asked what was on his mind. Ray asked Louis if the true identity of a monster was a vampire. At the same time, he added that it couldn't be true, looking at him with expectant eyes. Louis released a sigh, a smile forming on his face, and then he laughed. Ray asked what was so funny about the situation, as the monster hid behind her. Lewis told him that it was true the monster's behavior could be interpreted as that of a vampire. His intuition was quite right. However, vampires were only imaginary creatures, unlike this girl. Hearing that, Ray asked whether he was telling him that this monster was a real creature, shielding the girl behind him. He added that even though she was right next to him, he had never seen anything so out of the ordinary in his life. Lewis, now seated, told him that even if it went against common knowledge, this girl still existed in their world. Moreover, they weren't imaginary creatures like vampires and dragons. However, the question still arose: where had this child been conceived, and how had it entered their world? Ray thought about all of this, about creatures that weren't part of their world, about beings believed to be non-existent, yet impossible to prove as absolutely non-existent. Seeing him lost in thought, Louis told him that he didn't have to think so hard. He then asked him to what extent his reality was the same as actual reality. Looking at the monster, Ray thought that although she appeared to be a delicate girl, she was also the biggest spider he had ever seen. So this meant that a monster who looked like a girl actually existed. At that moment, Ray's attention was distracted by the news, which was reporting from the scene of an event. But Lewis changed the channel, suggesting a change of pace. Ray took the remote from his hand and turned it back to the news, where they were reporting about a space probe that had landed on Earth. Moreover, some of the materials brought back suggested the existence of extraterrestrial life. It was further reported that they had found organic matter and large amounts of methane in the samples. All of this indicated that there was a possibility that living things might exist outside of Earth. Ray gripped the front of his shirt as the words "outside the world" registered in his mind. He thought there was no way this could be possible. At that moment, he realized that even though she was like a vampire, she wasn't a fantasy creature. Besides, she existed, even though it shouldn't have been possible in reality. Thinking about her mysterious behavior, he felt it must have some purpose that humans couldn't comprehend. Lewis tried to take the remote from his hand, but he wouldn't let him. Turning toward Lewis, he asked if he could pose a question while he was reading his book. Lewis asked what it was. Ray asked whether the monster had come from outside of Earth. Lewis looked up from his book and stood. He then shut it, the title clearly visible on the cover. Walking toward the window, he opened it in one motion, and light poured into the room. Ray called his name. Louis commented that it was a pleasant day as he looked at Ray, as he expected him to agree with him. Then he told Ray that he was almost correct. In other words, the child who had been born on Earth was actually an extraterrestrial being. The curtains blew with the wind as Ray asked in a shocked voice what Louis really meant. Looking at the monster, he asked Louis if it could really be true that this monster girl was an alien that had been born on Earth. Louis scratched his chin lightly and thought out loud about where he should start. However, before beginning, he asked Ray if he could have another cup of coffee. Without saying anything, Ray went over to make it and soon placed 2 cups on the table. Sitting in a relaxed manner, Louis sipped his coffee and told Ray that he had never had a better cup of coffee than his. Ray ignored the compliment and asked him directly what was actually going on here. What did he mean when he said that the monster was an extraterrestrial being? Louis, still holding his cup of coffee, looked at the monster sitting in front of the open window and told Ray that this child belonged to a species not native to Earth. What made her even more different was that she had been born on Earth. Because of this, there were certain aspects about her kind that were completely out of the ordinary. They possessed powers that no human beings on Earth could even imagine having. Seeing the confusion on Ray's face, Louis told him that he must be wondering where he had gotten all this information. He added that a few years ago he had heard about a university professor who had discovered a new species of spider, something he had never seen before, or rather a being that only resembled one. Ray looked at him with confusion written all over his face and asked about this strange species of spider. Lewis continued, explaining that the professor had been so excited by the discovery that he took the creature back to his laboratory in the forest. Then, looking down, he added that the professor had no idea that this discovery would change his life forever. He continued, saying that the professor returned home and immediately began his research. The professor wanted to prove that it was not an existing species of spider and hoped to present it to the world as a new one. However, the more he studied it, the more the professor began to realize what kind of creature it truly was. It clearly did not match any known species of spider, and it was even uncertain whether it was a spider at all. In fact, it became stranger as time passed. Looking at Ray, Louis explained that although it resembled a spider, it was also something completely alien to them. He went on to say that the professor tried to explore the possibility that it might be an unknown species. To confirm this, he returned to the discovery site, hoping to find another creature like it. However, even after searching thoroughly, he could not find anything. This came as a great disappointment, and the professor had no choice but to continue observing the single specimen he already had. Folding his hand under his chin, Louis told Ray that strange things began to happen. When Ray asked what he meant, Louis explained that the professor's wife had begun to act strangely. Ray asked what had happened. Louis replied that the professor's wife had started spending more and more time in the laboratory. Ray could not see anything unusual about that and said that it sounded normal. After all, the professor was conducting his research at home, so it was natural for her to be there. Louis nodded slightly and said that it could have been normal, except for one thing. The professor's wife had never shown any interest in his research before. However, all of that changed the moment the professor brought that thing home. Ray still didn't understand the point, so he said that if the professor had discovered a new species of organism, it did not seem surprising that the professor's wife had taken an interest in it. Lewis told him that he was right, as it would not be strange for the professor's wife to be interested in the research. However, all she did was stand behind him while he worked on it. At first he did not notice it, but after a few days of it continuing, he suddenly wondered when the last time was that he had truly had a conversation with his wife. At that moment, the monster girl behind Ray stood there for a few seconds before suddenly plunging onto him and starting to suck blood from his shoulder. Now Ray understood why the presence of the professor's wife had seemed strange to him. It was the same thing he was experiencing with the monster. The monster, being a mute girl, silently clung to him all day long. So the moment he noticed it, he experienced the same realization. Louis told him that he was thinking along the right lines, as the monster reminded him of someone. Ray was shocked to hear that. Getting up from the chair, Louis told Ray that he had some business to attend to, and that he would be leaving. With the monster still clinging to his back, Ray called out to him because he did not want Louis to leave without explaining further. However, Louis did not stop. Looking back at him, he simply said that they were running out of time. After Louis left, it was around 5 o'clock in the evening. Ray was lying on the bed with the monster while the news played in the background. He thought that it was already dusk as the monster's head rested on his arm. Ray realized that he had not been able to go to college because of the situation he had found himself in, but the time had arrived when he needed to start thinking about his credits seriously. However, more than all of this, as he looked at the monster's face, he thought that the most important thing was to know more about her. Massaging his forehead, he concluded that in order to do that, he would need to hear the rest of the professor's story from Louis. He then sat up on the bed and, looking out the window, realized that Louis had not come back yet, so how long would it take for him to return? Then a thought suddenly struck him. Could it be that Louis was planning not to come back at all? Panic surged through his body, and he ran toward the door, thinking that he had been too careless about everything. There were still questions that needed answers from Louis. However, before he could open the front door, Louis opened it from the outside, holding a box in his hand, and told Ray that he was back. Ray was flustered to see him like that, but welcomed him back. Putting the box on the table, Louis asked Ray what he was doing out there. He said that he had not expected Ray to come out and greet him at the doorstep, and then, in a joking tone, asked whether Ray had missed him that much. Flustered, Ray replied that it was not true and then asked him what was in all those packages. Putting vegetables on the shelf and rolling an onion in his hand, Louis told him that he had thought of cooking dinner for him that day. Ray asked why this sudden change of mind, as it seemed very strange, since he was usually the one who cooked dinner. Putting his hands over Ray's shoulders, Louis asked him whether he would allow him to eat something rich and hearty for once. He complained that all the dishes Ray made were quite dull, reminding him that sometimes there was only rice and miso soup, while at other times he made nothing but tofu and salad. Because of that, it all ended up being vegetarian food, which practically made him vegan. Besides, he said that Ray truly lived like a monk. This realization came as a shock. Louis then begged him to please allow him to eat what he actually wanted that day. Ray agreed that he was willing to go that far. Louis thanked him and then pushed him inside his room, telling him that if he waited for a few minutes, he would serve him something truly great. He then shut the door in his face. Ray called his name and asked him to wait, but it was of no use. Ray wondered how much freer Louis could get. Then, listening to the melody Louis was humming, he wondered what in the world Louis was actually making. Then, painfully, Ray realized that it did not matter what kind of food Louis prepared, because he still would not be able to taste it. He reflected that it had been a long time since he had lost his sense of taste. It seemed that this had first been triggered when he saw a corpse in front of him, or perhaps it had started when he had to deal with Yunya's death. Because of all these incidents, he began to lose his sense of taste, and eventually it became permanent because of Kyoko, who pointed to Yunya's entrails as she said goodbye to him. Thinking about all this, Ray hoped that it didn't mean anything. But he couldn't finish his thought because a brilliant smell of food suddenly filled the room. When Ray went out, he saw that Louis had prepared hamburger steak for them. Looking at the dishes and about to take his first bite, Ray thought that even though it looked good, he did not care much about it. Seeing that Ray did not seem very interested in the food, Louis commented that he wondered how someone could ask for something and then completely ignore it. Ray, as he put the morsel into his mouth, thought to himself that he couldn't help it. However, his eyes suddenly opened wide with surprise. The food he had just eaten had a taste. He could clearly feel how the freshness of the tomatoes and their sour flavor complemented everything else. The taste spread across his tongue, and one could easily feel the mellow flavor resting in the middle of it. He exclaimed to Louis that it was really delicious, which in turn made Louis truly happy. Everything on his plate, from the potato salad to the onion soup to the hamburger steak, had a brilliant taste to it, as he devoured them one after another. It had been a long time since he had tasted such great food. Looking up at Louis, who was watching him with a smile in his eyes, Ray exclaimed again that it was truly delicious, especially the sauce, as the meatless hamburger really stood out. Louis, pleased by Ray's reaction, told him that it was a special sauce made with oil and basil. He added that he was really glad Ray liked it. Ray continued enthusiastically, saying that the smell of the sauce was wonderful, and he asked aloud when the last time had been that he was able to taste something like this. Louis, while drinking, told him that he was very pleased that Ray liked the food. However, if they talked about the smell. At that moment, Louis looked at the monster girl and told Ray that it seemed she hated it. Ray then noticed her, hiding her face in a pillow. He asked whether it was a smell she disliked, since she did not even look like someone who needed food. Louis pointed out that she was still a human being. He then reminded Ray of the idea that vampires did not eat garlic. Ray responded that vampires were creatures of fantasy. However, as he thought about it again, he admitted that he had never imagined she would dislike the smell of hamburger steak. Besides, all of this felt like something out of a third-rate science fiction novel. All of this made the child even more mysterious. After finishing everything that had been served to him, Ray thanked Louis for the meal. Louis began carrying the dishes toward the kitchen, but turned toward Ray and asked whether he would like something to drink after dinner. Ray, who was cleaning the tabletop, agreed. Louis suggested that they talk over a cup of tea and continue discussing the professor. Ray was shocked to hear this and asked whether he was really going to tell him this time. Louis replied that he felt the time had come for Ray to know about everything and asked whether tonight wasn't a good time for him. Ray immediately agreed that it was. Ray silently thanked God. He did not know why Louis had suddenly decided to tell him the rest of the professor's story, but he could easily sense that it had something to do with the monster. He then looked at the monster, who was still sitting with her face buried in the cushion. Ray thought that he needed to get that information from Louis, whatever it might be. However, he couldn't finish his thought because something strange suddenly happened to his eyes. Louis asked him what had happened when he saw Ray suddenly falling to the ground. Louis, holding the dishes, called out Ray's name continuously, seemingly showing that he was really worried about him. Ray had lost consciousness. The girl and Louis both looked at Ray as Louis muttered to him that he had really fallen for his acting. He then apologized to the unconscious Ray as he took off his apron, telling him that they were really running out of time. He then opened the wardrobe and took out Ray's coat. He made Ray sit up and helped him wear the coat, but as he was closing Ray's cotton button, he noticed the small sacks hanging from the monster's web. He collected some of them and put them into his bag. The monster girl, who had been observing him quietly, suddenly moved to attack him. He told her that it was okay and that there was nothing to worry about. He thought that they would probably need it, so he would let Ray keep it, and he hung the bag around Ray's neck. He then asked her whether it was okay for her. Instead of saying anything, she withdrew the tentacle with which she had been about to attack him. Louis praised her, telling her that she was a good girl. Carrying Ray, he told her that she was coming with them to that place decorated with linoleum. As Louis was leaving, he said that he didn't think he would ever be able to come back to this room again. However, despite all of this, he admitted that he had really enjoyed his time there with them. Then, looking down at Ray, he apologized to him, telling him that he wasn't his enemy. Yet as he walked through the hallway, he told him that he couldn't completely say that he was fully on his side either. It was a strange house covered in bushes. As Shiori opened the door, she found Kyoko lighting a match. She asked her what she was doing. Kyoko replied that she was doing some sort of artwork. Shiori corrected her, saying that she meant that she was going to do some cooking. Kyoko told her that cooking was a more accessible art form, as it stimulated all of a person's senses, and asked her whether she didn't think so. She then lit a candle. Shiori asked her what the title of her dish was. Kyoko told her that it wasn't a birthday cake. Rather, it was a death day cake. It then became completely visible. There was nothing resembling a cake on the table. Instead, there was a brain with a candle lit on it. Kyoko then asked Shiori whether she wanted to taste it. Shiori moved her wheelchair closer to the table and asked her whether the cake's base was a brain. Kyoko confirmed that it was. Besides, she was quite happy about the fact that she had obtained a corpse from a black market doctor. It had been quite an idea. Many body parts were lying on the table. Kyoko further told Shiori that she had also tried cutting some fingers into rings so that they would look like strawberries. Shiori, looking at her enthusiasm, told her that it was fine, but the important thing was that the time had finally come. Kyoko, in a cheerful voice, asked her whether this meant that they were finally going to start monster hunting. Shiori told her that it did and asked whether she had committed the monster abilities she had taught her to memory. Kyoko replied that she had even managed to develop some really good anti-monster weapons, and she showed them to Shiori. Looking at the weapons, Shiori told her that this was wonderful work she had put in. Kyoko asked her whether they could really kill a monster with something like this. Shiori told her that to find that out, they would have to wait for the actual hunt. As she was leaving, Kyoko told her that she was sure that it would work. Shiori then told her that she would get ready and that they would leave within an hour. Kyoko asked her whether they could make it 2 hours instead. Shiori looked back at her and asked whether she needed that much time. Kyoko explained that it was because it had been quite a long time since she had actually seen Rei, so she wanted to take a nice shower before they headed out. Besides, she didn't like the idea of showing up covered in blood and brain plasma. She then looked at Shiori with hope-filled eyes. Shiori told her that it took time for a woman to get ready, so she agreed to the 2-hour time and advised Kyoko to make it on time. Besides, she had something more to tell her. Then something strange happened as Shiori started to stand up from her wheelchair. Seeing her standing on her own feet, Kyoko, laughing in mirth, asked her whether she should congratulate her. This really brought a smile to Shiori's face, as she told her that she indeed should do so. Kyoko then suggested whether they should dye her hair to celebrate her recovery. On the road, inside the car, Louis was driving when Rei finally opened his eyes. Seeing that, Louis asked him whether he was finally awake. Rei looked at him with astonishment. Louis asked him whether he was feeling okay. Instead of answering, Rei asked him where they were. Repeating his question, Louis told him that they were on a suburban highway. Rei then realized that they were in a car and asked him why that was the case. Louis told him that he owned a car. This really came as a surprise. Rei, looking around the interior, thought to himself that this guy has a car. He also noticed an insect-like figure. Rei told him to stop the car. He then told him that he thought he had passed out after eating, so he was not really getting what was going on. Louis told him that a reliable source had contacted him, informing him that she had started to move. Louis further told him that he had been hoping to take care of him. However, it didn't work that way. He then asked Rei whether he remembered Shiori Karasawa. Remembering her, Rei asked him whether he meant that the woman in a wheelchair who was trying to kill the monster was on the move. Louis told him that he was 90% sure that she was heading to his apartment at the moment, so he had made the first move. This really came as a shock, and Rei asked him what the situation was now. Louis told him that they were on the run. They were already pretty far away, so he thought that they had bought themselves some time. Still not understanding the full situation, Rei asked him what the hell was going on, since he had just been having a normal meal a while ago. Louis told him that he didn't have to be so pessimistic. When Rei asked him what he meant when he mentioned time, Louis told him that he meant the time that they could use to get back at them. Rei then asked him that, if that was the case, why did they need to run away? Moreover, there were 3 of them, and even one among them was a monster. On the other hand, Shiori was all alone and even in a wheelchair. Louis, looking ahead at the road, told him that it would be nice if she were alone. But unfortunately, she had gotten 2 accomplices who were working with her. Moreover, she was also aware of the monster's weaknesses inside and out, so if they didn't come prepared, then they would be hunted down and killed. This really came as a shock for Rei. Louis then looked at Rei and told him that this was the main reason he was going to tell him all the information he knew about the monster. Afterwards, they would both work together to defeat that woman. As he said this, he put his foot on the accelerator. Rei had to grab the seat to keep from falling forward. He asked Louis what was happening and why he was going so fast. Louis told him that he had to get more time whenever he could, so Rei should hold on tight. Seeing him driving so fast, Rei thought to himself, could he be the kind of guy who changes his personality whenever he gets behind the wheel? He was really suspecting him and wondered whether he could truly be the person who had taught him about the monster in this state. Then, looking at the back seat, Ray was shocked and asked Louis where she was. When Louis didn't understand what he meant by she, Ray told him that he meant the monster because he surely hadn't left it behind. Louis asked him what he was talking about, saying that she was right there, just in front of them. Ray then noticed the spider on the dashboard and couldn't believe his eyes. He told Louis that it didn't seem possible because the last time he had seen it, it had been quite huge. Louis told him that he seemed to think that the monster had the capability to disappear into thin air. However, that wasn't the case, as she simply couldn't disappear into thin air. Ray then understood that the monster hadn't disappeared. It had simply gotten smaller. It was as if the monster had a human form, what would happen if she suddenly transformed into a tiny spider? This meant that she would appear as a normal tiny spider to the people around her. Lewis told him that he was quite perceptive. It was called instant scaling, meaning the ability to change one's size at will, which was one of the monster's powers. Ray then realized that this was it, and thought that the girl never stopped amazing him. Lewis asked him whether he didn't think it was quite amazing. Then, looking at him, he told him that now they should talk about whatever he wanted. So was there anything that he wanted to ask him, as this escapade was going to be a long one? Shiori and Kyoko reached Rei's apartment building. When they entered his apartment and found it empty, Shiori commented that it seemed those people had gotten a step ahead of them. Kyoko, also entering the apartment, said that she couldn't see Rei anywhere. So what should they do? Shiori also said that, indeed, what should they do? Then she told Kyoko that they just had to look into all the places they were heading to. Kyoko replied that she had been working so hard on him and that she was quite disappointed. She then asked Shiori that she knew he was on their side, but what was his connection with him? Shiori asked her what she meant by him. However, before she could say anything further, someone opened the door and entered the apartment. He asked Shiori who she was. Instead of answering him, Shiori said that, as she recalled, he was Rei's uncle. Kyoko told him that Rei was out, and then she suddenly rushed forward to attack him. He dodged her attack and asked her what she was doing there as he brought out his gun. Kyoko was really shocked at how he had blocked her attack. Shiori told her that they could use him as bait, so she should really take him out alive. Kyoko, still attacking him, said that by alive she meant that he would really become her next masterpiece, as long as it didn't kill him. Daisuke couldn't understand what she meant. Kyoko then thought about a work of art using his uncle's face. She wondered what kind of face Rei would make when he saw that, so she couldn't wait to show it to him. Daisuke thought that this woman was quite strong. He then thought about shooting her in the shoulder, as it would really shut her up. However, before he could do that, someone grabbed him from behind. This meant that there was another accomplice. Before he could ask who he was, the man brought out a taser and knocked him out. Kyoko told the man that she had been doing fine on her own, but this was fine as well. Shiori stepped forward and, looking at the unconscious Daisuke, said that they now had a nice way to lure them out, and she hoped that he wouldn't take it too personally. Louis then showed him a poster of a girl who had been murdered. He told Rei that the girl was Yuko Yonehara, a high school student who had been murdered in Ganosaka City and who looked exactly like the monster. Rei asked him why he had suddenly brought up her name. Even though it was clear that the monster and that girl had something in common, they still did not know what the connection between them was. Louis asked Rei whether he remembered anything about being connected to her. He added that since she attended the high school near his university, it was possible that they might have passed each other on the streets without even knowing it. Louis said that there might be some kind of connection between them. Rei asked him what was so important about his connection with her. Louis replied that it was a huge deal, because if there was no connection between them, then there was no reason for the monster to look like Yuko Yonehara. Rei said that even though he was not supposed to ask this, how could Louis be so sure about it? Louis explained that it was because the professor's wife had started acting strangely. When the professor began to realize this, a strange incident happened. The spider disappeared from his laboratory. The professor then started desperately searching for it everywhere, from his room to the living room and even the kitchen. He even searched his wife's room. At that moment, he realized that it was not a case of his wife turning into a spider. Instead, he discovered something completely unexpected. Rei asked what had actually happened. Louis told him dramatically that when the professor opened his wife's room, he saw that it was completely filled with blood. On the floor, what should have been his wife was nothing more than a hunk of flesh. When he examined it, he realized that the pieces of flesh belonged to his wife because of the remaining pieces of clothing lying around it. Moreover, nothing of his wife was left. Everything about her, Down to the marrow, her organs, and her bones had been consumed. The professor was agonized. He could only stand there, completely stunned, as his brilliant mind abandoned all thought and stiffened. However, it was not because he had seen his wife's corpse. It was because of something even more extraordinary than the ordinary flesh he had found there. It was his wife who was standing in front of him in the sea of blood. Ray felt that he already understood it. It was exactly the same cruel ending that Yuko Yonohara had suffered, as her internal organs had been taken and devoured. Yet she had appeared again before him as a girl who was supposed to be dead, which meant a monster with the same face. Lewis added that this clearly showed that Yuko Yonohara had without a doubt been attacked by this same monster. He further explained that it was the process of gene replication ability. That was the only reason the monster now had Yuko Yonohara's appearance. It was an ability she could use for every life she took. Moreover, the blood, organs, brain, and bones had all been taken through predation. Louis continued by saying that in order to adapt to Earth's environment, there were species of spiders that preyed on males during mating and consumed parts of their bodies. In addition, they also created an armor of flesh to serve as concealment. He added that, according to this theory, it was an evolutionary move meant to produce stronger offspring and prevent other individuals from interfering. This meant that the child's power was nothing more than its natural instinct. Ray was shocked after hearing all this. Louis asked him whether he was okay, and said that they could stop and continue later when he had calmed down. However, Ray told him to continue, and asked him to tell him more about it. He added that by fresh armor, he meant that the professor's wife and Yuko Yonohara had been attacked for this very outrageous reason. Louis told Ray that even though he felt sorry for the professor's wife, all he could say was that she had been just one victim. However, in Yuko Yonohara's case, it had not been a chance encounter. Before Louis could continue further, Ray received a call from his uncle. When Louis asked about it, Ray said that he did not know why his uncle was calling at this hour. Besides, he did not know what to tell him. Despite everything, he had to pick up the call because he also needed to tell his uncle about the Yonohara case. However, he did not know how he could explain it. Even though it was a fact, he could not possibly tell him that there was a spider monster running around. With some hesitation, he answered the phone. What he did not know at that moment was that the ringing of that phone call would become the signal of the horrors that were about to come. After picking up the phone, he called out to his uncle. But to his utter shock, it was not his uncle who responded. It was Kyoko, who told him that it had been a long time since they had seen each other. Without waiting for him to answer, she asked how he was doing and whether he was eating well. She even asked if he wanted her to make him another hamburger steak, and then she laughed outrageously. Ray could hardly believe the voice he was hearing. Still uncertain, he asked her if she was really Kyoko. Kyoko replied that it was indeed her. He could not understand how that could be possible. After everything that had happened back then, the phone number still belonged to his uncle. He asked her directly why she was using that phone. Still laughing, she told him that she had just made his acquaintance. Ray could not believe his ears. She went on to say that his uncle had a nice body for his age, so perhaps she might add him to her portfolio. Ray, still in shock, asked if she was telling him that she had captured his uncle, the only person who truly cared about him. Instead of answering his question, she asked about his whereabouts and wondered if she could see him. Now frustrated, Ray demanded to know if she was even listening to him. She replied that it could not be helped, so she would simply tell him what she wanted from him. Ray asked what that was. Kyoko said that she had a message for him and that woman. Then she paused, thinking to herself about what she should say. She admitted that it was difficult to organize her thoughts when it came down to it. In the end, she said there was only one thing she wanted to tell him. In a haunting voice, she declared that she would never let him go, because she intended to make him her masterpiece. Ray remembered that the girl he had once loved, the one with the prettiest smile, but she was a murderer. He had managed to escape all that madness once, only because he had been lucky. Now he wondered what would happen if he were caught again. If that happened, what would become of him? Kyoko said that she was certain that this time she would. But before she could finish, the spider monster suddenly turned her face toward him as she sat on his lap. Shocked, Ray asked what she wanted. For a moment he wondered if she was worried about him. Then he immediately rejected the thought. How could that possibly be true? How could a monster care about him? Yet, when he thought about it more carefully, he realized that whenever he had gone through difficult moments in the past, the monster had always been there beside him. At that moment, Louis suddenly snatched the phone from Ray's hands. He apologized for interrupting them, but said that he needed the phone for a moment. Kyoko called out Louis' name in confusion. Louis calmly replied that it was nice to meet her and asked if she was Kyoko Yoshimiro. Kyoko demanded to know who the hell he was, saying that she had only been trying to enjoy Rei-kun's reaction. Lewis replied that if she wanted to know how Rei was doing, then he could tell her that Rei had been pale from the beginning but seemed much happier now. He added that he did not need to tell her who Rei owed that to. Kyoko responded that she had heard that Louis Myojo was a shady person, but she had not expected him to be quite that much. Louis replied in a surprised tone that this meant she already knew about him. Kyoko said that she had heard about him in more ways than one. Understanding what she meant, Louis then asked her if she could put the phone on speaker, because he knew that another person was right there with her. Ray was confused about what Louis meant by the second person. At that moment, another voice came through the phone, telling Louis that it had been a long time since they had seen each other. Ray was shocked as he immediately recognized the voice. It was Shiori Karazawa. Shiori said that she was glad to hear that Ray was doing well. Louis then casually asked her what color she was wearing today. In response, Shiori asked him if he wanted to know the color of her underwear. Louis replied that he did not mind knowing both. This answer shocked not only Shiori but Ray as well. Shiori then said that her hair was golden and that her underwear was red. Louis responded that those were quite exciting colors and asked if there was any man she was currently at. She replied that there was, and at the moment it was more likely two. Louis placed his hand over his head and, in a laughing tone, said that she had become really greedy, then burst into loud laughter. This left Ray completely stunned, as he realized they were having a strangely friendly conversation. He began to wonder what kind of relationship they had with each other. Shiori then said that they should get down to business and asked Louis if he knew why she had called them. Louis admitted that, although he hated to say it, he did know. He said that she had called to tell them where they were heading and asked whether he was right. He further added that he was asking for confirmation, because they could not involve the police in this matter either, even though he would very much like to inform them that the detective had been abducted. Shiori replied that she would appreciate it if they did not involve the police, as that would make things very messy. Louis then asked what would happen if he gave her a false address. She answered that in that case they could not guarantee the lives of the hostages. Ray was horrified and called Louis's name, but Louis raised a finger to his lips and signaled for him to stay quiet. Louis then told Shiori that it could not be helped, and that he would give her the information. At that very moment, he suddenly stepped on the brake. Louis quickly grabbed the monster's head so that she would not be hit. Still holding the monster, Ray asked Louis why he had stopped. Louis calmly replied that they did not need to run anymore. Ray then began to notice his surroundings, as Louis pointed out that this place used to be Professor Kusunoki's laboratory, named as Laboratory 4. Still on the call, Louis asked Shiori if this place brought back memories for her. Shiori replied that it certainly did, and she said in an angry voice that the memory made her want to puke. Louis responded that in that case they were done talking for now and asked her to inform him when she arrived there. At that moment, Kyoko spoke to Ray through the phone and told him that she had already warned him about this. Now that things had come to this point, she could not be sure about anything anymore. So at the very least, he should spend the rest of his life wisely, because he would not live to see the sunrise tomorrow. Ray was shocked and asked what she meant by that. Did she intend to kill him, Louis, and the monster? Louis calmly told him that everything would be fine. He said that he would not allow that to happen, because protecting Ray and the child was also his duty. Ray called out Louis's name, wanting to ask more questions, but Louis told him that they should move toward the place where madness lay.
Hey guys, sorry for mid-editing, but I noticed a lot of you are watching my videos without subscribing. Our subscribe ratio is literally close to 0. I'd really appreciate it if you hit that subscribe button. It helps a lot. Thanks. Now, back to the recap.
Meanwhile, back at the apartment, Kyoko asked Shiori if she could not believe how emotional she had become, and wondered what kind of place Laboratory 4 really was. When Shiori did not respond, Kyoko called her name again. Shiori finally replied that it was an awful place to remember, because the memories from that place kept returning to her. They walked through the abandoned halls of the laboratory. Ray looked back at Louis and asked him whether he was sure that this was the place where the experiments had taken place. Louis explained that the building had originally been a clinic. Besides that, the village had already been closed, and because of that closure, it had been the perfect opportunity to conduct research that could not be revealed to anyone. Ray asked him whether the existence of a fourth laboratory building meant that there were also a first, second, and third ones. Louis replied that there were indeed several buildings, but there were 3 places that were specifically related to the child. One of them was here in the 4th experimental building. There was also the 3rd experimental building, and then there was the professor's room. He pointed toward several rooms and explained that they were only dummies, designed simply to appear like Professor Kusunoki's building's operating room. This was also the place where they were heading. After entering one of the rooms, Louis explained that the professor had begun examining the spider here more closely. However, for some reason, there had been limits to what he could do on his own. That was why the professor had recruited collaborators. Ray asked him what he meant by collaborators. Louis, while moving something aside as if uncovering it, explained that they were people who had biological knowledge. Moreover, they were individuals who would not leak the secret of his research. When the covering was finally removed, Ray was surprised to discover a hidden staircase beneath it. He was shocked even to imagine such a mechanism existing in this place. Louis gestured for him to move forward and, looking back at him, asked whether he did not want to learn more about monsters. Ray turned on the flashlight of his mobile phone and asked where the staircase led. Louis told him that the research conducted there could never be made public. That was the reason why the fourth building was filled with dummy rooms, except for the room ahead. Then, glancing at Ray, he said that they should hope the power would come back on. He took a key out of his pocket and remarked that all of this had been done for the sake of the spider's research. Louis then inserted the key into the keyhole. As the door opened, Ray asked where exactly they were going. Inside the room, Ray noticed a statue of a man standing on a pedestal. Beyond it were many doors leading to different places. Ray again asked Louis whether this was a laboratory and what kind of room it actually was. Louis explained that there were 4 corner rooms, and that this particular room was the core of the 4th experimental building. Ray still did not understand what he meant. Louis then said that it was a madhouse, an abomination. He asked Ray if he was ready. They entered another room where there was a bed along with a study table. Ray looked around and said that it looked like an ordinary room. It resembled an apartment rather than a laboratory, and it did not appear to be a place for experiments at all. Louis then told him to look at the other side of the glass. Ray was confused, but when he looked through it, he was horrified. The other side of the glass was flooded with blood. He asked Louis what all that blood was supposed to be. Even though it had already turned a reddish-black color, he was certain that it had to be blood. It also looked as though something had been torn apart and devoured. Ray wondered if this had been some kind of experiment. At that moment, he noticed the monster staring up at the ceiling. He asked her what she was doing looking up like that. Ray then pointed his flashlight toward the ceiling and discovered spider webs spread across it, with blood-filled sacks hanging from them. Meanwhile, Shiori told Kyoko that she once had dreams. She had wanted to deepen her knowledge. She had also hoped to work under someone she truly respected. And someday, when the time came, she had only wished to build a happy family with someone she loved. However, something had always felt strange. There had been a festering feeling inside her, one that returned whenever she saw scenes like the one in front of her now, along with the monster. Back in the laboratory, Ray told Louis that those cocoons looked very similar. Louis asked him whether it did not look exactly the same as his room. Ray then demanded to know what that room actually was. Could it have been Professor Kusunoki's wife, or perhaps it could simply be called the monster? Louis remained silent for a moment, looking down. Ray asked him what those things had originally been meant for. Louis replied that they had been the children of the professor and his wife. He explained further that, as the saying goes, scatter the spiders. Many children had been born there as test subjects. Because of that, the room had essentially been a specially made nursery with 24-hour surveillance. Ray then asked whether there were more of them out there, creatures just like the one who was currently with them. At that moment, Ray noticed the monster girl swirling the spiders with her forefingers and asked Louis what the hell she was doing. Ray asked if it could possibly be true that those spiders were the professor's children. Louis told him that they were only ordinary spiders. It only seemed that the child had made friends with them. Now Ray looked at her with a strange tenderness and asked if the spider monster was controlling them. Louis replied that they did behave like her little soldiers. He even suggested that through them she might be able to infiltrate mankind. However, he also added that those spiders, her allies, could also become her weakness. When Ray asked what he meant by that, Louis explained that there were 2 kinds of spiders. One kind hunted and moved around, while there was another type that set up traps to capture its prey. Louis further explained that when the child was in control, the differences between spider species were completely ignored. Different species could even form herds under her influence. Ray then realized that if he thought about what had happened earlier with Kyoko, it could have been a demonstration of the spider's nightmarish capabilities. However, Ray pointed out that just because the spiders were made to move strangely, it did not necessarily make them a weakness. Louis agreed, saying that Ray was right. It was a strange phenomenon, but it would not matter much to an average person. Ray then added that it would matter to someone who knew what she was capable of doing. As Ray thought about it further, he found the situation quite strange. He wondered how Louis and Shiori Karazawa had known that the monster was living with him. He asked Louis how he had managed to track the monster so easily. Then he wondered if the unusual movement of the spiders had given away her location. Could that have been the reason Louis and the others had appeared? Louis replied that he had a pretty good idea after what had happened in Yuko Yonohara's case. All they needed to do now was track the movement of spiders in areas related to her, and they would eventually find their way. However, he admitted that he had never expected the person she chose to be a nearby college student. Ray responded that something about it seemed strange. The way Louis said it made him sound like an old man. Louis calmly replied that he was actually older than Ray. Ray said that he could not be that much older. Louis then told him that he was 24 years old. Ray suddenly realized that Louis really was older than him. Louis explained that he had initially assumed that the person involved might be attending Yuko's high school or some nearby school. So when he saw Ray at the college, he had been surprised. Ray then asked how he had known it was him out of all those people. Ray remembered that there had been quite a few people in the cafeteria that day. Even if Louis had used the spider's movements to track him, it still seemed strange that he had singled him out so precisely. Suddenly, Louis grabbed Ray by the napes of his neck and asked if that was what he had been thinking about. Ray was flustered and demanded to know what Louis was doing. At that moment, Louis pulled out a thin thread and asked Ray if he could see it. It was a strand of white spider silk. Louis explained that this was how he had tracked him. Ray then realized something and asked if this was what Louis and Shiori Karazawa had meant earlier when they mentioned it. Louis replied that it was more likely that Shiori had heard about them from Kyoko. Now that Ray understood the facts, he thought about how these people had managed to find him in the middle of a crowded city, as even when the police had failed to recognize any connection between him and Yuko Yonohara's case. Ray then asked Louis who he and Shiori Karazawa actually were and how they were connected to the monster. Louis replied that Ray's confusion was understandable because he had not yet told him the most important thing. He then revealed that Shiori Karazawa was the master of this room. She had been one of the observers assigned to monitor the spiders. Because of that, they would soon face serious trouble, since she knew exactly how to deal with these monsters. Moreover, it was entirely possible that she had already shared this information with Kyoko Yashimiro and the others. Louis then warned that if they did nothing, they would be killed mercilessly. Ray immediately asked whether they should start preparing. They could not simply sit around and wait. However, Louis calmly told him that there was no need to rush. This facility was a long distance from the city, and they still had plenty of time. But he added that if someone managed to reach them much faster than expected, then that person would truly be the real monster. And at that very moment, without them realizing it, someone had already entered the facility. Elsewhere, Kyoko was watering plants, while Shiori stood nearby. Kyoko asked her that, since she had once said she helped him with his experiments, what the other monsters looked like. She wondered if they all looked like that Spider-Woman dressed in black and ugly. Shiori replied that the professor must have been an expert in that field as well, because all of them were beautiful women. She further explained that each of them fed on one person, though they were still spider monsters beneath the flesh. Kyoko then asked whether there were any attractive men among them. Shiori replied that she did not know much about that, but among those monsters only females were born. Besides, she was not even sure whether their appearances would meet Kyoko's expectations. Kyoko said that sounded quite boring. Shiori responded that it did not matter whether it was boring or not. There had not been a single day when she did not regret participating in the professor's experiments. She then added that if there had been an irregularity like this, they should have killed him from the beginning. Kyoko replied that it had already been done. Shiori then said that in that case, they should not worry about those people escaping anymore. In fact, she could not wait to see Louis's reaction. Kyoko remarked that even though it seemed nonsensical to create a piece of artwork that did not use blood, Shiori reminded her that if she wanted to create a work consisting of Ray and that woman, she would also need bad works as stepping stones. Kyoko then asked her whether that meant this work already had a title, since even bad movies had titles. Shiori then told Kyoko that bees were the natural predators of the spiders. So, as the fire spread, Shiori said that she would call this entire excursion Hunting Season's Bee Fire. Ray suddenly stopped speaking. Louis asked what had happened. Ray explained that there was a sound coming from outside and asked if Louis hadn't heard it. Louis, winking, told him that the building was quite old, so it was possible that some rubble or part of the structure had collapsed. Ray, however, said he didn't think it was that. At that moment, someone entered the room and attacked Ray with a blade. Louis intervened at just the right time, stopping the attack and injuring his own arm in the process. He told the man that he had no business being there, then punched him hard in the belly, knocking him down. Louis picked up the man's phone. Looking at it, he said it must be Shiori. He explained that Shiori had told him to call when he arrived, and although the man had texted about his arrival, he had forgotten to send it. In the text, however, he had threatened that he would kill him. Seeing Louis still sitting, Ray asked if he was okay, and who that man was. Louis replied that he was probably one of Shiori's lackeys. He then made Ray look at the knife. Ray realized this was the same knife the man had been using, but there was something coated on it. Ray said in astonishment that there was no way it could be poison. He then noticed the monster sitting in the corner and asked what was wrong with her, as she looked scared. Louis explained that she was disgusted by the knife. He further told Ray that while mere poison was not a threat to her, monsters had a kryptonite, as their greatest weakness was olive oil. Ray couldn't believe that olive oil could be a monster's weakness. Louis explained that just as vampires were weak to garlic and sunlight, slugs to salt, and ogres to beans and sardine heads, certain substances always affected specific creatures. Monsters were no exception. If olive oil entered their bodies, their bodily functions would be severely compromised. Ray asked if that was the reason behind the smell of the food Louis had prepared. Louis told him that there were cases of people involved with spiders whose senses had been dulled, so he had tried to see whether he could counteract it with olive oil. Moreover, he had not expected it would work so effectively that the monster would collapse. Ray then realized that Louis had been experimenting on him. Louis continued, explaining that the moment monsters came into contact with olive oil, they were done for. Their ability to regenerate ceased to exist, and they would be severely weakened. If they were fatally wounded, they would die. He was certain this was what Shiori and the others were after. Ray said he had never heard that olive oil could stop regeneration. Louis told him that he would explain more later, but first they had to get out of there and pull themselves together. Ray then noticed Louis's injured arm and said that he hadn't expected him to cover him. At that moment, a gunshot rang out. Someone cursed for missing the shot. Louis told Ray to get behind him as he called out Shiori's name, remarking on how relentless she was. He had never thought she would go this far. There were three things happening at once: a half-baked albino, a monster impersonating the dead, and a fratricide. Ray asked why. Who was being tricked by the monster? It was Ray's uncle, who was shooting at them while vowing to kill every single one of these monsters. When Ray was a young boy, once after the death of his brother, as he was sitting in class when he overheard one of his classmates whisper to the others, asking if they had heard about what happened to Toshaka-sun's family. The classmate went on to explain that his brother had been murdered. Ray's classmates were shocked to hear that such a cool, composed person had met such a tragic fate. One girl looked at Ray and commented that, even though he appeared fine, he was clearly sad. Someone else mentioned how his brother had sacrificed himself so that Ray could escape. Another called him terrible, saying he should have helped his brother as he was on his way home. Ray could only watch helplessly as his parents were disheartened, constantly calling out to his brother, asking why he had died to protect Ray. His father came to visit him in his room, mentioning that Ray should rather die and that his mother never wanted to see his face. His father told him to take care of her, while Ray avoided looking at his mother. He told his father that he understood. As his father left, he muttered that if he had known Ray would end up like this, he would never have had children in the first place. Ray recalled that, to his parents, he was just an accessory to his brother. It had been the last time he was called Ray. All of this had happened so long ago that he could barely remember. His brother had been the only family member who called him by his name, but now he was gone as well. His brother had always told him that everyone loved him and expected a lot from him. Sitting under the table as usual, Ray called out to his brother asking why he had protected him. At that moment, he received a call from his uncle, who asked how he was doing. When he called Ray's name, he asked if he was okay. Knowing that Ray had a lot on his plate after his brother's death, he suggested that Ray come and hang out with him, as it might help take his mind off things. Ray started crying. His uncle asked why he was crying. Still not responding, his uncle asked again if he was okay, but all Ray could think of was that Uncle Daisuke had called his name. At that moment, he realized that there was one person who truly cared about him. His most important family was Uncle Daisuke, who now had a gun pointed at him. Ray couldn't understand how something like this could happen. His uncle told him that Shiori Karasawa had informed him of everything. and that he didn't know that the Yonohara case killer was the work of a spider monster. Covering the monster, Ray begged his uncle to hear him out first. His uncle told him that he was just as guilty as anyone harboring her. He asked Ray if it must have been so hard to live with his brother's death, and told him that he could now rest assured, as he would free him. Shiori, walking through the corridors of the laboratory, thought to herself that the scouts, Louis, and others had made contact. Looking at the fallen Matsui, she noted that he seemed to have been hit immediately, but it appeared that Daisuke had been lucky. She further thought that it would be great if Daisuke could kill Louis and the others at this point. However, that wouldn't be possible, as Louis attacked and threw a net of threads at Daisuke, pinning him to the wall. Louis told Ray to be careful, explaining that the child didn't understand how lethal a pistol could be. Ray stared at his uncle in shock. Louis added that if the child knew, there would be no way he or the child could avoid the attack. Ray called Louis's name as he stared at his spider-like hand and asked if he was also a monster. Louis confirmed that he was. Ray asked why he had done that to him, while Daisuke yelled at them all the while. Louis asked Daisuke if the knife was coated with olive oil and then told Ray that Daisuke probably still had bullets on him. He handed Ray his bag, saying he would give it to him. Ray reminded him that it was his shoulder bag. Louis told him that he wanted him to take it and get out of there. Ray looked at him questioningly. Louis explained that this man, his uncle, was also an active detective. A normal person like him wouldn't stand a chance even if he fought back. In this case, Ray just had to let Louis handle him. Louis urged Ray to take the monster and get out of there. As Louis walked ahead, Ray called out to him to stop, reminding him that Daisuke was his uncle. He begged Louis not to kill him. Louis told him that Daisuke had lost his mind because of Shiori. Ray asked how this had happened. At that moment, Daisuke freed himself. Louis and Daisuke started attacking each other. In a final attempt, Daisuke fired at Louis and then pointed his gun at Ray and the spider monster. Before he could pull the trigger, Louis threw threads at him, jamming the gun. Looking back at Ray, he told him to get out of there, saying he would try to help his uncle. However, it was hard to fight and protect someone simultaneously, and if Ray stayed, everyone in the room would die. Holding his bag, Ray realized that Louis was right. By staying, he was only slowing him down. He then remembered that Louis had mentioned that Shiori had done something to his uncle. So if there was any chance that his uncle could come back to his senses, Ray couldn't finish the thought before Louis interrupted him. Louis told him that he knew how important his uncle was to him, but he was going to do his best. At the moment, though, all he wanted was for Ray to run away. Ray thought that Louis seemed a bit fishy, even in such a crisis. Looking back, he couldn't believe he had lived with Louis in the same house. They had spent so much time together, and it was heartwarming to him whenever the monster jumped on him and made him laugh. Even though it sounded strange to himself, he was quite satisfied with their relationship. Grabbing the monster's hand, Ray told Louis that he would do his best, but that he had to make sure he survived as well. Louis looked at him in surprise. Ray said he still had a lot of questions he wanted to ask, so they would definitely meet later. As Ray left, Louis and Daisuke resumed their fight. Daisuke hit Louis so hard that he was slammed against the side of a statue. He shouted at Louis, asking what he was smiling at and calling him an albino bastard. Daisuke hit him again, telling him that a moment of hesitation could cost a person their life. Louis, without responding, grabbed a gas cylinder and held it high above Daisuke's head. Before Daisuke could react, as he was yelling that monsters were not a big deal, Louis screened him with smoke. Clouds of smoke enveloped Daisuke, leaving him shocked and bewildered, as he wondered where the albino bastard had gone. At that moment, a large spider appeared before him, completely throwing him off. Louis told him that he didn't have time for all this and that he was going all out. Pointing his gun at the spider form of Louis, Daisuke called him an idiot, thinking that a bigger target would be easier to hit, and fired. Meanwhile, Ray ran through the corridors of the laboratory with the monster. He thought that Shiori and the others were probably nearby, so they needed to get out of the lab building as quickly as possible. To his surprise, he came to a stop in front of a dead end. He realized they had to turn back. Looking out into the woods, he asked the monster to wait and wondered if there was some way for them to descend into the forest. With the rain pouring down, Shiori and the others would likely assume they were still somewhere inside the building. He reassured the monster that, although all this involved risk, it was safer than staying in a place where freaks were walking around. At that moment, Shiori appeared before them, pointing a gun at them. She asked if they were planning to go into the woods, warning that she wouldn't recommend it. She further told him that there were swamps on the west side, making it dangerous not only at night but also during the day. They had to stop him there, she said, and fired at him. Ray covered himself with his arms, but after a moment he realized the bullet hadn't hit him. He couldn't feel any pain. He then realized that it was the monster who had been hit. He remembered the day Kyoko had tried to kill him, and how the monster had saved his life. For all he knew, the monster had come to see him, but because she had protected him, he had survived that fatal wound. When she kissed him at that time, he realized that she was doing everything she could to keep him alive. He remembered that she was a monster with immense capabilities, bound to no one. Even though her arrival had destroyed his sanity and everyday life and taken everything from him, he was still drawn to her. Somewhere in the back of his mind, he knew there was no way she could be killed. It was clear that whoever was after him could be easily overpowered by her, yet now she was lying on the ground. At that moment, the monster began to raise her head, and Ray thought this was exactly as he had expected. Ray, raising the monster's head with pain etched all over his face, listened as Shiori told him that she would never get used to guns. With some relief, he asked the monster if she was still breathing. Holding her up, he asked if she was okay. More specifically, whether she was alive. Shiori told him to put her down, warning that she was going to hit her with a few more shots of olive oil. She looked at him and said that if he didn't move, he would die as well. Ray called her name. Shiori told him that it had been a while since they last met. Ray noted that she had changed quite a lot since then. She told him that it was not the point. If she handed the monster over to him, she wouldn't kill him. Ray asked if she really wasn't going to kill him. She replied that if she did, Kyoko would be very angry at her, and she didn't want to find out what happened afterward. Ray told himself to calm down and thought about what he should do. He knew he couldn't beat her with his bare hands, so was running away the only option? However, the question remained, how would he get out of this situation? At that moment, the monster placed her hand on the side of his face. Ray, looking at her, asked what that look meant and realized that she had lost a lot of blood. She barely had any strength left, yet she was staring at him like that. While hugging her, he admitted that his body was shaking. He found it pathetic, but he reminded himself that he was not a monster, but just a regular guy. He thought there was only one thing he could do in a situation like this. He then told Shiori that he had a favor to ask. She replied that she was ready to hear it. Ray told her that he wanted her to let the monster die in his arms. Shiori told him that she was coming for him so he could take his time, but if he made any strange movement, she would be obliged to accidentally shoot him. Shiori then stopped and said that before she could do that, she wanted to tell him something. The first thing was that she was not an optimist. Ray recalled that he had always been a coward throughout his life, and now his brother was dead. Afraid of getting close to people, he had closed his heart. However, when he came to the city, he changed when he met Junya and Kyoko. They had opened a door for him just a little. Then the monster and Rui had come through that small gap, and he was able to laugh more sincerely. He even thought of getting closer to the monster, and those feelings had started to grow. Even though this girl had destroyed his life, he still owed his gratitude to her. At that moment, Shiori told him the second thing. She wanted him to leave the monster behind. Ray asked if she was kidding, as he was carrying the monster. Out of nowhere, he called for Louise, thinking he could get help. Shiori was shocked and reminded him that Louis was still with Daisuke. Then, looking around, she realized there was no one. This gave Ray enough time to jump into the wild. Shiori was shocked as Ray challenged her, daring her to follow him if she could. However, this stunt hurt him, and he felt pain all over his body. He told himself to endure, knowing that if he stopped, they would die. If they were caught, they would both die. So all he could do was run away. If they met Louis, everything would be all right. He had to keep running until Louis found them. Shiori, left behind, looked at her gun and noted that there was still some strength left in the monster. When she fell, the monster blocked her movement with silk. Not only that, she also strung up some silk to slow her fall. Shiori realized that this must be the monster's survival instinct, which made things even more complicated. She had to keep in mind Ray's resourcefulness and determination. It seemed that she had underestimated them both. However, she knew that his next move would be his last, as they had already anticipated that he would try to escape through the woods. They had also prepared countermeasures to prevent it. However, the most important thing was that Daisuke Ono seemed to be a more capable man than she had anticipated. He had finally defeated Louis and was now walking away with a cigarette in his mouth and victory written across his face. Daisuke told himself that he had defeated Louis and would now move on to the next target. In the woods, Ray placed the monster in the shade of one of the trees. He informed her that there was no sign of Shiori following them, so perhaps they were safe for the moment. Seeing her weakening, Ray told her to stay with him, assuring her that she would be okay. Checking her wound, he found it fortunate that the bullet had penetrated through her body instead of remaining inside, something he had seen in dramas and movies. However, the bleeding did not stop. He further considered that she might have regenerative abilities, but so far there was no sign of them. Her weakened state was dangerous from every angle he looked at it. He asked himself what he should do. Even if he tried something, this situation was unlike anything he had dealt with before. Monsters had different abilities and weaknesses, and he didn't even know what to feed her. Then something occurred to him. He recalled that olive oil had suppressed the monster's abilities, so there must be something that was the source of her power. He thought back to what she had done before. He opened his shirt and placed her mouth on his neck, letting her suck blood from him, thinking that if she was depleted, this would replenish her for the night. He believed that the source of the monster's ability was his blood. He told her that if her abilities were being inhibited by olive oil, he was sure he could restore them. He urged her to go ahead, as they did not have the whole day to wait. But she did not suck his blood. Ray asked her what was wrong, noting that she rarely had such opportunities. Still seeing her hesitate, he asked whether she was not always happy to see him. He reminded her that even when she had touched him in front of Kyoko, she had been honest about her desires. He then asked if she didn't have enough strength to feed on his blood. Tears began to roll down the monster's eyes. Ray also had tears in his own eyes, as he faced the thought of potentially watching someone die before him once again. He asked her if there was anything else she wanted him to do. Then he noticed his shoulder bag. Opening it, he found her blood cocoons, which Lewis had placed there earlier. He wondered if this was why Lewis had gone through the trouble of giving them to him. There was only one problem. The monster did not have enough strength to feed herself. Ray considered that if he fed her himself, she might survive. At that moment, the moon appeared between the trees. Looking up, he resolved that he would do what the monster had done for him. He took blood from the cocoon, and a sticky sensation spread through his mouth. It felt uncomfortable, like a hardened nosebleed running down his throat. The monster's cocoon tasted of nauseating iron. However, the moment he kissed her and his tongue touched her teeth as he poured the blood into her, it transformed into utter pleasure. They began to kiss passionately. Ray thought to himself that this was not good. The pleasure he was feeling seemed to affect his very soul. At that moment he heard the snap of wood. Looking back, he wondered if he had truly heard it, though there was no one there, or perhaps it was just his imagination. The monster then pulled him toward herself. Shocked, he looked at her. She was staring at the bag. Understanding her intent, he asked whether she wanted more. He told her that she could drink the rest herself, as she was looking stronger now. But seeing the sadness in her eyes, he decided to feed her himself, telling her this would only happen this one time. While looking into the bag, he cursed himself, unable to understand why he was becoming so confused. At that moment, someone pressed a blade against his left cheek, making blood ooze out. It was Kyoko, who told him that it was all over. She added that she would not allow him to kiss anymore. She told him how much she had missed him, how much she wanted to touch him, and to tear him apart. She further said that she wanted to violate, destroy, and mess him up. Ray didn't look at her, so she forced him to meet her gaze as he pushed her away. In a mocking voice, she told him it hurt, and then, in a playful tone, reminded him that it had been a while since he had seen his girlfriend, so she didn't get his reaction. Ray thought that it was bad luck. Among all the people, the most dangerous one had found him. He then asked Kyoko why she was dressed like her. She asked whether he liked it, and further told him that it was the uniform from Shirasagi Academy. She added that it was quite expensive but couldn't be helped, as it was for her artistic endeavors. Ray wondered whether she had lowered her guard because the monster was weakened. Kyoko then called his name and asked if he was listening to her, saying that they should talk more. Ray asked her how she had found them in the middle of the forest. Kyoko told him that it was Shiori who had told her about everything, along with the fact that the monster was dying and couldn't use her abilities. He thought it was strange, as he had come from the opposite direction from where she was. She explained that it was due to the power of control. He didn't know how, but the spiders had told her. Ray asked whether she meant the way the monster had manipulated him. He remembered Louis telling him that Uncle Daisuke had been manipulated as well. He then realized that if Kyoko could use this power, it meant that Shiori was also a monster. But if that was true, then why was Shiori not there yet? They had to meet with Louis as soon as possible, but in order to do that, they had to deal with Kyoko. Moreover, the monster was not going to move anytime soon, so Ray could possibly buy some time until she recovered. At that moment, Kyoko again turned his face toward herself, telling him to look at her instead of the dying monster. Touching his lips, she told him to leave the monster aside and focus on tonight's project. He pushed her back, asking what she was implying. He then told her that he had never explained how he felt about her and made it clear that she couldn't go out with a pain in the ass like him, so she should better turn herself in. This enraged Kyoko, and she raised the blade to attack him. But he pushed back against her waist before she could strike and pinned her down. Kyoko demanded to know what the hell he was doing. On the other hand, Ray thought it actually worked. Even though she was a murderer, she was subdued for once, as the difference in strength was enough. At that moment, Kyoko bit his arm. He screamed in pain while she asked him what Ray actually tasted like. She then held up her blade, telling him that the time had come to create some exciting art, and asked whether he had ever heard anything about cannibalism. She then asked him whether she should start with his arms and legs, turning him into a doll who was holding his wrist. She then asked whether perhaps she should start with his shoulder muscles or thighs. Thinking aloud, she wondered whether he or the monster would taste better. Ray felt powerless, knowing in many ways he was no match for Kyoko. However, as she asked him which part of his body tasted better, he raised the bag and hit her with it, thinking that if one couldn't find a solution, they should just run away. Looking at the monster, he wondered if she could move, but realized she couldn't. He would have to carry her and escape, though his one arm was injured. It didn't matter as he had to run away from Kyoko, and that was all he could focus on at the moment. Kyoko mocked him, asking if they were now running away, when someone suddenly pushed him down from behind. Kyoko told her that he was on the executioner's block. Looking at the person who pushed him down, Ray asked if he wasn't the same guy who had attacked him in the basement. Kyoko praised him, calling him Matsui-san as she pressed the blade into the back of Ray's hand. Kyoko then asked him what he thought the ultimate form of love was. She told him that she believed it resided in one's heart. Ray asked her what she meant. She said it was a shame that she had been defeated by the love between them that day and had been abandoned by him. She then pointed toward the monster and told him that the woman there had humiliated him, so she vowed to take revenge. She thought about how she could break that love, wondering how, after all this humiliation, she could create a work of art typical of a blood artist. Then she found her answer, to let the ultimate love be perfected inside her. This was why she would become art itself. Ray asked her what she was trying to do. She told him that if he and the monster were in love, he would take the monster's place. Holding the blade over the monster's head, she said she was going to cut her up, crush her, and eat her. She added that she had already prepared the clothes. Now she only needed to take in the flesh and blood and become one with it. She told Ray to watch until the end, saying that she would enjoy his fear to the fullest and then eat him. In her belly, a monster and human who loved each other could never be together, but would die together, and finally they would be united. It would be like a happy ending. Starting with him and the monster, she would be both creator and servant of her art. She asked him whether he realized that this would be a tragedy. Ray told her he couldn't understand, as it seemed impossible to eat someone and become that person. Kyoko asked him what he was talking about, explaining that the monster had eaten that girl, which was why she now looked like her. Placing her hand over the monster's cheek, she said that more than that, the girl was a spider, and the fact that he loved someone like her was quite strange. Then, touching the monster's lips, she suddenly kicked her hard in the face, making her fall. Kyoko continued kicking her, saying she had decided to cut her lips and tongue, as the idea of a stew made from the monster's tongue was delicious. Ray screamed at her to stop, but Kyoko jumped on the monster, telling her that she would mince the meat to make spaghetti or hamburger steak. She would also rip her intestines and turn them into sausages and use her brain for miso soup. She said all this while Ray screamed in the background, begging her to stop. At that moment, she received a call and stopped to pick it up. The call was from Shiori. Kyoko asked her where she was, saying she had gotten some good meat, and asked whether she wanted hamburger steak for dinner. Shiori told her that, as things were looking, it seemed she had succeeded in neutralizing the monster. Kyoko asked her whether she wanted to hear Ray's cute moaning voice. Shiori then asked whether she had seen anything suspicious. Kyoko told Shiori that since Ray and the monster were going to die anyway, the only thing she had was the shoulder bag. Shiori told her that if there was anything that looked like a cocoon, she should make sure to crush it. Kyoko then started crushing it, calling it disgusting. Ray, now desperate, thought about where Lewis was. He feared that the orchids were crushed as well. He thought that he didn't care how much of a monster she was, but if she hurt him like that, as he and the monster tried to move towards each other. Noticing them, Kyoko asked the monster if she could still move. Still crushing her, Kyoko told her that she was no longer a spider. She was just a cockroach. Shiori instructed her to stab her a few more times to finish her off. Kyoko said she would do so. Ray begged her to just stop it. He asked her why she would go so far, and what the monster had done to her and Shiori Karasawa. Kyoko told him that it was simply revenge. Besides, there was no way there was a monster in this world that ate people in the first place, even though she was a monster as well. Shiori confirmed that Kyoko was a monster too. She further explained that it was abominable, as her resentment against the professor for turning her into a spider monster had only grown. Thanks to this, they were able to manipulate Matsui and Daisuke, and hence capture the monster and Daisuke. Shiori then told Rei that if he was expecting Louis to come to his help, he should forget it, as Louis was going to die as well. Rei asked her what she meant. She responded, asking if Louis had not told him that he had a short life expectancy. Moreover, his fight with Daisuke had weakened him. She added that Daisuke's actions were beyond his imagination. Rei called out to Lua, asking why he had never told him about this. Louis had promised to bring back his uncle to his senses and then come after him. At that moment, Uncle Daisuke walked in. Kyoko, seeing him, told him that he was just in time, as he was going to witness the destruction of an extraordinary monster. However, she noted, he would probably not understand what was happening if he was still under Shiori's influence. Rei, seeing all this, realized that Louis, the lying bastard, had promised something completely different. Kyoko then dipped her scalpel into a beaker of olive oil and applied it to the monster, on her lip glands, eyeballs, and maybe thighs. Rei, looking on helplessly, begged her to stop it. Raising the scalpel, she told him she would now chop her up, but before she could, something shot through her hand, making the scalpel fall, shocking not only her, but everyone around her. She cursed, asking what the hell that was. It was Uncle Daisuke. He told her that, although he had no interest in hurting women, he made an exception for criminals like her, and punched her hard. Rei watched him with tears flowing down his face. Daisuke then called to Shiori, asking if she could hear him, and pulling her tie, he told her that he was getting his sweet nephew and his best friend back. Shiori, hearing his voice, thought to herself why he was there. She remembered ordering Matsui to automatically attack Louis if he was still alive. However, when Matsui didn't attack, she assumed Louis and Daisuke had gone toe-to-toe, so she sent Matsui to help Kyoko. But Matsui's senses returned, and she lost control over Daisuke. If she lost control, which obviously meant he had to be dead, then why was he alive? She couldn't understand what the hell was going on. A few minutes earlier, Daisuke had realized that Matsui didn't respond to them, and asked Louis whether he was seriously dead. Louis, tangled in threads on the ground, told him that he couldn't believe there were spider monsters in this world, and that he had been controlled by one. He also remembered being attacked by a white spider and sprayed with olive oil. Louis told Daisuke that now, as he was free of Shiori's control, he had to go rough on her. Daisuke said he thought he was dreaming. Louis asked him whether he could move. Daisuke said that, even though he was conscious, he couldn't go free if he was tied down like this. Besides, he was itching to kill her. Louis explained that this wouldn't go easily, as her influence was greater than he had thought. Besides, if he couldn't get her to take more olive oil, it would speed up the detoxification process. However, Daisuke might not be able to handle it if it was stronger for him. He further told Daisuke that he couldn't move anymore, but if someone didn't help them soon, they would die. Daisuke called out to him, saying he would do anything to help Rei, so just tell him what to do, because he didn't want Rei to suffer more than he already had. Louis agreed to accept his help, telling him he trusted him, as he poured olive oil into Daisuke's mouth. Daisuke started coughing continuously and asked if Louis was trying to kill him. Louis reminded him that he had said he would do anything to help him. Daisuke replied that if he had meant to kill him, he would have done it by now. Then, looking at Louis, he called him a bastard, saying that when he got better, he would arrest him. Louis, seeing Daisuke writhing in pain, thought that the detoxification process of olive oil was an enzymatic reaction based on substrate specificity with the spider factor. Besides, increasing the amount of olive oil increased the rate of detoxification. However, the heat generated by it also raised the body temperature, so it was not something that people could endure. Louis told him that it was a gamble, but he was confident that he could manage it with his own power. After giving him a dose just under his limit, Louis wondered whether he would last. At that moment, Daisuke grabbed his shoulder, asking him, for Louis's astonishment, for one more dose. Then he asked him whether he still had it, adding that he wanted him to get him to Rei as soon as possible. Louis, looking at him with surprise, handed him another dose of olive oil, warning that if he drank it, he would pass out. So, when he woke up, he would just have to do what Louis told him. However, he must hear this before he woke up, or he would probably be dead. Daisuke asked him what he was talking about. Louis explained that Rei and the others had escaped into the forest, But if Daisuke were dead, he wouldn't know their exact location. Daisuke told him not to underestimate a detective's intuition. He was in a pinch, and his instincts were telling him where they were. Lewis acknowledged that he knew better than to rely solely on instincts. He then mentioned Matsui being there and how they were going to use him. Daisuke expressed doubts, saying it wouldn't be a good idea and that it would be better if they both searched for Rei together. However, Matsui would first need to come to his senses. Louis told him that he would let Matsui remain under Shiori's control. When Daisuke didn't understand, Lewis clarified that if he died, Matsui wouldn't have any target in that place. However, if he woke up, Shiori would instruct him on what to do next. If that happened, Shiori would send him toward Rei's group, so he would just wake him up and have him follow without realizing it, because that's what detectives do. Daisuke, making fun of the plan, asked what would happen if Matsui woke up first and tried to finish him off. There was also a chance that Rei and the others could be killed before that happened. Lewis admitted that it was a gamble, but it was the only way to outsmart them. He added that this was a dying man's last gamble and asked Daisuke whether he would do it for him. Daisuke asked him one thing: why was he doing this, and what was his relationship with Daisuke and the dark-haired girl? Lewis explained the reason behind it and advised him to take care of the kids, as he could defeat them with his powers. Putting a cigarette in his mouth, Daisuke said that he had defeated him, he would defeat the rest, and he would protect Rei and the others. With that, he walked away, leaving Louis behind. Matsui called to Daisuke, informing him about the results of Yonohara's autopsy. Daisuke apologized for taking up all his night and asked whether he had been up the entire time. Matsui told him that they had known each other for a long time and by now he had become accustomed to Daisuke's recklessness. Daisuke thanked him. Matsui reminded him that work was work, but as he looked down through the microscope, he told him that this didn't seem to be the work of a human being. It seemed that it was rather done by a monster or a ghost. Daisuke said that it made sense to him. Matsui told him to feel free to pass on the forensic work. Besides, they would definitely catch the killer. Daisuke placed coffee before him and left. Matsui told him to let him know everything he found, as he couldn't sleep knowing there was a monster like this walking around. Daisuke, going through the report, thought that Matsui had done a lot of research in such a short time, so he would have to try a little harder and get some sleep. As he was walking while reading the report, he passed by a strange lady. Now in the present, he told Matsui that this was the reason he had been missing since that day, as he finally understood why Shiori Karasawa had kept him captive. However, he never thought it was truly the work of a monster, so he asked Matsui about it as he finally tied Kyoko. Rei called him at that time. Daisuke told him to remain calm, saying he would patch him up when he was done with this guy. He then called to Matsui and told him that he was going to wake him up. Matsui left Rei on the ground and stood over him. Daisuke told him that this was his best friend, so he must know what he was talking about, even if he was not in his right state of mind. But then Matsui rushed toward him and started to throw punches at Daisuke, who tried hard to avoid them. Daisuke complimented him, telling him that these were good moves, but he had forgotten one thing. Matsui was a forensic technician, while he was a person who regularly worked out. Seeing Matsui's relentlessness, Daisuke thought that back then, with the albino, a person automatically controlled by a spider would only be able to exert their motor abilities up to the original power of the person being controlled. However, the move that Matsui had just pulled meant that he was acting on his own. Dodging a strike, Daisuke told Matsui that he didn't know he could move like this. Matsui then kicked him, making him tumble to the ground, and punched him hard. Rei called out to him. Ignoring him, Daisuke stood up and said that a shot was a shot. Grabbing Matsui's shirt from the front, he told him that he owed him one and then punched him hard, knocking him down. Daisuke really felt the pain from Matsui's kicks. Calling to the unconscious Matsui, he told him that he owed him one and that he would make him pay for that. Then, pulling olive oil out of his pocket, he told Rei that they should make him drink some of it while he was out. Rei, seeing him, thought that he was definitely his uncle who loved him, while Daisuke was wondering whether olive oil really worked. Rei felt really glad, but at that moment he lost consciousness as his uncle called to him to stay with him. Rei felt like he was in some kind of dream. There was some guy as he realized it was Lewis, but there was also a woman he had never seen before. There was Shiori as well, and there was no doubt about it. This was why they were together. He didn't know why, but he felt that he had seen this before. It was truly heartbreaking. It seemed like the place where he had missed so much, where he had been lonely, and there was a woman with a cocoon holding it to her chest. It felt too warm. At that moment, he opened his eyes. His head was lying in the monster's lap. He asked her what it was and whether she had saved his life again. Daisuke, who was sitting nearby, asked him what he was doing and whether they were making out in public. Screaming his name, Ray sat up. Daisuke told him that he was glad to see him doing better than he thought, and then corrected him, saying that it was he who had actually saved his ass. Seeing the bandage on his hand, Ray remembered that they were attacked in the forest by Kyoko and Matsui. Daisuke told him not to worry, as they were still unconscious and would be saved. However, they needed to be on the lookout for Kyoko Yashimiro. Besides, Matsui had taken some olive oil, so by the time he woke up, he would have his senses back. Daisuke then told Ray that if he spoke honestly about it, there was so much he couldn't understand, as he couldn't keep up with everything happening in front of him. Most importantly, as a detective, what was he supposed to do? There was a white spider, a crazy coworker, and a girl who was supposed to be dead. He then asked Ray whether she was not human. Ray tried to explain, but Daisuke put his hand over his head, sighing with relief that he was safe. He called Ray's name and told him that he had always shouldered too much on his own, so why couldn't his public servant relatives do the same? Moreover, at least this girl was on his side, and he would take his word for it. He then told him that as soon as they got out of there, they were going to the hospital, as all he had done was stop the bleeding with the dirty old man's shirt, so he was worried about infection. Ray then told him that he should treat the monster as well, as she had been shot by Shiori. Daisuke told him that this was what he had been trying to do earlier. However, he didn't know what he was supposed to do with her, as he had been trying to give her first aid, but she wouldn't let go of him. With tears in her eyes, she held onto his arm. Ray told her that she didn't need to look so glum, as Uncle was on his side. Daisuke, seeing them, asked Ray whether he was the kind of guy who messed with high school girls, so could he arrest him? Ray told him that he was wrong, as they hadn't gotten that far. When his uncle tried to say more, he stopped him and told him that it wasn't like that, and then said that he would handle it himself, as he could teach him. Uncle Daisuke told him that he also didn't know. At that moment, Shiori, who came up behind them, told them that it wouldn't be necessary. She further told them not to make any more sudden movements. As of now, she would be the one to dispose of that monster. They both should go to the hospital or wherever they were heading. However, if they interfered, she was going to kill all of them. Daisuke, pointing his gun at her, told her not to move any further. Shiori asked him whether he had managed to break free of her power. She said he should rather let himself be manipulated. Daisuke warned her not to move ahead. Shiori asked him if he was a Japanese detective and whether he had ever fired on a human before. Daisuke asked her whether she was human. This really enraged her, as she screamed at him that she used to be human, even with these creepy powers, as his threads flew out of her hands with a gun at each end. Ray pointed to it. Daisuke, shocked, asked her where she had gotten all these guns, as she would have him arrested. Shiori laughed and told him that, as the saying goes, a fool's errand never went unpunished. She was an amateur, and he was a detective, so let them see who was the better detective. Kyoko, who had just regained consciousness, called to her and told her to wait a minute. If that was how it was, then wouldn't she also hit her as well? Shiori and the others looked at her with surprise. After a minute of silence, Shiori told her that she was right and started shooting, as Ray covered the monster with himself. Uncle Daisuke took both of them behind one of the huge trunks, all the while she continued shooting. Shiori said out loud that bullets didn't fly straight as she thought they would. Besides, it was still hard to handle a gun. He then asked Daisuke that he had to teach him how to use a gun. He asked him whether he was still alive. Daisuke asked him whether he was all right. He told him that he was. Daisuke told him that aside from the girl's lack of a sense of urgency, everything was okay. Daisuke, as he covered them both, thought about what he should do. As if he showed his face for a second, she would shoot them both. But if they made a wrong move, they wouldn't get another chance. So what should he do? Matsui, who had regained consciousness, asked Kyoko if she was all right, and called her lucky. He told her not to mess with her, as she would kill him as well. Kyoko then called out to Shiori, who was coming toward her questioningly. Shiori told her that it was tiring to deploy all these guns. Kyoko asked her what she was doing as she sat on her back. Shiori, holding her head, told her that she was just going to have a bite, shocking her a lot. Kyoko's screams echoed through the whole forest as Ray and the others watched with horror-stricken faces from behind the trunk. Shiori then told Kyoko that she was for the meal, as she thought that Kyoko would be a good ration for emergency. And she wasn't wrong. Wiping blood from her mouth, she said, "And now it's time for the hunt." Shiori called out to Daisuke, asking him why he didn't come out so she could kill him nice and slow. Ray was truly scared to hear this, realizing that she had tried to block their escape with spider silk. They had to get out of there before she surrounded them. Daisuke told him to stay relaxed. He explained that it was a threat, so the moment he tried to run the other way, he would be jumped. When Rei showed fear, Daisuke reassured him that he would take care of all of this, and that he should run when he saw an opening. Rei asked whether his uncle wanted to go head-to-head with that monster. At that moment, Rei realized that Louis was nowhere in sight and told his uncle to wait while asking him about it. Rei reminded him that Louis had promised to see him again, as he was sure that he could handle Shiori. Daisuke, in a consoling voice, told him that Louis was not coming because they had lost the source of the monster forever. Besides, it was a miracle that he was still alive today. He then asked Rei why Louis hadn't told him about it. Before Rei could say anything further, Daisuke told him to get down as he shot ahead, and a white spider appeared before them, engulfing Daisuke in thread and lifting him above the ground. Seeing him struggle, Rei told him it would be better if he didn't move much. At that moment, a voice came from the spider, and Rei immediately recognized it. He asked the spider whether it was Shiori. Shiori then appeared in front of him in a naked form, with threads coming out of all her fingers, and told him that she was shocking him. Daisuke called her a fucking pervert. Shiori, ignoring him, told him that he should not stare at her too much. She then covered herself and pulled one of her guns, pointing it at Daisuke while telling him that it made it harder to kill them if he knew. Rei told her to stop and then, bowing down, asked why she was doing this to his uncle and why she was going so far. He begged her to stop and not to do this to him again. Shiori told him that she had warned him countless times, so it was his fault for ignoring her warnings. She then asked Rei why he was asking her why she was doing this and going so far. She extended her questions, asking him what the monster was and why they needed to go away. She further asked if he knew why he and Louis, who were just normal people, were turned into monsters. However, before she said anything else, she noted that when he learned everything, he would reject the monster over there. Rei, looking at the monster, thought that she was definitely not human. He also realized that she had killed Yuko Yonohara. But then, turning to Shiori, he told her that the girl had saved his life, so there was no point in this. Shiori told him that she knew that Louis hadn't told him the most important thing. The man who caused all of this was Professor Kusunoki, along with his social experiments. Rei recalled that he had heard that name before. Daisuke, on the other hand, asked her whether she meant Professor Kusunoki Masatake, who had gone missing during the summer at Washio University. Shiori expressed surprise that he knew about him, saying it showed he was a good detective. Daisuke told her that it was all over the news and TV. Shiori then asked him whether he knew how many people had been killed because of that man, or how many lives had been ruined by him. She told them that this was back when she was still working as the professor's assistant. It was a part-time job offered by the professor. Even though the daily wage was good, she wasn't sure how he had gathered so many people for this shady project. When she saw Louis's CV, she thought he could make money in other ways with his looks. However, she wondered what those part-timers had in common that made her so curious. She asked the professor what he was up to. He told her that this was something she didn't need to know. He then said that some of the people mentioned in the papers would be there that day, so she had to show them around the facility. One of their investors would go to the Yonohara family, he told her. So, Masatake Kusunoki, the professor. Shiori knew something was wrong when she started helping him, as that man didn't see other people as more than experimental subjects. Moreover, he began gathering young people without telling them what was happening there. She started having bad feelings about his research. She then saw that the door of the hut was open. She went inside, as no one was supposed to be there yet except her. Besides, she was the only one with the key. When she went inside, she saw someone sleeping there. She told that person that he was not supposed to be there without her permission. It was Louis who came out from under the covers, apologizing to her and telling her that it had been a long time since he had slept under covers. He then asked her whether she liked to sleep with him under the covers, as it felt good. Going towards him, she asked him that first he had done trespassing, and now he was doing sexual harassment. Besides, she didn't like it, so she was going to report it. Louis stopped her, saying that if he lost that job, he would end up on the streets. She then told him that from then on he had to live with other people, so he had to refrain from selfish behavior. He apologized to her and asked her what her name was. She told him that her name was Shiori Karasawa. He told her that it was a good name, as there could be a lot of nicknames for it, such as Shi-chan, and there was also Shiorin. He asked her which one she thought was better. He then asked her whether she didn't have many friends, as the distance between them was quite strange. This really startled her. She told him that she had always thought a nickname was key to making friends. Besides, she was not interested, so he could have it his way. After that, the time they all spent together was the most fun she had ever had. Moreover, she had never been good at socializing, but those people were her first friends, so she became careless during those easygoing times. However, it was all an experimental field that the professor had prepared. She then told them that there were 10 people living there. However, the professor's experiment turned them all into spider monsters, and then they died. Ray asked her whether that meant she and Louis were both victims of the experiment. She told him that it was so, as they were the only sole survivors. Shiori further explained that spider monsters, by their very nature, would eat people one by one, and the toll would rise. Because of that, this monster shouldn't be allowed to live. This was the reason she was going to kill them all, including herself. Ray, looking at her, felt as though she was crying at that moment. He didn't know how hard things had been for her, but there was one thing he knew. His life had gone out of control because of these monsters, and that was an undeniable truth. He then told Shiori that he had one favor to ask, even if it was for his uncle. Could she please spare him? Daisuke, whose mouth was also covered with the spider's web, asked him what he was saying. Shiori seemed to agree, telling him that Daisuke's memories could be erased with the power of her control. However, he himself was no good, as he had been bewitched by the monster as well. Hearing this, Ray closed his eyes with pain, as thoughts flowed through him. When he thought about it, his life had never been good. His brother was dead. His best friend was dead. Moreover, his girlfriend had even tried to kill him. But then, looking at Daisuke, he further thought that even after being suspicious of him, Daisuke cared for him till the very end. So if he could save this one person, it wouldn't be a bad deal. Shiori then pointed her gun at him, telling him to get out of her way so she could kill the monster. She then told him that Louis was an idiot, as she couldn't believe he had put his life in danger to save him and the monster. This really enraged Ray, and he told her to take it back. He said that while it could be that the monster was something she wanted to get rid of, and maybe it was better for her to disappear from this world, in his eyes, she wasn't useless to him. The monster stared at him with astonishment, as Shiori told him that it seemed Louis hadn't taught him the most important thing after all. Shiori asked him whether he was sure as the purpose of that monster, but Louis walked in, telling her that it was enough. Shiori looked at him in shock and asked why he was there. Ray looked at him with relief and told him that he had thought Louis wasn't coming. Louis apologized to him a couple of times before explaining that he had overslept a little bit. Louis told Shiori that they had finally met. Shiori, with sadness in her eyes, said that it was time they ended this because she and he had a score to settle. Seeing Louis walking towards her, Shiori wondered what he was doing there, as his lifespan should have ended by now. She then saw him holding a cocoon in his hand and realized how she had been saved. With one slash of his hand, he cut the tree to which he had been tied. He then asked Shiori whether she had changed her mind, as he didn't feel like he would lose to anyone at the moment. Shiori transformed into a big spider, throwing Louis back, and told him that it couldn't be helped. Louis then looked at Ray and apologized, telling him that he had intended to tell the truth but had run out of time. However, if they didn't stop Shiori, they would all die. Ray called his name in desperation. Louis told him that he was rather close to the end of his life, so it was possible he would be able to hold down Shiori. However, she wouldn't be able to move. Ray asked whether this meant he was going to die. Louis looked at him and told him that this was the plan. Then, looking down, Louis told him that he didn't have time to tell him the truth, so instead he should go to the basement in the lab building he was in. He explained that the truth was further down the hall, but it was up to him if he wanted to go. He only wanted them to get out of there. He then apologized to them for getting into this mess, saying it really was not supposed to happen. Moreover, he wanted to be with him, as he was the last person he had expected to understand. He told him that he was a tough person, but he also thought about the time they had spent together and how he had saved his life. Ray told him that he wanted to be his friend. Louis thanked him, saying that Ray's feelings made him whole and gave him the strength to fight till the very end. He said goodbye to Ray as he transformed into the spider. He then noticed Daisuke telling Matsui that he didn't understand half of what Louis had been saying. Daisuke then told Ray that they needed to get to safety, as if they didn't, they would be caught in the middle of all this. Ray clenched his fist and apologized to his uncle, informing him that he was going down to the basement. Daisuke asked what he was talking about. Ray explained that this was the last thing Louis had left for him, so he felt he needed to see it immediately. Daisuke told him that his injuries weren't shallow, so they should go to the hospital first. By the time they were done, the cops would show up, and then they wouldn't be able to get into that facility. Daisuke told him that this was the truth, but Ray cut him off mid-sentence, saying that he didn't want to lose any more friends. Daisuke told him to wait, but Ray rushed toward the basement, unable to understand how these two other monsters were safe while Louis was going to die. He thought that there had to be some way, and if he knew something, Ray-kun called upon the other boy and asked him if it was true that female spiders sometimes eat the male ones. He was surprised at the question and glanced toward him and asked where he learned about that. Ray-kun continued saying that he heard that some species perform cannibalism after mating. The boy stood and placed his hand on Ray-kun's head and said to him that it was why he was supposed to be careful with girls. The spider was crawling outside. It then questioned the sanity of Louis and told him he was a cruel man. It kept on saying that if he was not going to do something, then Ray-kun would be, as he offered him a choice, and the rest was then lying on him. It asked Louis a question if he wanted Ray-kun to suffer the same as them. It yelled auto-frustration and determination. It would not let that happen. The boy was walking while carrying an unconscious girl on his shoulder and supporting the other boy by the arm. Spider forced him to think about what he was doing. The boy was frightened about the Ray-kun. He wanted to go after Ray-kun immediately, but he needed to get those guys to safety first. The girl and the boy running fast, in order to save Ray-kun, as they didn't want it to see him dead. As soon as they reached the room, they were shocked to see the basement downstairs. The boy thought that last time, when he was there wasn't any stair like that. He further analyzed if it was the same basement about which he was told by Louis. He kept staring at that staircase and finally assumed that all the mysteries were lying downstairs. Suddenly, the girl beside him started to walk faster. She opened the door and Ray-kun questioned her if everything was okay and asked her if the glass door had already opened. He moved forward and asked her to wait, but she kept on moving. Ray-kun was so surprised and astonished at her behavior because she never left his side in all circumstances. There he was surprised to start a photograph of Louis with a woman. He murmured to himself that he hadn't seen that thing before. He mustered up his courage and was determined that he was going to the basement to get answers to all those questions. He analyzed that. Last time he couldn't find that basement because it was hidden under the floor. He kept on thinking that why they would go to such lengths to hide their research. As soon as he entered the basement, he got scared on the sight. He was frightened to see the core of the monster lying there. He was so astonished and scared to see all that. There he saw another room that made him understand that it was the same room that Louis told him earlier. He opened the room where he confusingly saw research files. He was also surprised to see a letter from Louis there, alongside with a bottle of olive oil and a knife dot. He opened search files. There he saw the search report on Amor aleniosus, which meant an extraterrestrial life form. But it's so report that the creature fed on blood. However, blood samples would only be collected after the subjugation. They were usually not aggressive, but they would attack on their own under the right conditions. Ray-kun was surprised to learn all that. He murmured that if what was written there was true, he was going to die. Meanwhile, the girl was still lying there and trying to ask the corpse to go by laughing hell hard. She was laughing and said, "It's easy that she was Yonohara." She was so happy that she got him. The boy kept on reading that praying and killing might be a bit of a stretch. He got a flashback that she killed him once, and then he woke up as a new human being. He knew that it was him without any doubt. Masatake Kusunoki once. The way those unusual spiders breed was quite unique. He was told by his earlier girlfriend and his wife then that they engage in predatory behavior only twice in their lifetime. They say they couldn't procreate in their spider form. That's why they used to take in creatures from other species and make them their own. He kept on wondering and understanding the process that those were the first individuals to be preyed upon. They were actually the body partner, in other words, physical co-owner. After the spider was born, it would attack the first intelligent life form of another species that it recognized. It implied that they would target individuals to prey upon without exception. They used to target each and everything, blood, meat, and bones, even their mind. After that, the spider used to go on to take the form of the first prey, then captured an individual of the opposite sex of the species it had taken over, tattoo individual for the second in the final predation, breeding partners and food for the body partner. It simply meant that he was an object of desire. When the body partner used to pour its bodily fluids into the object of its desire, they could change their diet and ecology without even realizing. Eventually, the object of a desire would be transformed into a body that couldn't live without its body partner. He further knew that if the body fluids of the body partner were not consumed, the object of desire would die. And so the spider had a habit of making a web woven with the blood of the object of a desire with spider silk. That cocoon not only served as food, it could also be a nourishing medicine that rapidly heals wounds and abilities. Ray-kun Captain reading and analyzed that if that was true, then the monster's wounds healed and that cocoon. Ray-kun was so scared as he got the flashback that it was the same for him. The wound Kyoko gave him that summer was definitely fatal, but the hospital said it was minor. He was thinking that if he was already on the verge of becoming a monster. He further remembered that the same thing happened with Shusikuro Todo, that he was drugged by him, but contrary to his exceptions, he was able to move quickly. He wondered if it was because of the monster's powers as well. He realized that the girl who used to be with him was the monster, and the monster's obsession with him was that of a predator's, because it saw him as a male who could produce offspring, and it was slowly turning him into a monster. He kept on reading that the selection of a target of a desire depended on the infatuation of the body partner's host, and during their lifetime. The thoughts of the body partner are so powerful that they take over one's mind and bring them under their control. Rei-kun finally understood why the monster appeared in front of him in the form of Yuko Yunehara. He analyzed if she knew him one-sidedly or it was the other way around. The sweat droplets were dropping off his temple due to anxiety. He realized that he was genuinely deprived of life, and that creature could make him stop being human. It was as if men and women were destined to be together in distorted death. Rei-kun threw the book away out of frustration. He sat there on the floor in extreme anxiety and thought that it was too much for him to know. He was getting flashbacks when he thought back. That time when he realized that Lewis was a monster. He had a bad feeling about that. He was so stunned at Shiori's true identity. He found himself running away from them, so he pretended that he didn't see it. There he heard the sound of feet approaching him. He found himself at peace exactly at the moment when their eyes met. He made up his mind. As the girl was approaching, he lifted the knife and bathed it with olive oil. Remember that there were ways for the target to avoid becoming a new human being before the body was completely remodeled. For that thing, all the target had to do was kill the monster. He finally understood why Shiori felt sorry for him, and he was disappointed if he would have known that better. He remembered his first night when he met her, when he was terrified, fascinated, and then trapped by the monster. Rei-kun made up the decision that he had been through a lot since then, and then he had decided that he would stand by the monster as he was desperate to know who it really was, even if it would cost his life, as there was no one who would think of him. He stood up and held the knife firmly, saying sorry to her, as they both were equal in the sense that they both carried a sin. As he killed his brother and the monster killed Yuko Yonehara, he was directly involved while monsters just followed their instincts to live. But it still didn't change the fact that he was a murderer and a monster, and he had sacrificed others to live. He grabbed the girl monster and yelled that he couldn't be hers. He announced that he, Rema Toshaka, how to live as a human being and would die as a human being. There was no point in his brother keeping him alive. He said while his eyes welled up with tears that he was going to kill her by then. He knew that a monster whose body could easily move couldn't use the power of a domination. He was surprised at why she was hesitating and what she was going to do. The girl monster asked if he was waiting for an answer, and then she said that she would take his life with her own hand. She said that she knew it's a bother, but she wanted to be with him, and she didn't want to be separated. She wanted to touch him, and she wanted to be touched by him. She continued saying she wanted him to love her, and also she wanted to love him. At the end, she said that they wanted him to love them. Then he placed a knife within her. The girl with the knife away, while Rei-kun What's a Trinity was sorry, as he still couldn't do that. The girl asked him what he was doing and forced him to go off her. She bent his hand, and he at once got away by saying that it was not his intention, and he was sorry to do that. She was utterly surprised. She asked him to come near her, and eventually she hugged him. It made Rei-kun think that it was always the monster who made the first move because he had hardly ever hugged her. He could hear her heartbeat, her breath, and her warmth. He realized that none of that was borrowed, and that was all hers. He came to the conclusion that the monster was also a living being. In the meantime, she was turning into a spider monster gradually. He leaned backward in true astonishment. She asked him what happened. He replied that he was just a little surprised. The predation and reanimation of the body by the spider was both maddeningly pleasurable and immensely painful. She made him lay down and thanked him for the meal. She, while completely converting into a spider monster, extracted his eyeball from the socket. Rei-kun thought the light of a mental burden. It would have been better if he passed out before he became a spider. She asked him how he was feeling while devouring his eye. He was bleeding and felt so much pain like he was about to pass out. He told her that it hurt him so much. She replied that she couldn't wait any longer. Rei-kun was the price, although it was so painful, but still he could not believe that he was feeling so good. He never knew that kind of pleasure. It was like something was pouring into him, tingling inside him. His body felt so hot. It was like his body was going to explode. Meanwhile, the girl asked him if his clothes were annoying him. Meanwhile, Ray saw a hand while the blood oozed out of it, moving towards him. He was so surprised to see that and asked what the hell was that. She replied if she was so glad that Ray and they both were the same. Ray-kun asked her if he was going back to normal again while throwing her away. She was a little surprised to see him doing this, but Ray-kun apologized to her at once by saying that you didn't mean to. She hugged him back and said it was fine, as he was the only person who was allowed to hurt her. Ray-kun felt lightheaded because of the sweet smell coming from her blood. Ray was feeling quite thirsty as he hadn't eaten or drunk anything for a long time. She asked her not to hold back. He jumped back over her by saying that she could hurt him, and then he started to drink her blood and thought how the blood could taste so good. They became so close to each other, and he finally acknowledged that he wasn't a human anymore. Earlier in that basement room, Louis was writing a letter. While on the table, there was a research file on his one side and knife and olive oil on the other side. He was writing that letter. That letter would tell how he became a monster and the reason he came to him. Further, they just wanted someone to know that they were alive. The professor and his wife had a child. There were 4 young spiders that hadn't preyed on them yet. They were gathered as bait to be fed to these children, as potential co-workers. Among them, there was a woman who would later become Louis's lover. Her name was Elisa Shimazaki, another participant. They started out living in a campground, then he noticed that he was trapped in that 4th experiment. Initially, he was alone, but then, in that room, they become the professor's guinea pigs. Even after he learned the truth, he couldn't refuse her, who had the same face as Elisa. Because he thought Elisa might still be alive inside her, Elisa was someone so important to him that he hung on to such faint hopes. Later, he found out that they were going to have a baby. One day, after a long day of hell, that he could neither escape defy. Louis was so confused if he needed to be happy or sad about his known human child. At least it was the only peaceful moment in all that hell. But even that moment was short-lived because the monsters started to kill each other. The spider whose mate had been killed went into a rampage. Experiment building had become a picture of hell. The only one who survived were Louis and Professor Shiori, his assistant. In all those circumstances, Elisa lost her life while defending him. The spiders and their mates couldn't survive without each other. After losing Elisa, he was just a shell waiting to die until the professor who took their child away, as the child was the only proof that Elisa and he were alive once, and he couldn't die until he got her back. So he kept looking for that baby over and over again, until he found their daughter Dot. At last, Louis made a confession that Ray-kun was their son-in-law, as he was the father of the monster that's been snuggling with Ray-kun. All his life he was trying to make her happy, and that's why he appeared in front of him. He was determined that he was going to make Ray-kun a monster, and it was his ultimate goal. And yet dear he was with a knife. He gave him a choice, either his humanity or his guilt for him. He thought that he was still a very lazy one to do all that at the end. He was very much disturbed with the fact that he didn't know what was going to happen to him. But if it was him, the one who had been faithful to her, as a human, it didn't matter whether he would be surrounded by monsters or murders. In the letter, he wished him good luck, as he was looking forward to seeing him. Ray-kun had read the whole letter written by Louis, while the monster girl was sitting beside him. He stood up and tightened the piece of cloth around his eye and asked her to accompany him. Louis was walking in the forest while coughing and laughing when he was called upon by the guy. He said that it was awkward, and it was different from when he was in a wheelchair. Louis answered that he was nearing the end of his life, and he would probably die soon if he let him do it. Further, it didn't look like she was about to cry. Considering the way she had been treated, Louis knew that Shiori wanted to kill all the monsters, but when it came to his son and daughter, he would not let her do that. She yelled at how he could say that. She reminded him about her feelings and of what she had gone through. He asked her if she had read his letter. She said that she was sorry for Louis's wife. In the meantime, somebody asked him if she needed to be comforted. She looked back and saw it was Kosuke Kirihara. He said to Shiori that it was sad to learn that she couldn't be with Louis. He offered him that he could always switch to him. Shiori rejected that offer politely and excused him as her research was in progress, of the saying that she left. Kirihara was calling her from behind, but she didn't turn back. Within the hospital, the professor was thinking about the baby spider who had escaped. He thought that the real problem was that the baby spider might be lurking in the ward. There he saw Karasawa-kun, busy doing her work. He asked her to stay where she was and said that he was pretty sure that she had everything under control. He asked her if the recluse spider had abilities they didn't know. It was as if the spider was running away. It was strange how could a professor who was so obsessed with that spider was so calm. The professor told her one more thing, that something was wrong with Kirihara-kun since morning. He told her that it looked like he seemed to adore her, and if that was the case, he would come to her. He said to her, but if he came up, then they would take care of it. There, Shiori thought that today she was going to avenge herself from that day. She could finally kill Kirihara. all the monster. It was quite ironic, and she couldn't believe that she had to kill the last person that you ever wanted to kill the most. Lewis asked her if she was sure, and then analyzed it. If she killed the body sharer, the object of her desire would die too. She answered that that was exactly what she wanted, that was to kill Louis and Kirihara. After that, she could finally rest in peace too. They lifted the Christmas cross to attack Louis, while saying that the feeling of having everything taken from you by a man you don't like was the same as having the men you love captured by a monster. But Louis was determined he had no choice but to end his life, as he shouldn't be allowed to live afterwards. He was so sad because he lost Elisa. Shiori said that she wanted him to live for her sake. It was so hurtful for Shiori to see someone dying whom she loved the most. She requested him not to do this to him, and told him that she needed him to watch over them as her best friend. She further asked him that he couldn't finish off Ray-kun because he was lost. Louis asked her to listen to his last request, but she refused by saying that she would rather just let him die on his own, and she was not going to do what he wanted her to do for him, and she was going to do what she wanted to take care of him. He held his hand and said that at least she should be allowed to stay with him and to see him going through all dead till the end. Suddenly, Shiori got attacked by Kyoku, the monster one, from the back. Louis eventually held her back firmly so that he could support her. The monster Kyoku said by attacking her that if she was going to die, then this would be more beautiful. She laughed out loud watching Louis supporting Shiori. She said that she was so happy that once she was rejected by Louis, and now he was holding her. The monster was so desperate. Sase, as he got betrayed by Shiori, I know he was wondering what kind of work he should make out of her. Out there, Yamashiro was sitting completely wounded. He couldn't move in that state. He was wondering if that girl was a monster too. He was thinking about the girl who was obsessed with Ray-kun like crazy. He felt sorry for Ray-kun and was determined that he would go to get him. There he saw that broken, wounded arm crawling around him. He realized that arm belonged to a woman with dark clothes. He was so surprised about the things happening around him. He looked upward and witnessed the great spider monster. On the other side, the monster was telling Louis that he had broken her heart. The monster had gotten rid of the Shiori, and now it was after Louis. Shiori analyzed that if that man was left free, that would be even more disasters than the professor's experiment on humans. She asked Louis a favor that she wanted him to kill her at once, as they had barely given Kosuke Kirihara enough blood to keep him alive. If the object of his desire died, the body sharer won't be around much longer. Sushi requested him to kill him. In the meantime, Kosuke came and asked both of them what they were doing there. He told Louis that he was a mess. He wondered why would she already want a man like Louis if he was just poor but with a good face. Louis answered that Kosuke Kirihara was so unappealing himself, and that's why Shiori didn't want him around herself. It frustrated him that blood appeared in his eyes. He started beating Louis. He was fully determined to take the life of Louis this time. Shiori was yelling and begging for his life. Louis didn't have enough strength to fight back. His purpose was to kill Louis, so that he could be available for Shiori all the time. Louis thought that the only option left for him is to kill Shiori and to reduce Kosuke Kirihara's lifespan, but Kosuke would let him do that. He transformed into the complete monster and started to beat Louis with full vigor. He asked Shiori to watch closely as he was going to tear the Louis into tiny little pieces. He was laughing so hard as he had gone through a lot of trouble to get his arms back to normal. Suddenly, Kosuke was being attacked by someone from beside. It was Ray-kun, who asked how he dared to take a swing at Louis. As Louis was his father-in-law, he asked Ray-kun who he was. Ray-kun told Louis to eat cocoon by handing it over to him and to get some rest, because you still had a lot of questions to ask him. But Kosuke was so ferocious to witness that and asked him again who he was. There was a girl beside Ray-kun, the daughter of Louis. Louis Myojo was staring at the scene before him. It was the wish that he had made, and finally it was being fulfilled. Ray-kun was a monster with one hand transformed into a claw and one eye. Kosuke could see a boy with dark eyes and a beautiful girl standing there. Louis was surprised to see that Ray-kun chose to stay with her. Ray-kun asked Louis if he could ask him something. He wanted toward the monster and asked him who he was, and if it was an enemy, as something was growing out of its head. Louis was so confused to answer that question and didn't know how to begin answering. He said that it was Kosuke Kirihara. Shiori said while groaning, he was an annoying prick who got eaten by a spider and raped her. Ray-kun was stunned to see Shiori there, but Shiori eventually said that he didn't need to be worried and alarmed as there was nothing left, and she didn't have enough strength to kill him anymore. Ray-kun asked Louis if she was telling the truth. Louis told him that after everything that happened, he had made peace with Shiori. If he had to do any harm to anyone, it would be Kosuke Kirihara. Kosuke was yelling as he got stuck there, and he wanted to be untied. Shiori continued that even after the object of a desire was turned into a spider, there was no change in its ego or memory because the body had transformed. She asked Rei-kun if he felt the same. On the other hand, the ego and the memories of the physical co-owner were supposed to remain except for the infatuation before death. Kosuke Kirihara had the ego and memories of his life before he died. She continued that it was obsession with life, or was there some spider trade that didn't know about that? Kosuke Kirihara was the man who would go to any means to capture Shiori and ensured that the monster species thrived. It would be troublesome if they didn't kill him there. Kosuke asked out of pain and desperation if he was dying angel that he didn't want to die. He wondered why he couldn't move, and what was that annoying thread? He was disturbed by why the kid was interfering with him and Shiori. He asked who did that to him, if it was Lewis, Shiori, or the one-eyed kid. He looked at the monster girl with rage and anger. He understood that the kid seemed to have just got his powers. He judged it by Shiori's conversation with Lewis. Further, he analyzed that those guys could do whatever they wanted. He decided all he had to do was to kill that woman. He was staring at kids when Lewis pointed him out by asking him to stop staring too much at his child, as it sickened him. Rei-kun asked Lewis if he was okay. He answered that he was feeling better because of the cocoon, and he could manage to solve his problem, and he didn't want them to be a part of it. He was determined that he was going to settle that by himself. He stood by mustering up courage and went to Kosuke and told him that he got stuck, and those threads used to catch the spider's prey precisely. On hearing Kosuke got freaked out. He asked Sherry to help him, as if he died, she would die too. She answered that she was fine by that. She further told him that he was only kept alive because she had no choice but to terminate the spider. No, she was not in need to do that anymore, as she believed in Rei-kun and others too, and that was why he had to die there so that no monsters were being created. Lewis said that he would make sure that Kosuke got killed in a special way, as he was going to use his unique power, that was spider venom. He said that he used that against Shiori before, and he only put her in a wheelchair. But this time he wouldn't hold back against him. He was determined to give him a lethal injection. Kosuke was yelling and crying so hard. He was still staring at the monster girl and thinking about her. He was surprised at the voice inside him. He asked who the hell it was, and finally he spoke up that he was not the only one who shared the body of a spider. Lewis asked him what Woody was talking about, and he answered that he didn't understand it either. But that was the sound inside him. Suddenly he attacked Lewis, stabbed directly in his heart. That voice spoke up again to Rei-kun that it wanted to show him something interesting. Rei-kun, most confused to see what was going on there, he thought his uncle would handle her. But there was no mistaking it, that the familiar voice was of soprano and he couldn't forget it even if he wanted it to. Kosuke asked himself who he was. Rei-kun yelled that Kyoko was not supposed to be there. It was Kyoko with Kosuke Kirihara. She said to Rei-kun if he was not surprised because of her. She couldn't believe that she came back from the dead looking like this. And it was exactly what she had been looking for, and it was extraordinary. Rei-kun wondered if Kyoko was free. Then that would mean that there were two egos inside a single spider, and it was ridiculous. Louis was groaning out of pain and thought it was time to die and thought if his beloved Arisa was feeling alone. Kyoko asked Rei-kun if he had seen Luis, who flew like a dirty rag. He asked Rei-kun if he would become her masterpiece again. She was laughing like a madwoman and asked him again and again to answer her. The monster girl stepped forward and said Rei-kun was hers and she was of him. Kyoko called Kosuke Kirihara and said that she thought that they were pretty strong. She didn't know that it was different from her last work. She attacked Shiori and attempted to drink her blood. She adored her blood by saying the third blood was the best. Then they both started to attack the monster girl by trapping her in the spider web. She told Kirihara that it was the end of the line for a monster girl and she wanted it to be miserable. Rei-kun wanted to stop them. Louis wanted to scream at them, to tell them to stop, to shout her name, and to help her, but it never happened. Rei-kun was lying on the ground, witnessing all that was happening in front of his eyes. Kosuke wanted Kyoko to step aside. He didn't want Shiori to suffer. He yelled if anyone got in the way of him and Shiori, he would kill them. Rei-kun was asking them not to do this to her. Kyoko said she would make a scarf for Rei-kun, and that scarf would be made from her guts and it would warm him. Kosuke was holding Shiori in his arms when Kyoko asked him to go a little back. He answered her not to do that to him, as she was the only one he had. Rei-kun was yelling that he couldn't do that to the monster girl. She asked Rei if he wanted to beg for his own life. He could do so. Rei told her to do what she wanted. She got surprised by the answer that she turned back towards the monster girl and told her that he was already going to leave her. The girl was so hurt to learn that. Kyoko told Rei-kun if she was going to give her best work, but she wanted to use her to make this and that, so she didn't want her to die at once. She asked Kirihara what to do with her. She told Dad there were three possible ways for a recluse spider to die, one of which was poisoning by injecting olive oil into its body. Another way was death by starvation, when its mate died and it couldn't eat. And the other one was if it was attacked by a stronger spider and then it couldn't regenerate. They thought the third one was the most gruesome death. They were discussing about this thing when Rei-kun got up and attacked them. "Kosuke, what's the price to see him that suddenly he was moving?" Kyoko found him so cool to attack with that vigor. "Kosuke, what's the price?" as he asked if he was overwhelmed, because he thought that Rei-kun was not the same person as he was before. Rei-kun was fighting and attacking very fast, that Kosuke could not manage to fight back. Kyoko yelled that it was Kyoko-chan. Kosuke foresaw surprised to see that the guy was fighting with his eyes closed. How it was possible that he was attacking so precisely, he was thinking about, is another eye he couldn't understand why his movements suddenly become too smooth. It was as if he switched places with someone. It was the only way to defeat Kyoko Yamashiro and Kosuke Kirihara. Lewis was lying on the ground and said that he could control the power of Spider, but he couldn't fight anymore. He told Rei-kun that he had an unconscious surplus of power, but he didn't know how to use it, so he could borrow his body and fight with it. Rei asked if it was possible to do so. He answered that he was going to have to force his body to move, which was going to be painful, and if he messed up, Rei-kun could die. But it was the only option left, so he asked Rei-kun if he would trust him with his life. Rei-kun answered that he couldn't do that because his life had already been eaten by a monster, and he had no life to lend him, and asked him to do what he wanted to do. Louis thanked him and said that he was really glad that she chose him, and then he said goodbye. Rei-kun eventually attacked Kosuke Kirihara by saying that it was the doing of Louis Myojo. Kosuke Kirihara was so frightened as he was thinking if they were going to kill him. Rei-kun was determined to take his life this time. Kirihara still hoped that he would not be dead after all this. But with the firm attack of Rei-kun, his neck was cut off his body. Kosuke janted that he couldn't regenerate, and then his face fell in the feet of Shiori. Kihara was surprised to see Shiori standing there and asked her why she was standing up. Shiori said that there were three ways to kill a monster, and poisoning wasn't one of them. Neither Lewis poison nor olive oil, which she didn't have right now. Starvation would take too long to kill it. She was thinking about the choices of how to kill Kei Kosuke. He interrupted, heard if she was serious, as if she killed him, she would die herself too. She got so frustrated to hear that she punched right on his face so hard. He asked her to stop, but she said that she was afraid that he had been pouring too much fluid on her, and it had been a long time since she had seen him. And she was pretty sure that he had filled himself with the wrong things. She thanked him for making her uncomfortably well. He was asking her to stop, and she kept on beating him. She then asked that he was so quiet, why didn't say something, and what happened to his voice. Rei-kun interrupted her and asked if she was sure that he wasn't dead. She answered it would seem so. He asked if that was good enough for her because it would have indirectly killed her. She answered it was quite fine because she was already dead when Kirihara raped her. Kyoko was very much disturbed to see Kirihara being beaten so hard. She asked him how he could get beaten so easily. He was not only weak and had a bad personality, but also he had a bad face which really sucked. She was talking to herself that she was not going to die like that. And there, she got an idea. She decided to take the monster girl with her so that she could eat her. After that, she would make a grand comeback, and it would be great for her. She said that she was going to eat someone who was very precious to Rei-kun. The monster girl replied that she can eat all of it, although she didn't think that it would taste very good, and she would have to split it up. Kyoko asked her what she said. Kyoko then saw something that she was surprised at, that it was impossible to happen. There were countless numbers of spiders around herself. She wasn't in big trouble. They all jumped on Kyoko's body and started eating and devouring her. She was yelling and crying and asked them to stop. Rei-kun came there and was stunned to see what was happening there. She asked Rei-kun to help her, and she couldn't see anything as her eyes were being eaten by spiders. Kyoko was too late for all of that thing. She was wondering if the monster did this to her. The monster had the ability to control the spider. The monster girl, still trapped in the web, asked Rei-kun to help her as the thread was bothering her. Kyoko was meeting her end. Rei-kun was helping to untie the monster girl. He said to Hurt that he didn't know if that was best, but Kyoko was a criminal, and that ending was just too much. Kyoko was still alive and saw that Rei was choosing the monster girl over everything. She said that she couldn't die like this, and that's why she would eat Rei along with that woman. She tried to attack Rei-kun and was surprised to learn that he didn't hold back. She told him that he was surprisingly calm. Rei-kun answered that of course he went through a lot, and until the end, Kyoko was Kyoko. She said that she wouldn't deny it because she wouldn't let anyone laugh at her, even though Rei-kun liked it. Ray-kun said that for a while he had been having a hard time with the monster girl, and he realized that the craziest one among them was Kyoko. She asked why he chose that monster instead of her. Ray answered that he made up his mind the moment he met her. Kyoko then said that she was going to curse him, as he was going to be all alone again. Lewis was going to die. Shiori wasn't going to last long, and Ray-kun then could not go back to his uncle, so there was no one left to help him. And she didn't think that he could manage as he was a human being once, and now became a monster just like a monster girl. And it was not going to work out. After that, Kyoko said that she was tired of talking, and then she asked him to make a promise that he would never forget her. And then he finally killed her by making a promise that he would never forgive her. Lewis then said, while lying on the ground, that it looked like it was finally over, and Shiori confirmed it. Lewis said that he would have liked to have seen more of those kids, but apparently he couldn't. He said to Shiori that he knew that she had always avoided him to fight directly because she didn't want to witness his death. She said that he was a terrible man, as he had never done anything for her. They were busy talking when Ray-kun and the monster girl came nearer to them. Louis said to Ray-kun that his potential as a spider was so great, and he was sure he would be stronger than he was in his prime. Ray-kun answered that he thought that earlier fight talked to him a bit about how he would be able to use his powers. Louis was ashamed that he couldn't teach him anymore. Ray-kun was begging him to wait and not die as he had so many questions to ask from him. Louis answered that there was no more truth left for him to tell. There was nothing more than the professor's report and his letter. Ray-kun said no, he was more interested in hearing more about himself. Ray-kun was about to cry as he couldn't watch Louis in that condition anymore. Louis said that he was sorry he couldn't be there for me, and he was pretty sure they would be fine. Shiori came forward and said that he was just going to sit there and die, but she was never going to let that happen. She was crying and saying that she couldn't let that happen. Shiori forced the monster girl to sit near the dying Louis and forced him to tell the truth, as he wouldn't have to hide anymore. Louis got shocked and confused, and she didn't know what to say to her face to face. The girl started saying by herself that she knew he was only interested in Ray-kun. He told her that he was her father. He sat with the help of Ray-kun and asked her if he could hug his daughter. Then both father and daughter hug each other. He remembered her mother, Elisa, who used to hug him like. He told her that her mother used to hug her as if she saw through him loneliness, and she was a really kind person. Ray-kun said that he would have many hardships ahead of him. As Kyoko Yamashiro said that there might be some issues, but that would be okay. Louis told his daughter that he wanted her to hug Ray-kun, he would be in pain. On the other hand, when she would be in pain, she could be as sweet as she wanted, even much more than usual. He looked towards Ray-kun and said that he was his hope. As he kept him alive until that day, he could finally get to see the girl who looked exactly like Alyssa. He thanked her for being born. She hugged him back and said goodbye to her father. It was December when Ray-kun's uncle was still busy finding him. He entered the office of Detective Matsui. He asked if he found clues about his nephew. The detective answered that he was sorry as the whereabouts of a nephew were still unknown. His uncle was so disturbed because it's been 2 months since that day. His uncle remembered the day when he got there. There was no one and nothing anymore. All that was left up for the love blood and a lot of spider silk, like something huge had fought with it, and the grave of Kyoko Yamashiro buried in it. There were no clues on how to trick Ray-kun. He asked about detective work and how it was going. Detective answered that it was a calling and he could research whatever he wanted as long as he needed to. It was a case involving a real monster, and his curiosity was piqued. Ray-kun's uncle got frustrated to hear that. He stopped him in the middle and left as he got to make a stop. Then he left. He left to see the abandoned building after the incident to check Ray's room because he knew he wasn't coming home. Policemen told him that they didn't find any clues. Everything was bizarre and out of one understanding. He was told that they were investigating on the grounds of a missing persons case, but it would be impossible for the police to find out the truth. The only thing that the lab could tell them was that there was something other than a human being. You couldn't explain that to someone else. The only way to find his nephew was to have Detective Matsui investigate his whereabouts. He was so anxious about his nephew that he thought about him every time that he was okay, and if he was eating properly. Suddenly he sensed something unusual. He believed that he saw something moving like a spider. He looked back and then he heard the voice of Ray-kun, who said, "Welcome back." He was overwhelmed to see his nephew back. Ray-kun said that he came here today to say goodbye. His uncle asked where he was going and how his eye got injured. He answered that he didn't need to worry about his eye because it was already cured. He told his uncle to tell his mother and father that he was no more, and he assumed that they were not really interested in him anymore. He asked Uncle Daisuke to take good care of himself. He yelled and asked him to wait. Ray-kun turned back by thanking him for everything. The fact that he kept looking out for him, that's what saved him. His uncle reminded him not to forget his name and asked him not to think that no one would ever call him by his name, because there were people who still knew his name. He asked him to come back whenever he wanted to eat hot pot again and bring that girl with him, as his uncle was always there for him. His uncle said that if he was a monster, still he would always be his uncle. Ray-kun Boston Price to hear all that and said it was not fair because he came here to say goodbye to him because he was ready, and his uncle was his hero till the very end. Then he returned back to the monsters area with the monster girl. There, Shiori asked him if he had said goodbye to him and society. He answered yes, he did so. He asked that he must be starving and told him to get ready for the evening. While sitting at a dining table, he said he couldn't believe it, but he would take his word for it. Shiori said that to wash Lewis's last request, but she still couldn't believe that he was their guardian. Ever since then, Shiori taught him everything. Like Hai to use a spouse to survive, food meant for monsters. She was also the one who set up the safe house. If it weren't for Shiori, he wouldn't have that peaceful, but he didn't know how long it would last. Shiori was getting weaker and weaker, and he wondered how much longer she could live. The monster girl called upon him and asked if he was done eating. She asked him if he wanted to have a baby. He got stunned by this question. Shiori intervened and said that she could leave the house for a while, if she wanted. Might be a week or two? Ray-kun told her not to worry about this. If it was no good, then it was no good. The monster girl asked him why, but he left the room. Shiori asked her not to be depressed about it, as he had a weak mindset to begin with. The girl turned back and looked at her, and said that she couldn't catch Ray with her power anymore because of what she had done. Ray didn't have to be strong because she would always be there to protect him. Shiori was shocked by her behavior, as it was rare. Since she had started talking to her, she was guessing she was pretty shocked by his rejection. The monster girl said that she didn't understand why he hated that so much. Shiori told her that she was not understanding, as humans were really troublesome, unlike other organisms that procreate on instinct. The girl continued that she just wanted to have a baby with him, and if it wasn't enough. Shiori was surprised at her honest motive. Ray-kun then asked Shiori about love. She asked him why he was asking. He answered that she was the only person he could rely on. They told her that he was just out there asking himself a few questions. She asked him again if he had gotten his answer. She told him that he was so young and also he was bleeding. He got frustrated and asked what he was supposed to do as he got a headache. She told her that they both spend a lot of time with each other and do a lot of embarrassing things, and still he didn't think it was love. Ray replied that he didn't know if he could go on with that half-hearted feeling. Shiori asked him if he could stick his tongue out for a second. He did so, and then she punched him. She said that whenever she saw someone being indecisive, he just wanted to punch them, and she asked him if he wasn't happy that she liked him. The girl was listening to all that conversation while standing outside the door. She listened to him saying that it was not that he didn't care about the monster, that was a problem we had to deal with alone. He was scared if she could hear them. Shiori asked him what exactly was bothering him so much. He answered that he was scared. She asked if he was afraid of her. He answered he was afraid of being a parent. He had seen how his parents had treated him in the past. He was just offered he would be like them. Plus, he had killed his brother, and it was almost like killing her. He continued saying that his family would be better without him anyways, and that was an undeniable fact. Shiori concluded that he thought of himself as the person who destroyed his family, and he thought that he didn't deserve to start a family. Shiori got frustrated and asked him what was wrong with him. She asked him why he went out with Kyoko Yamashiro. He answered that was because he was happy. It had been a long time since anyone showed him any kindness, and he didn't change his mind about it even after he learned her true nature. Shiori got some relief to hear that. She knew that he wanted to be loved by someone. That human instinct still remained in him. Ray-kun said that he was still a monster. Shiori said that she had even more questions. She asked him if that girl's affection wasn't enough for him to be happy. He answered yes, he was happy as he wasn't immune to girls. She kissed him and spent a lot of time with him, and he thought it was a torture and sexual harassment. He found her way of talking, her voice and gesture quite intimidating, as she was just 17 years old high school girl before she died. Ray-kun couldn't accept the fact that she wanted to love him as he was. Shiori was laughing at him and told him that he was not listening to his heart, although his mind was at ease. Shiori said that her treatment was a little rough, but it was the least you could do, as she would be out of there for a few days, and she asked him to enjoy his stay. The monster girl was sitting alone, thinking what she needed to do, and thought if Ray hated him because she wasn't human. After a few moments, Ray-kun found her there and asked her if they could talk for a minute. He called her there, but he didn't know where to start. The girl asked him if he hated her. He answered that he was afraid that he would hurt her whenever he thought about his own family. The girl answered that it was okay for him, as he was the only person who could hurt her. She asked him what lies in his heart. He wondered that she always fascinated him. Whenever he thought of it when they first met, yeah, he's so hard just as a girl. And before he knew it, he was already trapped. He kept on thinking about the question the girl asked him. And finally, he stepped forward to kiss her and said he wanted to live with her. He was happy, and it was his dream. Lately, he told her that he was thinking that he should be calling her Yuko. The girl said he could ask her whatever name he wanted, but she could get all warm and fuzzy around there when people call her that. Rei-kun was aware of that. She asked him if he would always be on his side. He called her Yuko and held her hand by thinking that he was not letting go of that hand, and he did not think it would matter what happened in the new future. She told her that last but not least, the important thing was the Latin amor alaniosis, which meant fragile spider lover. If you enjoy my videos, please subscribe to the channel. It really helps more than you think. And if you'd like to support me further, consider joining my Patreon. I'm not making much from the channel at the moment, so every bit of support truly means a lot. You'll get ad-free videos and shoutouts as a thank you for helping me keep this going. Now, back to the video.
Please,
Subscribe.
I need this. My mom is kind of homeless.